It's finally time. The best MDI teams around the world are here, and we are ready to face off.
Look at the amount of damage Shella is doing on this destruction. Warlock is completely annihilating his pet. Going up to 200k in DPS.
That is just insane.
Every one of these teams qualified for global finals with one thing in mind: to prove that they are the best.
Incarnation has just now gotten into their pull. Everything is active. The Bloodlust pop, Ashen Hollow, and Wings down. Echo needs to kill one of these Crash Mobs in the next 10 seconds, or this is going to be the series for Incarnation. And that's it. Incarnation has taken this series and this tournament. Oh my god, what a debut for this squad.
These teams are competing for the lion's share of $300,000 in our most competitive finals to date. But at the end of the day, only one team can claim the title of MDI champion.
Hello and welcome to Championship Sunday of the Mythic Dungeon International as we prepare ourselves to crown our champion, those who will take the lion's share of $300,000. Hello everyone, I'm Jack, joined by Zyronic, Nagura, and Teddles. To start off our day, Nagura, let's just talk about what we've been looking at from this weekend. An incredible amount of skill across all 8 of our teams. Some very crazy upsets and some teams you didn't really expect to go home this early.
Yeah, I mean, when I was looking at the bracket before the global finals even started, I was thinking, okay, whichever team goes home early, we probably wouldn't expect it because all of those teams were just so good. But yeah, seeing Perplexed being eliminated so early, that was definitely an upset. I think a lot of people even thought Perplexed can win the whole thing. So seeing them go so early, definitely an upset for sure. And Complexity as well. Getting eliminated against Incarnation, I would also say is an upset for sure. But yeah, now we have those 4 teams left: Echo, Aster Y, Incarnation, and Ambition. And I don't know who's going to win. I think it's going to be incredibly close between all 4 of those teams.
And, you know, most notably, we've had our own caster predictions as to who we thought would be making it to the finals, who would be winning the entire thing. And so far, Teddles, your predictions are looking pretty good so far, except for this whole dark horse shenanigans, of course.
They were a second seed, okay? They were a second seed.
The most winning team in MDI history, and this guy has the audacity to call them a dark horse, okay? You know, you just keep on hoping that Aster Y continues with this amazing run that they've had through the upper bracket titles, okay? And that might just redeem your prediction.
Yes, of course. This is looking really good. I think they are already in position to place better than any other Chinese team that we've ever seen. They already have top 3 locked in, and for them, anything less than top 3 was not an option. So I'm sure that they are feeling a little bit relieved, but at the same time, they are super hungry to be able to continue to push forward and prove that they are a world-class team. There's also a little bit of a redemption story with them versus Echo here. Since we did see them in the Great Push kind of face off, they left that whole entire situation feeling a bit robbed. And so they're going to... I mean, they've expressed interest in being able to improve, and they've shown how good they really can be.
Yeah. And when we take a look at, of course, the affixes we've been playing through this weekend, important to note, Zyro, while we had our Group Cup weekend, 3 different weekends, flipping between Tyrannical and Fortified, now we're adding the extra element, of course, of some 23 dungeons, just ramping up the difficulty greatly in these keys.
And also just ramping up the difficulty of the amount of dungeons these lower bracket teams are going to have to play versus our upper bracket teams. Remember, that upper bracket winner just gets to go straight to the grand finals. All they have to do is practice for those last 5 matches. They can pick out their ban ahead of time. Remember, we have 7 maps in that final pool, but they will be picking 5 of those maps. So, I mean, there's a huge advantage to the winner of this Echo versus Aster matchup. And, I don't know, that lower bracket today, having to go through all of those maps all at once, seems scary for those teams.
It really, really does. And of course, we have both Golden Guardians represented sponsor teams, of course, in Incarnation and Ambition, sitting pretty in that lower bracket right now. So both the NA teams at the bottom of the bracket, while EU and China are heading at the top of it. So we have just a great amount of diversity from where these teams are coming from, really putting that eye in international here. And Nagura, let's talk about Spires of Ascension to start off our day between Echo and Aster Y.
Yeah, so we have seen Echo Inspires twice already. They also have the best tournament time with a 19 minutes 37, where they won against Ambition in a really, really close dungeon. And we haven't seen Aster Y at all in Spires. So that can mean one of two things. Either they have seen Echo's route and they, can maybe had adjusted some of their own routes, or maybe they even have a better one and we just haven't seen it yet. So I'm really interested to see what they have to show us here in Spires.
Yeah, and an interesting little fact as well about Echo. For our stats that we've seen so far, we haven't included yesterday's stats just yet into it, but they have an 82% win rate when they play on fortified dungeons titles, but they only have a 69% win rate on Tyrannical. So it's nice, but it's not 82%.
Yeah, I mean, Echo is the winningest team in MDI history. I think that betting against them is normally a bad proposition for most people who have ever bet against them. At the same time, we've never seen a team like Aster Y who has not dropped a match ever. So in the history of their MDI one season, they have yet to drop a single match. So they've been looking really good, and they've put in... Basically, after the Chinese finals, they were practicing 14 hours a day up until the affixes were released, which at that point, then they stopped streaming. They knew the affixes ahead of time. And so they're definitely a team that has probably put the most time into practice, because a lot of the other teams, including Echo, they were taking breaks, they were streaming other games, they were pursuing other endeavors, just taking a little bit of time off, where Aster Y was fully focused on MDI finals, because for them, anything less than first and being the best was not an option for them.
Sure. And, they even said going into the tournament that the top three was going to be their priority for this one. So very high expectations that they're setting for themselves to make sure that they're really living up to, making history, the goals that they had. Because up to this point, Zyro, we haven't seen any Chinese team make it this far into a global finals tournament. It's been insane.
Yeah, I think if I'm trying to recall the best finish we ever had from a Chinese team, I'm pretty sure it's in that fourth slot, right in there, right in that area. So Aster Y already exceeding all expectations, exceeding every other Chinese team in a global final, and it's only upwards from here, right? I mean, if they're able to take out Echo here, forget having 5% of the brackets normal. This is going to bust everyone's bracket.
It really will. Let's get ourselves ready to go, as game number 1 in our upper finals is ready as Spires of Ascension begins.
All right, so looking at the comps, Aster Y also going with that very similar comp that Echo is running, which most teams have been running, except their mage is playing Fire. Yes, so we do have a Fire mage on Aster Y's side. Very interesting choice.
Xingchen loves to play Fire, basically anytime he can. We've had a decent number of mages over the course of this weekend have different decisions of whether or not to play Frost or Fire, and it seems like every single time that Xingchen from Aster Y can play that Fire mage, he elects to. But right now, this first pull getting underway with Echo kind of looking a little bit slower on their first pull. Maybe it's due to that Fire Mage's power being able to get that Goliath killed off before and just burning straight through that shield. Echo a little bit slow on that first pull, Nagura.
Yeah, Echo is usually slow on this pull. They pretty sure they lose to almost every team that they play against with this first pull. Not sure why. I think they're also saving cooldowns, at least on the Rogue here. They were saving the Shadow Blades compared to Aster Y using that one. So I think it might just be because they're doing this really big pull here where they just have the Tormentor, the Goliath, everything into the boss. But Aster Y is doing the same thing, and they were better on the first pull. Actually, they're waiting a little while, it looks like. They're not immediately engaging the boss. Now, there we go. Now the boss is being engaged, the Ashen is being popped, and the Bloodlust is being used as well. And Combustion is going to be back up in 10 seconds. So they have double the cooldowns here from the mage, being able to burst down that first pack and also being able to use it on the boss here.
Both teams praying for Chi-Ji procs from their Windwalker Monk to be able to eliminate the trash pack immediately. You do see the Monk from Aster Y already sitting well over 50k DPS, where clicks from Echo at 70k. So there is a massive amount of difference in terms of just like Windwalker or Dance of Chi-Ji procs with how much value it can potentially provide you. And Aster Y started their pull so much sooner, but Echo is already caught up and passed them in boss damage.
Yeah, this might be partially because they're saving those Rogue cooldowns. Rogue so good for that single target damage, for that priority damage, so having that extra damage possibly is helping them out here for Echo, as they are a little bit lower in the boss. It's not too big of a difference though, as you can see, Aster Y really catching up.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing about this pull right here is making sure that the trash and the incinerator gets dealt with rather fast. That's going to help you be able to just push through, because after this pack, the boss itself is not overly deadly, and you have some other pulls that await you in this dungeon that can potentially cause more problems. Typically, the first little bit of this dungeon, it's so easy to practice because it's towards the beginning, so teams are incredibly consistent with this kind of stuff. And now both Echo and Aster Y are grabbing that Mender, so that with Inspiring in this dungeon, first off, you really don't want the Mender in the pack because you wouldn't be able to kick either the Incinerator or the Goliath, which can cause problems. In addition to that, leaving the Mender alive allows you to purge it, which lets you get that weapon off the ground, which empowers your next 3 auto attacks, which isn't a small amount of damage. And so both of these teams, with this strategy of leaving that Mender CC'd, it avoids the Inspiring and also increases your damage. Ooh, Anuo dropped so low right there, just from that frontal, and then had to get lay on hands to be able to get topped back up. That is not great from Aster Y. He also does not have access to that last resort.
Yeah, proccing that last resort there on that frontal definitely was not something you want to see that early, especially since there's a really big pull coming up right after this. Having that extra safety net is really nice. Now still has it available for him, and you can see Echo already finishing off the boss now. A little bit quicker than Aster, but they still have this Mender alive that Aster has already dealt with. So they are just cleaving it off. Aster gathering up everything else. You can see clicks on that mount is going to get bopped by Celia, and now he's gathering all of these stealth claws and the Praetor as well. On this pull, it's incredibly crucial that they stack up the Praetor with everything else and the skirmishes from the other side. If there's one mob that is not in the pack, it's going to take you a lot longer to finish it off.
Yeah, nice Ring of Frost coming in from the side of Echo, trying to get all those Stealth Claws grouped up. Ooh, and the Praetor dashes into the Ring of Frost at the last possible moment. And like you were talking about, this is going to be pretty easy for Echo to get these mobs grouped up. And now this Praetor is standing, it's close to melee, but now is able to stand at range to continue to make it casting the Dark Seeker. And that's not going to allow the Praetor to be able to cast its dash and blitz all the way out of melee. So this is really good from Echo to be able to set this pack up like that. On the right side of your screen, you see Aster Y utilizing a Ring of Peace to try to keep these mobs grouped up, as Anuo has to kite, not having access to that last resort, feeling very scared. And this pull is not going great for Aster Y. This is actually really bad, and not having that slow from that Frost Mage, there's a lot of differences. So we talked about how the comps aren't that much different in terms of the damage that they're going to provide, but the lack of the slow that Frost Mage brings really cost Aster Y some time there.
Yeah, so 2 things, right? Not having the last resort meant Anno had to kite earlier because, of course, he didn't have that safety net, so he was afraid and had to kite. And that will cost you a lot of damage whenever things spread out, going out of the flame patches of the mage as well, and so on. Well, Echo had that available to them, so they could just stack. And Aster also got a pretty unfortunate Brawn as well. That Brawn just knocked everything apart for a second there, and then they probably lost some AoE damage too. Echo already on that next pull, gathering up everything. Aster Y committing their Ashen for this one. It looks like Celia is holding on to it.
We've seen some impressively bad Brawn timings, of course, across the whole entire weekend. None worse than whenever your mobs get knocked out of the Kyrian Spear right as it's being fired off. That is a really bad situation. But now, hey, Aster Y was able to make up a lot of ground with that pull. Now, basically, even with Echo, they caught up somewhere in the range of 15 seconds, just being able to do that Goliath pack a tad bit faster.
Yeah, because of the Ashen, right? They committed the Ashen while Sally is holding on to it.
Yeah,
I would assume they're using it here. There we go. Sally using it for this pull. The last time Echo did actually spear this one, and it looks like they might not this time, or they're just waiting for the rest of the mobs to come in. SRY do okay, so both of the teams are spearing this one. Echo was just waiting until those Ether Divers are coming in, but everything a little bit spread out for both of the teams. SRY, they have an Inspired Mob here, and their Monk goes down. They do have a Battle Rest available, but they have to use the Neon Rest, and their Inspired Mob is still not dead. They cannot interrupt any of those casts.
Yeah, the Goliath is in that recharge anima state, but Echo makes incredibly quick work with their trash pack. I thought with how the Ether Divers came in on that patrol that they were going to lose a decent amount of time just dealing with that pack. However, Echo looking pretty good, and now Gingy is pulling that squad leader and that Praetor off to the side and allowing the rest of his teammates to get through. Then he's going to invis off that trash pack, while you do see Echo here. They have to jump across the gap and be picked up by the Angel in order to be able to make it to that pack. And now just glides all the way over and starts the pack without the remainder of his team there, just getting the pull already underway. And that's something that is an MDI staple, making sure that you get your pack dealt with as fast as possible and already pre-starting the other pack to allow members, once they get there, to be able to just engage. That's how you save multiple seconds in a game of inches. Aster Y, with that death on their Windwalker Monk, that's going to cost them something in the range of 20 seconds. And is Qingchen getting pulled to the wrong side?
It looks like it, yes. Okay, that's another big loss for them. And I'm not sure if he jumped far enough this time either. Okay, it looks like he is getting carried to the correct side this time. But yeah, that was probably the Ashen difference, right? Not having that extra heal, the Monk going down there probably, or maybe wouldn't have happened if the Ashen was down. And then on top of that, just losing extra time too there. So just a difference in cooldowns. And Aster Y also skipping that squad leader. So a different route here. That means that Aster Y has to do an additional pull after Ventonax's death. While Echo, we know their route. If they haven't changed it up, then they're going to be going immediately to Orifrion right after Ventonax. And they're just going to be pulling one pack plus a Tormentor into that boss.
Yeah, so it is a 22 Tyrannical, so Ventonax has caused problems from teams across the whole entire weekend just with this dungeon level being so high, and this boss takes a long time. And if you've played this dungeon on live, you know that the longer this fight takes, the more opportunities there are for people to die, whether or not it be to the bleed that you see that Gingy has right here, or whether it be to accidentally getting knocked up by some of those errant projectiles. And if you get hit with one of those projectiles while you have that bleed, you're going to die. Gingy has burned both of his blocks. He's also burned his Dwarf Racial. I don't know if they've used Bop yet. However, Gingy's going to get this next bleed on him, and that's going to be very dangerous, but it's going to be after this recharge phase. So Echo may be able to kill this boss before they even get another bleed.
Yeah, and this was a little bit more dangerous for Aster Y because they have the Fire Mage, so they don't have double Ice Block. That's going to mean they have a little bit of a bigger danger on their side, having to out-heal that bleed more often than Echo does. But yeah, all of the bleeds, of course, going on that range player, so all of them are going onto the Mage because there's no other player that is considered a ranged, so all of them will be going onto the Mages.
Yeah, I do think Aster Y has a little bit more boss damage with this composition. I think that that Fire brings just a tad bit more boss damage than Frost as a general rule, but it's not enough to be just like up in arms about. It has allowed Aster Y to claw back just a little bit more time, but a lot of that time saved is going to be off the back of that squad leader being skipped that you were talking about earlier. And so now what we're going to be looking for is Echo is firmly in the driver's seat. They were ahead on Ventonax. They are also 7% trash ahead. And so there are a couple pulls in the back half of this dungeon that have and can potentially go wrong. And the first one that we're going to be looking at is this Hellion Executioner of Aruth pull. I suspect that both of these teams are probably going to be looking to do something in that first half of the dungeon with a Hellion. And it can and has gone wrong for a lot of teams if there are things like Brawn knocking mobs out or just other things that that can potentially cause wipes.
Yeah, definitely. And look at the second boss split. Both teams 6 minutes and 11 seconds, but Echo killed an additional pack with that squad leader, right? So definitely a little bit ahead on Echo's side. Now all eyes on Aster Y as they're going to be attempting this double Hellion pull. It's taking them a little while here to set it up, but now they're gathering everything. They're rope dropping pretty low. Ashen being committed by their Paladin. They have that 50% healing reduction aura. So Baruth needs to be focused and needs to be dying really quickly so their Holy Paladin can heal everyone up from that double Hellion AoE ticking on the whole group.
Yeah, so they have, like you were talking about, they have to commit Ashen here, where if you look on the left side of your screen, Xaylia does have his Ashen available, and Echo has pulled Executioner Varuth, and now is grabbing some Justicars and some of these Warden pulls. They elect to use the Kyrian Spear on this, on top of Orifrion, and burn all of their offensive CDs before Orifrion gets into that vulnerability window. However, the efficiency of this pull is absolutely insane, because you were basically committing all of the CDs that Aster Y committed to their trash pack, except you also had the boss added in onto that. So you get about 10, you do get effectively 10% free damage onto the boss just due to passive cleave. It's not the most damage in the world. However, it is not something to be overlooked.
Yeah, definitely. One thing to note though is that usually you do want to save your cooldowns for that extra damage phase whenever a Orifrion is out of energy, and with that pull they kind of cannot do that. They have to use their cooldowns for the trash. So I would say yes, it is efficient, but it would be even more efficient if they would just off-tank the trash and then use the spear whenever the phase starts, but that would just be, I would assume, be too risky because you have Varuth as well in that pack, right?
Yeah, and now Echo's grabbing the last usurpers that they need for enemy forces count. They need to be somewhere in like the 87.5 to 88% range. But whenever you are grabbing these usurpers into the Orifrion vulnerability window, this allows for your Rogue and your Windwalker Monk and your Frost Mage to have a lot more single target damage, whether it be from the Shuriken Storm, whether it be from the Spinning Crane Kick. There's a lot of procs that can occur and a lot of cooldown reduction that can happen, but the usurpers are just spamming Hurl as the whole entire party for Echo starts to drop pretty low. Now the usurpers end up getting killed off, and Echo's in a pretty good position. Orifrion is very high on HP. They may actually get a second vulnerability window. It's going to be very close, is what I will say. Orifrion has to deplete mana the second time to be able to get that vulnerability window, and on a 22 Tyrannical, 30% is a pretty long time to be able to deal with it, but Echo is still definitely firmly in the lead. Whereas if you look on the right side of your screen, Aster Y is going to be about at the same point, boss HP-wise, whenever they're coming out of this vulnerability phase.
Yeah, definitely. And another thing to note here is that Aster Y and Echo both do not have any spears left. They only had this one, they only have one Kyrian, so that means they already used both of their spears. So they have to do the triple angel pull without a spear. That can be incredibly risky, because some teams don't even make that pull even with the spear. So not having that cooldown available definitely means it's going to be a bit harder. Echo looking to finish off a Orifrion before that next energy phase, and they do have enough trash. So immediately, as soon as the boss goes down, they can go up to that last boss area and attempt that triple angel pull.
All right, and so now it is one of the most dangerous points in all the Shadowlands dungeons. It is the triple angel for Echo here, and it is quaking, so this is actually very dangerous for your melee and your tank. We've seen a lot of times where, since you're running like this Holy Paladin, Windwalker, Rogue, Vengeance Demon Hunter composition, like the party has to spread out, where Genji's probably going to play it ranged, and once the group has to spread for quaking, we've seen a lot of times where people will get cleaved accidentally by the weapon, and it's caused a lot of deaths over the course of the whole entire weekend. So that's one of the biggest things that you're going to have to watch out for, is how is now moving these angels away from those spears, and how is the group positioning this whole entire thing. And then on top of that, you also have to know that all three of these angels need to be killed within 5 seconds of one another, otherwise that can cause potential problems. And Echo is a little bit slow on getting that third angel engaged into the pack.
Yeah, and they're actually, it looks like we're a bit too fast, because Alia's Ashen Hallow is not available for another 10 seconds. So that could theoretically be a little bit scary for them, especially with all of those debuffs just stacking up. The damage taken increase plus that dot that is just going to do more and more damage the longer you're fighting those. Now the Bloodlust has been popped and the Ashen as well, so we'll see how much damage they can do and if they can kill those evenly, because if they don't kill them within 5 seconds of each other, they are going to heal to full HP. Of course, having that Windwalker making it a bit easier, because you have that touch of death to just even out the damage in case it's needed. So all eyes on Echo, see if they can execute this. Aster Y now also on that same pull.
Yeah, and Xaylia pops his bubble here. So not only does that clear the stacks off of him, it also allows him to just like plant and cast and heal the whole entire party. His frag drops super low, immediately gets Lay on Hands back to full, and Echo kills all three of those angels within a millisecond of one another. Man, they are really coming to play this morning, and they're doing a great job. And now all they have left between them and the end of the dungeon is Devos. On the right side of your screen, you see Aster Y here. Their angels one of their angels is a lot lower than the other two, so they're going to need to even out these just a little bit, and it looks like Aster Y is going to be able to kill these angels off in direct unison, but it may be too little too late.
Yeah, Echo already on that boss, and we do know that Echo has an insane amount of single target damage. Of course, Aster has that Fire Mage, and maybe that could make a difference if they're able to get those cooldowns up, but they also have the 5 seconds penalty from that one death that they had earlier. And that might just be that one mistake that is costing them this dungeon, because considering how much time they lost, not only the 5 seconds, but also having lost that Windwalker with all of those cooldowns up, I would say that their time without the mistake could have been even better than Echo's time. But yeah, that one single death probably costing them here. We'll see how much damage they have.
Echo's route for this dungeon was very good. How they dealt with the Executioner, just that pull by itself was something that was incredibly good. And Aster Y, off the back of having that Fire Mage like you were talking about, able to get into this intermission phase almost at the same time as Echo, maybe like somewhere in the range of like 10 seconds behind. But like you were talking about, they have to also be able to overcome the 5 seconds of death differential, which is something that is very difficult to do. And now Echo already ending their intermission phase, and it's looking like they do have a bunch of their CDs back available to them. The major one that we're looking at is that Ashen Hollow. A minute 45 off on that. I don't think that they're going to be able to get another Ashen Hollow in this dungeon.
I also don't think so. They're going to be killing the boss faster than that 1 minute 30, I believe. And there we go. They are in that second phase. Either it's the boss is going to go up time-based, or they're pushing Devils to 30% for the second intermission. We'll see which of the two happens here, as some of their cooldowns are back up, as you mentioned, and they're just doing so much damage. Look at the rogue damage here from Fragnance. Just insane amount of damage coming out of that rogue, and this is why you bring the rogues, right? Especially in these tyrannical dungeons, having so much priority target damage, so much boss damage, really like making a difference on these high HP mobs.
Yeah, like you were talking about, Rogue is one of those, subtlety specifically, is one of those specs that whenever you're going to look at like the end of dungeon panel, you're going to be like, oh man, he's not actually doing that much damage. But whenever you look at like the important mobs, like the Executioner of Baruths, or potentially even the bosses, it's absolutely something that you cannot be overlooking. And hey, Aster Y is starting to catch back up in terms of boss HP. Echo is able to phase the boss into that second intermission, but Aster Y is hot on their heels right now.
Yeah, if you look at the DPS across the board, everyone is pretty much at the same DPS, except the mages, right? Fire Mage just doing quite a bit more damage in the Frost Mage comparison here for Gingy, so that might make a difference. But then again, the 5 seconds penalty, as Echo is already in that last phase, just that one mistake that Aster Y made on that previous pull cost them here. But Devils is dropping lower and lower for Echo, as Aster Y is throwing that spear to get the boss back down.
This has been such a close match. Whenever the criticism is, oh, he died and cost that 1 5-second penalty on something that they didn't even wipe to, and they were able to pull off that pull, and that allowed Echo to be able to take the win in the first map, that's how you know these teams are just right for one another, and it's going to be such a close series.
Oh my goodness. Echo had the exact same Spires of Ascension time as their previous match versus Ambition, or maybe 1 second difference. 1936, 1937. That is just obscenely fast and so consistent that we're seeing out of this team. Like, fantastic job there by Echo taking game number 1, Zyro.
Yeah, and Settle said it great there. I mean, the fact that this is so close, even though Aster Y made a couple of early mistakes, they were able to pull it back with the Fire Mage damage. This next game, or next 2 games, hopefully, are going to be incredibly close, and you just love to see the little comp differences coming out. Xingxin, again, we talked about this yesterday as well, one of the best Fire Mages, if not the best Fire Mage in all of China. Dude is insane on that class and makes it look good where it really shouldn't, and we'll cover that a little bit later on, but just not quite able to pull it out here. Too many tiny mistakes happening in the dungeon for him.
And with a competition this close, that's really what it's all about. We've seen a number of times where, live servers, if you make a mistake on a really big pull or something like that, you drop the key down. But even the most subtle mistakes that happen in the MDI environment can just cost your team a victory, with competition being as crazy close as it is on that one. And extremely well played again by both teams, though, Nagura, because let's not understate it. We've seen plenty of times, both through group stages and this weekend. Teams messing up critical pulls in Spires, teams messing up the Triple Angel mini boss pull as well. There is so much work that goes into making these runs look that good.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult. And to think that they were only 20 seconds behind to Echo, that probably means if they didn't have this one death, they would have been faster, right? I would say so, because they lost quite a lot of time with that Windwalker death there. So that is crazy to think about, that if they have a clean run, then they're just going to beat Echo in the dungeon, because we talked about Echo's strategy being so good and saving so much time and being better than all the other teams. And then Aster Y looks like they have an even better route.
I think that Echo's route, I thought that Echo's route was better, even though I felt like Aster Y's execution on like how they were dealing with their pulls and just like their time to kill on a lot of their packs was just a little bit better. But I did feel like Echo's route with just how they were doing execution in Orifrion, that pull is insane.
It really is.
It does look really good, but in the end, just 20 seconds difference, right? So I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe Zyro's got the breakdown for us. Jump in on this one.
I think a lot of the differences in those like boss 2, boss 3 routing is not really going to come out to that big of a difference. The major things is where the Fire Mage gained them time and lost them time. Look at what Fire Mage does when it doesn't have combust at the start of this pull here. They spent so much time cleaving down all of this trash, and his combustion didn't really come up until everything was dead. So we just single target combust. It wasn't really that effective. Fire Mage just it's too many high highs and too many low lows. That's why we're seeing so much Frost Mage. Is just in general throughout the MDI, but this is where things kind of started going wrong for Aster Y. They let a Rebellious Fist go off right before they used the Spear, and then when the Spear runs out, they let another Rebellious Fist through, and they didn't even heal up Zai at all. Like, he just dies to 2 straight Rebellious Fists going off back to back. That's kind of an oversight. And just watch him slowly just die to this Rebellious Fist. I mean, you would think that you would be able to passively heal up through the original damage from that fist or try to get the spear.
Not a holy paladin.
Just a really small oversight for Aster Y. And then on top of that, we had a clip of it, but there were too many clips in general. Xingshin also didn't quite jump far enough whenever they did the skip over the chasm, I guess, and ended up taking an extra 10 seconds waiting for him to fly up. And I mean, that sounds like it's not that big of a deal, but with how close this match was, less than 20 seconds between the two teams, losing 10 seconds to that on top of probably the 10 or 15 seconds from the monk death, that sealed the game. That they probably could have won this game if neither of those two things happened.
Yeah, and that's what we keep talking about, is it all comes down to very small mistakes and very small differences between these teams. You can't really expect anybody to have some catastrophic wipe in the upper finals of our globals at this point. And Halls of Atonement, going to be our next dungeon coming up in this series. Nagura, Fortified, Spiteful, and Grievous. We've talking about the differences between those double versus triple Shard of Halkias pulls, grabbing as much of this room as they possibly can. What do you think we want to see out of Aster Y to sort of bounce back in this situation?
Yeah, so Aster Y has the best tournament time in Halls. They have that 11:46 clear, which is insane. And we haven't seen Echo in Halls at all, which is something that I was thinking about because in fact, every team played a Dastro Warlock in this dungeon. And I don't think we've ever seen Echo play Warlock, ever. So I wouldn't even know who would play Warlock. I guess Clicks would play it. So that's something that I was wondering about as well. And we've seen some different comps with Shadow Priests or more melee heavy, and then some teams were playing the Guardian as well. So I wonder what Echo is going to be doing here.
They certainly have a lot of help in the guild as well, with a lot of experienced players to be able to provide that sort of assistance and everything. So that's a really good question. That sort of variety between multi-classing and everything has really been put to the test this time around, Settles, because when we first started seeing a lot of Halls runs, we were seeing players like Shella, of course, who already naturally played Warlock, saying, I want to see if I can make this really work here. And some teams, they just didn't have it sort of prepared for those weekends when it came up. But now with Global Finals, everyone's been able to see every single dungeon and be able to prepare themselves in every situation possible. So there's really either you have a better comp or you're going to be running with, what we've already been seeing.
Yeah, and I mean, Aster Y has been playing this. They were playing this Destro Warlock whenever Halls of Atonement was like one of the time trial maps. So they've been playing this Destro Warlock for a very long time in HOA. I think the big thing for me is is Echo going to? They're more likely than not. I think if they weren't running Destro Warlock, they would be like a pretty big mistake. The question then comes down to who is playing Shadow Priest, if they're going to play Shadow Priest, or are they going to elect to play the Rogue? So we've seen, like, that's like been one of the biggest differences in composition that we've seen across the whole entire. Mira is like the person who's been playing Shadow, though. Like, so last season, whenever Shadow was played a lot, Mira's was on that Night-Faced Priest. And so with him moving into that 6th player role, are they just going to elect to go Rogue because they have a lot more experience on Rogue, or are they going to bust out the Shadow Priest because they believe it brings them a lot more value? I think that's going to be one of the biggest things. For me, I think that they're probably going to look to play Rogue, but I think that Aster Y probably has the advantage in this Halls of Atonement as it currently stands. That 11:46 time and the fact that they've had 2 consistent 0-death runs in HOA, that really bodes well for them.
That's right. And, we've been looking at just this sort of preparation, and we talked a bunch of different times about how, okay, well, if we're looking at the routing or we're looking at what dungeons these teams have been going through, they should be really well prepared for this or that. We haven't seen Echo actually going through it, but let's not forget, time and time again, Zyro, we've had teams stepping into dungeons that they haven't played before over the course of the weekend, but they're extraordinarily well prepared, and, I feel like lower bracket in particular, we saw that a lot yesterday.
Well, specifically in the case of Echo here, I mean, Halls is one of the dungeons that we've seen so many different teams play this weekend. I mean, we've seen several different types of runs of Halls, and they really get the pick of the litter, right? They've had plenty of time to sit down and practice, and I imagine that they've spent a lot of time in this dungeon over the past 12 hours or so since their last match. So, knowing Echo, I mean, they're 3-time MDI champions for a reason. I would expect that they have something pretty good planned here.
They should, and maybe it'll be finally the difference between, do they run triple shard, do they run the double, because that's been something that's been a constant sort of source of conversation for us to determine, okay, is this actually going to be something that's worth working towards, or is it something that it's going to just take way too much time? Because we talk about it all the time, every time we see it in Nagura. It's just, oh wow, that 3rd shard takes forever to come in, and then they just have to sit there killing off like one mob the entire time.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I'm still not perfectly convinced of that triple shard pull, mainly because all of the teams who have done the triple shard pull, they have been running Guardian Druid. And it just seems like if you're going to be running a Guardian for that specific pull, then it really has to make up a lot of time for it to be worth it, because you're missing out on that Chaos brand for the rest of the dungeon, right? Yeah. And it really hasn't seemed like that pull was saving them that much time, except in that one dungeon where Incarnation was playing against Complexity, but then it also seemed like Complexity was just generally a little bit slow on their pulls, so I don't know.
I think I'm more in favor of just the double shard pull, like you mentioned, because there has to be a lot more to be able to make up for the time, but there's such a big, wide open field that if the Vengeance Demon Hunter actually has to get away, they can more easily do that for these pulls. You don't have to do 3 shards because it does take up a lot of time. And correct me if I'm wrong, but they already go to the right side anyway, where that 3rd shard lives, to go kill off the Tormented mob anyway. So we've seen a number of times where they say, okay, well, just having the Tormented and having 1 shard and a bunch of different mobs and everything is totally fine.
Well, so the thing with Halls of Atonement is you have to do 1 bad pull regardless, because you're waiting for the anima to be injected into Halkias, and a lot of the times it is that Incinerator Tormented mob that is off to the side, and they are able to use the Stoneborn and and then they bring in the Groundskeepers as well into that pack, so it's not really that inefficient. At the same time, I don't know. I like the triple shard pull. It's way more clouded.
I mean, it looks good, sure, right? Yeah, you can just do your runs based off what looks good, but then you have the entire rest of the dungeon with a magic-based comp that doesn't have a Vengeance Demon Hunter and has bear damage as opposed to VDH damage the rest of the time, right? But
after the fact, you're going to be able to tell your kids, hey, I did a triple shard pull in Halls of Atonement back when nobody else could.
And what are they going to do? Tweet about it and then get ratioed by a SpongeBob gif?
Or just a static image
Clout when you're now from Echo.
That's right, Clout man.
He's always on the lookout there. Well, whatever they decide to do, I'm sure we're going to be blown away by it, because like we mentioned, the most winning team in MDI history. We have very high expectations for it. They're going up against a team right now in Halls of Atonement that has the best score, the best time that we have seen out of any of the teams this weekend, this is their bastion, their bulwark, their guard, their defense. This is their homeland right here. And Echo's going to have to pull out something very special to be able to take that victory. Otherwise, we're going to be going into a Game 3. And let's not forget, Nagura, Echo does have a substantially better win rate on fortified dungeons compared to Tyrannical. So that's also another stat that could be in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think SRY is the favorite one here just because we haven't seen Echo at all. That could mean that, maybe they don't have as much practice in this dungeon versus the other dungeons because they didn't have it in their map pool. Which, to be honest, I don't think Echo is a team that would practice one dungeon less. But still, just having more of the tournament practice for SRY and just knowing that they can execute those pulls. And I mean, that time is insane, right? That 11-minute 46 clear. If SRY can do that again, then I think Echo is just going to have a really hard time beating that.
Sure, the consistency is just on another level. I mean, we saw Echo having almost the exact same time as their previous Spires. If Aster's going to be pulling out almost the exact same time or the exact same time that we saw previously out of them in Halls of Atonement, that's going to be insanely difficult. But there have been a lot of teams that are running this dungeon yesterday as well, Tettles, that we can kind of look to. And when you're a team that has only had to play once a day like Echo or Aster Y has, there's so much extra time to practice.
I mean, we talk about how much practice Aster Y has been able to put in on these dungeons.
On
I think
another
that Echo,
level.
Yeah, dude, I think that Echo is going to be able to, if their Halls of Atonement was able to get adapted to like what Aster Y was doing in the first couple of pulls, I think that's where Aster Y was actually making up a lot of time. Is just like those first two pulls with how they were getting the mobs grouped up and just how consistent they were able to get these mobs like stacked super close for the Frost Mage, for the Rogue, and for that Destro Warlock. I think that if Echo is able to do that, then they will potentially be able to bust out a time that Aster has already, in a dungeon that Aster has already had to play twice. On top of that, I feel like Aster's been having a decent amount of one-off deaths, and if they're able to change that, then that will be important as well.
See what they got for us as Halls gets underway.
That's a Guardian Druid from Echo. That's very interesting. So that means Echo is going to do that triple angel pull, triple shard pull, sorry. So yeah, interesting. Because usually we see Echo not necessarily try these kind of, different kind of tank strategies. But this time around, now actually believing in that triple shard pull with the Guardian. And that's exactly what they're going to be attempting here. Aster Y started their pull a lot earlier, but that's because they only pulled that double shard. Echo has to wait for all of the shards to come in. You can see on the left side of Echo, that shard is slowly getting there. Now it is there, and now it's casting Thrash. So they're trying to gather up everything, and you can see just how much damage Clix is going to do in just a second as he's ramping up to reach at 300k DPS.
The time to beat for Echo being able to get this first pack of trash killed off is 1 minute and 47 seconds. That is the time that they are looking to beat. And with these Obliterators and Collectors not being stacked up with the whole entire pack, this is actually looking very scary for Echo. Now is out of his incarnation, and this pull is starting to become very deadly. He does have one stack of Survival Instincts left. He's going to be able to rotate around to his Bark Skin in just a few moments, but this pack is starting to look like it's going to take a little bit longer, and as their cooldowns start to fade, they do still have 2 shards. Ooh, and they're going to start casting Thrash here in just a moment, and Echo is able to get this first pack of trash killed off so fast.
Yes, but look at Aster Y. They're already on their second pull. They're already dealing with that third shard they still have to do. And immediately afterwards, they're going to be engaging that Tormentor too. So not sure how much time Echo can really make up with that one. We'll see in just a second. Aster Y still not pulling that Tormentor though. They actually are finishing off the shard first before they're engaging the Tormentor. So Echo already pulling that. That means Echo is probably going to be ahead a little bit on this pull.
All right, Nagura getting a phone call, but there's no time. There's no time. Answer them and tell them that Echo is playing in the finals, in the upper finals, that there is no time for talking. Now you have both Aster Y and Echo engaging Incinerator Arcaleth. Both of them are effectively at the same amount of HP. Echo getting a little bit better of this engagement on Incinerator Arcaleth by having that Loyal Stoneborn, able to just do a little bit more damage onto Incinerator. But this is the part of the dungeon where we talk about how that Vengeance Demon Hunter just increases your time to kill on the remainder of this key, just bringing that Chaos Brand. Plus, it just does naturally a little bit more damage than that Guardian Druid. And now Echo here standing and planting and killing off those Groundskeepers, collecting their collecting their anima power, where Aster Y was like pre-moving these groundskeepers and pre-moving that incinerator mob, and now they're virtually at the exact same point at this part of the dungeon, which is, I would say, not in favor of where Echo wants to be.
I definitely think that would be in favor of Aster Y because they have that additional damage from that Vengeance Demon Hunter and the Chaos Sprint as well. Now dropping incredibly low, doesn't have Incarnation ready just yet. Barkskin is being used. He does have a Survival Instinct stack as well, but it looks like he wants to hold on to that one. And they did recover now. But yeah, looking a little bit scary whenever those cooldowns are down for that Guardian Druid.
Xaylia is and almost died to sack. That was very scary as well. I wonder if he's going to be able to deal with this pack with the little amount of mana that he has, because if you look on the side of Aster Y, their Holy Paladin is almost full mana, and they were able to kill off this trash so fast on the side of Aster Y, and it just comes off the back of being able to keep these mobs grouped up for prolonged periods of time, utilizing that Sigil of Chains, utilizing that Silent Sigil to make sure that the mobs aren't casting on a Nuo, where you would think, oh, this Guardian Druid's going to be really good here. He's going to have his Incarnation up in a little bit. It took now a long time and a lot of CDs to be able to commit. And Echo, Clicks goes down on the side of Echo. Jinchi's in a block. This is going terrible for them right here.
Yeah, the trash is just not dying. They do have a Battle Rust available and they have that Guardian Druid to use it. Looks like Clix is getting it back up. And one thing to note, I just noticed that Clix actually is playing Necrolord Destro. That is something that Curry has posted on Twitter. He basically was saying that a Necrolord Destro Warlock is better than Night Fae. So we'll see about that in just a second. Of course, Clix going down means he's going to be doing a little bit less here. But yeah, Aster Y, they're having no issues whatsoever on their side. They're already moving on to Echelon.
Yep, and now they're just waiting for these Spiteful Shades to despawn. Now they drop combat, and everybody mounted up on their brooms, having a great Halloween as they're ready to engage Echelon here. And we do know that they allow these gargoyles to resummon, and whenever they allow the gargoyles to resummon, this allows them to have a lot more AoE to single target damage conversion. It also allows stuff like the Destro Warlock to get a decent amount of cooldown reduction as well. And so this is something that is absolutely massive for Aster Y's composition. Echo's probably going to be doing something very similar, and this looks like now is positioning himself to potentially be able to get that Loyal Stoneborn, but the Patrol may have been in a bad spot. It was kind of hard to tell, and Echo is just wasting a little bit more time when they could have been pulling and just going faster in the dungeon.
Yeah, and Aster Y, I mean, look at the boss. This is 22 dungeons, so the boss HP is pretty significant, especially on that pure single target boss where you don't have any trash you can really pull on top. Of course, you have those Stone Fiends for the Warlocks, and that is a strategy we've seen. I think it was Aster Y that showed it for the first time, where they're just not killing off these Stoneborns with the jump. Yeah, there we go. The jump just being aimed away from the Stone Fiends to make sure they are gonna get resummoned, just to get that the extra targets for the Warlock, right? Of course, that is a bit more dangerous, and we've already seen one of the teams wipe to this boss because of that strategy. There was just so much more damage on the tank with all of these extra Stone Fiends up that Complexity just had a full team wipe here. So definitely adding a bit more risk to this boss to get a little bit more damage from the Warlock.
And I think that's one of the big reasons that Anuo saves his Silent Sigil for so long, so he doesn't burn it on the first pack of those on those Stone Fiends. Instead, he just kind of face tanks the first few Stone Fiends and allows his group to passively cleave them down. And instead, he burns that Silent Sigil whenever he has like the double pack of Stone Fiends. And so now here, Aster Y is going to be pulling one of the Stoneborn. So this is actually an important point that some of the other teams have been doing in this dungeon, where they are gatewaying past the double Loyal Stoneborn, and instead of committing any offensive CDs to Inquisitor's Cigar, the mini-boss that's after this pull, they're just snapping double Loyal Stoneborn to that. Instead, Aster Y is saying, hey, we actually want this first Loyal Stoneborn for the High Adjudicator Elise pull with the trash on top of it. It gives us a little bit more boss damage. That Breath does some AoE, but instead they're going to have to commit one offensive CD, whether that be like Infernal, it could even be potentially like an Icy Veins or a Shadow Blades, to Inquisitor's Cigar to be able to make sure that that gets killed off before the heal comes through. And whenever you look at Echo on the left side of your screen, you saw that they did utilize that gateway, and they're not, they actually do get one of the Stoneborns. So they unfortunately were not. They thought that they were going to be able to miss both of those Stoneborns and get them into Inquisitor's Cigar, but with that being pulled, they're going to have to adapt on the fly and be able to commit one offensive CD as well.
And that is pretty bad for Echo, because that might have been just this last thing, the last thing they could have done to maybe catch up to Aster Y, killing Cigar a bit earlier, or maybe even Aster Y just not making the damage for the Dark Communion and then having some trouble there. But now with that second Storm, or with that first Stormborn being pulled into this, they're not going to be able to do that. Aster Y already done with all of the trash. They did sheep one of the collectors before they got into this pool, and this is actually a really smart strategy that Aster Y is doing. Once all of the other trash was down, they got the collector out of the sheep, and now they're just letting it cast Collect Sins. Unfortunately, Braun was interrupting one of the Collect Sins earlier, so he didn't get those the small mobs to creep off of.
We've heard from so many MDI teams that Braun is just grief every single time. You never hear about Braun doing great things for these teams. It's always, oh yeah, Braun spawned at the wrong moment and interrupted the cast that we needed to go off, or Braun knocked the mobs away from where it wanted them to be. And so now Aster Y here dropping combat. They are going to be collecting this Stoneborn here in just a moment. I wonder what they're waiting on. Okay, so now they have the Stoneborn, and they're going to be snapping it to Inquisitor Cigar. They may have been waiting for a CD to come up before they were able to engage this. And that actually cost them a couple of seconds, but it's not going to be enough for Echo to be able to claw it back. If Echo's going to claw this back, it's going to be off of just raw DPS and being able to just prove why they are the world first field currently and why they have some of the best players in the game.
Yeah, so Echo, interestingly enough, didn't even decide to mind control the Stoneborn. They were just constantly keeping it up there. It almost died to Cleave, and now they have those two Stoneborns. So they have them here for a Cigar, but it's probably going to be too little too late, as Aster Y is completely destroying the mini-boss, and they're already moving on to the boss. They did commit the Ashen, though, for the mini-boss, because they don't have those two Stoneborns. So that might be like the last thing that Echo can do to catch up, having that Ashen on the last boss. But
Echo Stoneborns aren't here.
Yeah, okay, that's a big problem. They're gonna have to kill the neutrals here. Yep, that's really bad.
That's I think that's the end of Echo's run. Actually, yeah, these mobs are gonna heal. That's so bad. That is something like in the range of a minute time loss, because if you don't know, these Stoneborns are very finicky to snap. I actually don't know the whole science behind this. This is something that you're gonna have to ask these MDI teams once they are back to streaming. These Stoneborns do not reliably snap, and I don't know what happened here, but yeah, they mind controlled their double Stoneborn, and they just aren't with them currently.
Yeah, definitely just lots of things going wrong here for Echo, as Aster Y now did pop that Bloodlust using all of their offensive cooldowns to nuke the boss here. Keep in mind, that boss still is very dangerous because of those triple Tormentor debuffs that they're dealing with, right? The physical damage increase, 50% healing reduction, and 50% slow. And the difficulty here is not just the Tormentor debuffs, but also Grievous on top of that. So whenever someone drops low, you have those Grievous stacks that you have to heal away, plus the 50% healing reduction aura. That is really scary for a whole Paladin to heal, especially because they don't have the Ashen to rely on.
Yeah, so they are in their Bloodlust here. This team specifically has been lusting. So there's been a bit of controversy as to when you should press your Bloodlust here. A lot of the times you would be pressing it for like boss damage allocation, but what you just saw right here is ZyBB. He drops his Infernal as Bloodlust is expiring, but just because that's when it came up. However, if you're looking to optimize it for damage, you would have delayed your Lust a little bit, but they're pressing their Lust for their healer and for their tank's damage. As you see, Anuo is dropping super low here. They're able to miss some of those bleeds that go on the tank by chaining the telekinesis statues into one another, and that is going to allow Aster Y here to have a sub-12-minute run in Halls of Atonement, taking a map off of Echo.
That's right, and just a little bit longer than their best time, but still extremely, extremely strong performance by Aster Y. This is their third Halls of Atonement, and they take that victory. And while we talked about how a little bit of error on the side of Aster Y Inspires sunk their ship, we can just look straight up here with Echo having a number of small mistakes and also just unfortunate occurrences when trying to use their snap technology. Just did not work out in their favor, Zyro.
Was their ship sunk? I counted more than 4 players on their team.
Ooh.
Bruh.
That's
It
what
has been
Tettle should have dressed up
3
for.
years. It has been
Tettle should have
years.
dressed up as the sinking ship, or what was that? What was that ship that blocked the Suez? It just the Evergrande,
the
you know.
Evergreen.
There you go.
Evergreen.
Yeah,
But
Evergreen.
yeah,
It has
so
been 3 years.
It'll never stop
he
being
keeps
funny.
coming back to me about my lower bracket run. You don't hear me complaining about it. No, this run from
That's like a
Master Y,
compliment.
I think the important thing to point out here is this was a sub 12-minute run for them, playing safe. They committed the Ashen to Inquisitor's Cigar just for safety. If they had saved the Ashen for the Bloodlust, this would have been faster than the previous run, hands down. This team is insanely good, and if they can afford or somehow find a way to not make any mistakes in this game 3, they could take this series off of Echo.
They could. They really could. And let's talk about as well some of those mistakes that we saw Zyro on the side of Echo.
Yeah. I mean, they were very small, but that's all you need when you're playing against a team as good as Aster Y. One of the big things we've been talking about this entire weekend is the 2-shard pull versus the 3-shard pull. We saw the worst case scenario for the 2-shard pull with Complexity yesterday. Ended up taking them about until a minute 30 into the dungeon to get it over with. Aster Y finished this 2-shard pull at about the 1-minute flat mark. That's about the fastest we've seen any team deal with this pull, and they dealt with it perfectly. I mean, they were so good here. However, Echo did make the 3-shard pull work, and when they got to this boss, both teams were essentially neck and neck on the boss. The boss hit the 40% market at roughly the same time, but the shard management from Echo wasn't the greatest here. In Clicks, you can barely see his health bar behind all these Spiteful Shade nameplates. He had nowhere to go. If he moved forward, he would have run into melee range of Spiteful Shades. If he's back where he is, he's sitting in glass shards, and unfortunately, he does proc the Bonesmith cheat death there, and ends up going down because of it. He just had nowhere to go. They do have a battle res available, but spending that time to get him back up put them just far behind, and after this point, Aster just ran away with it, playing perfectly for the rest of the dungeon, even using tech like we've talked about, we've theorized teams doing, but really haven't seen that many of them doing it, keeping that Depraved Collector alive on High Adjudicator release after you've dealt with the rest of the trash, letting it channel collect sins on purpose to spawn these animated sins, giving your rogue a little bit of more funnel damage on the boss. They just took the advantage they had from playing cleanly and just ran with it in this dungeon. And again, this Aster Y team is a formidable team. They can compete with the best of them, and we saw that right here in this Halls of Atonement.
It really is, and you just can't really understate how insane it is to have a team coming from the Chinese region where historically they haven't made deep runs through our global finals. Now, this team in Aster Y, which is previously known as Skyline when we saw them in the Great Push last time around, which came so close to beating Echo. 4 of the 5 players were on that team in the Great Push, and now they are 1 game away from knocking Echo into the lower bracket at this point. It is just obscene. But first, Settles, they got to go through Theater of Pain, and that has been an incredibly strong dungeon for Echo. They had the best time at 16:59.
Yes, so Echo is definitely favored in this dungeon. 16:59, 0 death whenever they ran this dungeon versus Complexity. Aster Y, we've seen them also run this dungeon. They had a 17:32 with 3 deaths. I think that if both of these teams have a perfectly executed run, then their times are going to be neck and neck with one another. But it's ultimately going to come down to consistency. Aster had those 3 deaths whenever they ran it a little bit earlier. Are they going to be able to improve on that? Are they going to be able to have a deathless run? Is Echo going to be able to reproduce their magic that they had in their 16:59 0 death run? There's also bolstering and quaking both in this dungeon.
Yeah.
These affixes are brutal, and these are an affix set that can cause you a lot of time if it's not played perfectly, and this is a very worthy dungeon for an upper finals match, and I think that it's going to be one that's going to be neck and neck, and it's going to come down to consistency.
I really hope so as well. And like you mentioned, it's just one of these dungeons where there's a lot of areas that things can go wrong. And it's such a good dungeon as well because let's remember, Echo and Aster Y were on different sides of the bracket, but both teams did end up playing Theater of Pain early on in the tournament. So this is already a dungeon that they're going to be prepared for, that they've played before. So far, we've seen a better time out of Echo, but I mean, when we look at it, Aster Y has got to be prepared for this one, Nagura, and that they have some strategies and improvements to be able to up their time.
Yeah, I think so for sure. And the 3 deaths that they had in their run, if they played perfectly, then I would say they come pretty close to the best time of the tournament, which is Echo's time currently, with that just barely 1 second below 17 minutes clear. And both of them are running the same comp, at least they have been running the same comp, unless one of the teams decided to come up with something else now.
Sure, and you never know what's going to be possible for these teams. That's probably the best part of it, is that we're going into this winners matchup where every single time you're having some of these teams taking those victories, they're done for the day, they're able to move on, except for, obviously, Championship Sunday. But that gives them a lot more opportunity to be able to find different ways to prepare for the dungeon, start looking at other teams' strategies, and now it's going to be that decider. The winner is going to move on to the grand finals. Theater of Pain is going to be that deciding match. Let's see what we got here as the game gets going.
All right. So it looks like both of the teams immediately going into that first boss, popping all of the cooldowns, also pulling a Raging Bloodhorn on top as well. Looks like Asteroid pulled it in a little bit late. That could have been on purpose, possibly, to just get more cleave, more AoE on the bosses, because once the bosses are dead, you will start that RP that gets you down into the other area. But while that RP is happening, you can actually kill the Bloodhorn off as long as it's not too high HP.
Yeah, so they had that Bloodhorn distracted off to the side, and like you were saying, they did end up pulling it in a little bit late. It's not like that it's going to cost them any time, but I feel like Echo is just going to have a little bit more boss. They should potentially have a little bit more boss damage by pulling it in early, but as I say that, Aster Y taking an early lead, somewhere in the range of like 5 to 6 seconds, being able to get that boss killed off, while now Aster Y just sitting here, kind of throwing some empty globals into this, just some filler abilities to be able to kill off that Bloodhorn. And hey, Aster Y starting off this Theater of Pain 7 seconds ahead.
Yeah, very interesting. I think that strategy, just not having the Bloodhorn in at the start, really making up some time here for Aster Y. Very interesting. Just small things, saving them a second here and there. This is really what we want to see from these MDI teams. Now it looks like Aster Y is pulling the Ruth into some of these Shackled Souls. Echo doing the exact same thing on their side as well, while they also use that banner by the Knack for Lord Windwalkers to be able to get that extra versatility buff.
Yeah, so Aster Y, the Holy Paladin from Aster Y got the first bleed onto him, and he bops that bleed off. Instead of being a nice guy and taunting the Sever off of a Nuo, he instead says, "Oh, you're a prot warrior, you can tank that," and lets him eat that frontal. It's very common if you're running with the Holy Paladin where they'll bop one of those bleeds, and then the person with the bop will just taunt the Sever that comes right after it. But I guess Aster Y, with that prot warrior, deciding that, hey, I don't need that.
Yeah, so it looks like Aster Y is on that next pull now with the Guardian, the Tormentor, and 3 Shackled Souls. Echo looking to do the same pull here. This can be incredibly dangerous because you have all of that AoE happening here. There's a pulsing AoE on everybody, then you have the Guardian Soulstorm, and you have the Shackled Souls. Lots of AoE CC needed here for these Shackled Souls, and you can see Echo just dropping so low because of all of that damage. But it looks like they are out of the woods now as the Guardian and the Shackled Souls are down.
So Aster had a lot of bolstering onto their Guardian, but they were able to get it killed off before the second Soulstorm goes off. Echo, it looks like they've just blew up the trash in unison and didn't have a lot of damage on Incinerator Arcoleth, and that's going to cost them just a little bit more time. Echo did move Incinerator Arcoleth a lot closer to the portal, which I really do like, because that may be able to save them just a little bit of time as well. And so now Aster Y here, both of the teams here going to this Bone Mage platform, which we've talked about a decent bit across the whole entire weekend. Without multiple purges, you have to be able to DPS through these Bone Mage's shields. And so that's why some teams, I think notably Complexity, was running a mage in this dungeon, because being able to remove multiple of these Bone Mage shields is very important. Aster Y does have one removal. Both of these teams have one removal with that Hunter, but it's not going to be able to mass purge off all of these Bone Mage shields that you just saw, so they have to DPS through them. It's really good for this Portal Guardian pack, though, where the Portal Guardian has a lot more HP, so you're kind of fine with these Bone Mages being shielded.
Yeah, it looked like they were going with a little bit of a different strategy. It looks like Aster Y actually decided to finish off the one Magus that was purged and bolster the other one, and then kill off the other one when the shield ran out. While Echo decided to burst through the shield and then kill them evenly.
Ooh.
Echo actually dealing with this trash pretty quickly and deciding to skip this right side Shackled Soul pack, while Aster Y is deciding to kill this one. This means that Echo has to make up some percentage later on somewhere.
So this is typically the biggest difference between that Shackled Soul pack and not playing it is typically going to be that patrol that's in the Gore Chop wing. So there have been teams that have been skipping that Sludge Spewer, like Butcher patrol.
Butcher.
Yeah, and Aster Y has decided that pack they don't want anything to do with that. They would rather just play that one Shackled Soul pack off to the side. But Echo, if they're able to pull off that Gore Chop pull with that patrol and do it super clean, then that can save them a lot of time. And Echo here, they have absolutely perfect bolstering management on those mages in that Bone Reaver. That was absolutely phenomenal to see.
Yes, and if Aster Y is not pulling the patrol pack and Echo is later in the Gore Chop wing, then that would just be in favor of Echo, right? Because that means they're going to do one less trash pull.
Yes.
And that means a lot. That's actually a lot of time saved. So we'll see if that is what Echo is going to do later on. But first, they have to deal with this last platform here before they can go to the boss. And they have to do some decent bolstering management here again. And this platform actually is pretty difficult for a comp that they're running because they don't have a curse dispel. So all of those curses dropping those pools on the ground while also having to dodge everything else that is going on this platform can be pretty dangerous, but no problem for these MDI teams.
Yeah, and so Quaking is not normally talked about a lot during the MDI, but whenever it's in Theater of Pain, it can become problematic, especially on the bosses. Notably with like Kultharak, you have to stand in the hands to be able to drop your soul, and sometimes hands can spawn like outside of the playable area, and so you only have like one set of these hands, and if Quaking is going off at the exact same time, that can become problematic. So we're going to have to watch and see if maybe there is some overlap in Quaking, but it looks like right now both of these teams are on pretty good timers for their Quaking hands overlap that they currently have.
Yeah, and one more thing to note is that Aster Y actually, I felt like they caught up with the trash pretty quickly, even though they did that additional pull.
Yeah.
It looked like Aster Y was dealing with most trash faster than Echo did. So if Echo is not somehow getting that miraculous Gore Chop pull, then I do think Aster Y would be ahead right now because of that extra trash percent that they have. And look at the damage too. They're really catching up on the boss here. Echo holding on to the Ashen because of probably that pull that we were just talking about this whole time, right? If they pull the patrol into the pack, they need the Ashen. While Aster Y, they don't need it for that pull if they don't do the patrol, so they can commit it here for Kultharak.
Yeah, and so one of the biggest things with this pull that we're going to see into the Gore Chop wing that's probably going to make or break the dungeon for Echo is that Butcher has an ability called Devour Flesh, and with it being bolstering in this pack, there's also like a diseased horror that casts a meat shield. There's a lot of coordination that's going to have to occur, whether it be kicks on the sludge spewers and just like dealing with both of those, the shields and the healing. But Echo, if you're betting against them, then you are but a fool. As Aster Y is pulling a few more Shackled Souls into this Kultharak, it's going to slow them down just a little bit to be able to get through the remainder of this key. But Echo, look on the left side of your screen. They're stealthing by. You see Genji entering camo right here. He's going to be making sure that this Pat on the bridge is in a good spot, and that Pat looks so far from the group right now.
Yeah. That's actually really unlucky. It's so far away. They maybe even decide to not pull it in just because of bolstering. Never mind, it's on their way now. Look at that pack coming in so late. The Ashen is already popped by Sally, and this is going to be a make or break it kind of pull. This is so difficult to pull off if you have bolstering as well and all of those interrupts that need to be done.
Ooh.
Let's see if they can do it. Aster Y doing not the same pull. They're not having that Brit patrol, so it's going to be a little bit easier for Aster Y to do this.
That was a nasty shockwave from the side of Echo. Now on that Protection Warrior, hit a shockwave on a meat shield and 2 Devour Flesh casts. That was absolutely insane that he was able to get so much utility out of that one shockwave. And now, look at both of these teams. They're at identical spots in the dungeon. 1% enemy forces count is a discrepancy between these two teams, but that's basically the exact same count and the exact same mobs that have to be pulled. And from here on out, it's going to be about execution.
This is so incredibly close. Looking at those two different strategies and somehow still being at the same point. Both of them now engaging the gas bag with that Butcher and that Horror. This is a really dangerous pull as well. Lots of AoE damage onto the group, and none of the Ashe and Hallows are available. They're Hunter dropping incredibly low for Aster Y. Did manage to recover. And look at that quaking as well in that small corridor, while you also have to dodge the frontal from the gas bag. Let's see if they have a lot of priority target damage here and deal with bolstering correctly.
Oh, the Diseased Horror is very high HP for Echo here, but they are going to be able to get it killed off. They use a cheap shot before it casts its meat shield, and now they just have one Sludge Spewer left. They burn a Touch of Death into that, and they are somewhere in the range of probably like 10 to 15 seconds ahead because Aster Y has a very high HP Sludge Spewer of their own that they have to deal with.
Yeah, Echo already on the boss. They do have two CCs on the Butcher and the Horror in front of Gorechop. They're going to be pulling those two mobs into the boss in just a second. They just don't want to deal with them right now because of bolstering, so they can't finish them off straight away. And look at Echo. They're going to be getting those mobs in. There we go. Both Butcher and Horror now engaged. They have to be able to interrupt those casts and make sure no one goes down to that chop cast from the Butcher, because that actually does a lot of damage to whoever gets hit by it.
All the while having 4 melee for Quaking.
Yeah.
So there is a lot that is going on. We saw, look at Echo right here. They're just like stacking up for Quaking as their whole entire group drops so low. Now is kind of in danger here. He does pop his shield wall, so he should be fine from this Diseased Horror and this Butcher, because the Diseased Horror, the Butcher, and Gorechop all do pretty high amounts of damage just with like the Hateful Strikes and the abilities that are cast on the tank. And so cleaving now with any Quaking or just him taking any additional damage puts him in a spot where he is very scared.
Yeah, on Aster Y's side, their Paladin did get hit by the chains and had to use that bop on himself to be able to survive that. So one of those defensives down. They have to be careful now to not get hit by anything else. And look at the boss's HP. Echo definitely a little bit in the lead here because they were just dealing with the trash pull before this boss a little bit faster, but It's still so close between those two teams. Both of them do have that Bloodlust available, but at this point they would be saving it for very likely the last boss, as Echo did now finish off the boss, but the Horror and the Butcher is still having a decent amount of HP, so they had to finish them off.
So this dungeon, the story of this dungeon is all about invisible time saves. It's about like how much time are you able to save on these absolutely crucial packs, with it also being bolstering. Echo now has killed off Gorechop. They have made their way up to the top. I think they're somewhere in the range of like 10 to 12 seconds ahead. You can see on the bottom that there is the boss split differential. Echo had to take a little bit longer time to be able to kill off that Horror and that Butcher than Aster Y did. Aster Y's Horror and Butcher was just a little bit lower. And now Echo is probably in the last difficult part of the dungeon. They have to deal with these Arbalists and these Conscripts. But this isn't going to be the dangerous pull. The dangerous pull is definitely going to be that bridge patrol with that mini-boss. That is going to be the last scary part of this instance.
Yeah, and both of the healers committing the Ashen here. The thing though is, Echo reached this pool a bit earlier, so the Ashen wasn't ready, and now Sally had to commit the Ashen when the mobs are quite a bit lower. So maybe they're wasting some of the uptime here, while Aster is probably going to get that full uptime. We'll see in just a second as they're still trying to finish off the mini-boss, having so much HP on a 45 key. Clicks now activating that banner to get the versatility buff as they're moving on. And yeah, this is going to be the difficult part now, as Teddles mentioned, with that Captain. You can see the trap already on that Captain. Gingy had already thrown it out, so they're going to be pulling those Arbalists in just a second whenever that mini-boss is a bit lower.
So we've been talking about bolstering a lot, and the reason that they're leaving that Captain CC'd and the reason that they're dealing with this champion a little bit early is because there is a 30-yard range on bolstering, and whenever you are able to just deal with that, you're pulling those mobs that are on that on the side all the way back. That allows you to have that 30-yard range on that Captain while leaving it CC'd, and the Captain has an ability that reduces AoE damage dealt to the remainder of the trash that surrounds it. And so you would rather do this pull like this, where you're just full AoEing. You've already got the champion low enough to where you're just able to fully AoE. And Echo deals with this pull that we've seen cause so many problems across the whole entire weekend perfectly. Now they just have to get this champion or this Captain through these double champions, and Aster Y is dropping very low.
Oh god, there's a double bleed on the Hunter, the squishiest member out of all of them without turtle available. Getting the double bleed, no Bob from the Paladin. Did somehow survive it, and they didn't finish off Haruja. The last bleed would have went on the Hunter too, so thankfully they managed to finish it off before that bleed came out. That was incredibly close. But now they are moving on to the boss as well. Echo already in staff though. Somehow they caught up quite a bit of time just with doing the trash pulls a bit more efficiently with bolstering. So really well done by Echo as they're dealing with Stav now. One more thing, there's a little bit of an RNG factor here, is who are going to be the 2 damage dealers sent into the arena. Because depending on who gets sent down, we might actually make up some time on that boss.
You really do not want the rogue to be sent down. Ideally, it's the Windwalker and the Hunter that gets sent down. Oh,
Esther.
And look at this. For Echo, Frag does not get picked for that duel, which is very good for them.
Esther, why?
What
They
happened?
didn't manage to do the skip. So the Hunter was pulling the mob to the left side, but the Warrior didn't manage to get past, so they had to wait for the leap to be ready. And it took them quite a long time. They were just waiting for the leap cooldown to come back up, and that was very unfortunate. They're already behind, and now they lost another 20 seconds, I would say, just for waiting for that cooldown.
Yeah, now they're just kind of hoping that Echo makes one mistake. And honestly, that's about the difference that's separating these two teams right now, is just that one mistake. Aster Y has caught up a lot on boss damage. I will admit, that is a large amount of boss damage that they put into Zav once they did get it engaged. However, Echo already has dealt with Zav. Now they are sending Zalia on that Holy Paladin to be able to activate the Mordretha RP. It's been a little bit different as to what we've seen between a lot of the teams across the whole entire weekend, whether or not they're sending their Windwalker Monk or their Holy Paladin. Ultimately, it's about the same time. You're just going to be AoE, or you're just going to be like AFK cleaving this captain down while your player runs and starts activating that Mordretha RP. And now, Echo, here they come. On to Mordretha. They're going to be taking that portal up. They are at 95% enemy forces count, but there are 3 mobs, if you remember, that are left at the very beginning of the dungeon that Echo is going to engage and pull into the final boss.
Yeah, there we go. Mordretha gonna be attackable in just a moment because Sally has already started that RP. So they're gonna be dealing with the boss and then pull those 3 mobs at the very end. And they're gonna have so much damage here. They have the Bloodlust, they have the Ashen. This boss is gonna be melting. They also have the Spell Reflect from now as well on that Reaping Scythe. You can see it just went out and the boss was just dropping lower and lower. They're gonna be waiting with the Bloodlust a little bit, I think, because they wanna be pulling the Ads into the Ashen and the AoE damage whenever the boss is a bit lower.
And this has been just an absolutely phenomenal run from Echo. Whenever we saw them do this dungeon earlier this weekend, they had a 16:59 zero death run versus Complexity, and it looks like they're in position to be able to repeat that.
Yeah, and that is just crazy. Sub 17-minute Theater of Pain with bolstering as well. Esther Y now also managed to reach Mordretha, but just a little too late. They had 0 deaths as well on their side, but they're just losing a little bit of time here and there, and that's just not good enough against a team like Echo when they play perfectly, right? Echo having that perfect clear, having that perfect drought below 17 minutes, and you see Mordretha now going down. They have to finish up the last boss mob here, and there it is. It's gonna be Echo beating Esther Y 2-0 with a 1 second quicker clear than their last one.
Oh my goodness, just by 1 second. We talk about the consistency of these teams. Echo 2-1 victory here to be moving on into our grand finals there. Such consistency just cannot be understated, as Echo just doing such a phenomenal job. They had the best Theater of Pain run going into this matchup, as both of them had played it previously in other matchups, and they stayed with that game plan, take that victory, and they're moving on, fighting for that first place spot as a reward, Zyro.
Man, I mean, did anyone ever really think this wasn't going to happen? Let's be honest here, right? Like, when it comes to global finals time, Echo has always been a team that shows up, even if their main season looked a little shaky compared to what we're used to seeing from them. These guys always show up when it matters, and I mean, putting together 2 out of 3 of these dungeons, essentially perfect dungeons. That's all you got to do to win, and these guys did it here perfectly. I mean, the consistency from these guys is insane. Shout out to Aster as well. These guys, they weren't feeling good about this dungeon coming into it. I mean, Nazda, one of the guys that we talk to consistently in the Chinese scene, he's kind of our liaison between us and them. He gives us all the info on the teams over there. Is pretty much hit us with a yeah. Aster was already feeling pretty bad about the Theater Pain coming into it. They thought Echo had the upper hand, and for a team that felt that way, they still played pretty good. It looked good for them, but like Nagura said at the end of the cast, just too many small mistakes piling up over the course of the dungeon.
So I think that the biggest thing is like Aster had almost zero room for error with having to do that additional pull in that Koltharok area whenever they were pulling the Shackled Souls with that caster mob. Whereas like with Echo, they did have room to have just like these small like bolstering things that they had, just because they were cutting off was effectively one additional pull off of where Aster was.
Yeah, and Zyro, let's just start talking about some of those pulls in particular, because this has just been, Echo's dungeon going into this matchup, and they played it exactly the same as they had before, just so consistent.
I mean, there were two extreme examples of things that went wrong for Aster in the worst way possible. And in a dungeon where bolstering is the main affix that you're looking at, the one thing you really don't want to do is bolster up those big mobs, and it looks like this gas bag is going to get about 4 or 5 stacks of bolstering when it's at 20% HP still. And look at the health bars. Every single tick of that passive war from him is doing about 15% of their HP. Zai almost goes down there. He was at 1%. That could have been a lot worse than it was, but this bolster right here, and then leaving the Sludge Spear up at 30% or so with 5 or 6 bolstering stacks, that cost him about 10 or 15 seconds. And then, of course, the big problem, everyone was wondering what was going on when they got to Zav. It looks like Onwo just didn't save a heroic leap charge. That's all it was. He was sitting on the bridge waiting for a leap charge to come back up while his entire team was ready to pull the boss, and that ended up costing him about 20 seconds or so, waiting for his heroic leap to come back up. And really unfortunate. You can see that little orange marker behind the wall over there. They're like, "Yo, bro, we're ready to pull the boss. What's going on? Come on."
Well, since he's not an elf, he can't get by it.
He can't get by it. Yeah, so you just have to wait for heroic leap. There's nothing else you can do here. So, really unfortunate that they didn't have that up, and I mean, I feel like even if they had it on cooldown, they would have been behind anyways. Would have been closer, but Echo just played this one too well.
That's the problem, is that it's like, you'll see some areas where these runs get sidetracked. Same thing with, the Halls of Atonement on the side of Echo. Their snap didn't work out for the Gargoyles, but they were still already behind of their opponent and everything like that. So it's just, these things keep on stacking up so easily for these teams when everyone's playing about as perfectly as you possibly can, which, hey, Echo is now in the grand finals, which means Incarnation, Ambition, and Aster Y are all one loss away from getting eliminated at this point. And we have both NA teams, both Golden Guardians teams, Nagura, at the bottom of the bracket, waiting to have their fate decided.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one coming up. Incarnation, Ambition. Of course, they know each other very well, being both in the Golden Guardians organization. And I think this is going to be a close one, too. Incarnation really showing that they have all of these very unique strats for a lot of the dungeons and unique comps as well. But Ambition, I do think Ambition is going to be the favorite, just because when I saw them play against Echo in that quarterfinal, some of those times were just insane. And Incarnation, they have been making some mistakes in the previous runs. So unless they're shaping up and being a bit more consistent here, I do think Ambition might be the favorite one here.
Really? Who do you think would be the favorite, Zyro?
Well, one of these two teams has beaten Echo in two series. That team is not
a very
Ambition.
Good point. Yeah.
Well, Ambition beat Echo
good.
too.
Tell us what you think. Who's your favorite here?
I think that looking at these maps, I think it's probably Ambition favored. I think I think the reason I think it's Ambition favored is I'm pretty sure this Mists is just slightly. I think it's probably going to be slightly better for Ambition. I think that if Incarnation ends up winning the Mists, then they're probably going to be able to take down the series. I know that I've heard rumors from the Incarn guys that they're not super thrilled with their maps in this series in particular, and so I think
that's what everyone says.
I don't know.
I guess we'll see how it goes. We'll figure it out. You gotta dampen expectations.
I think that in particular, though, the Mists for Ambition has always been one of their strong suits, and so I think that if they're able to win this Mist of Chain of Sight, then they can potentially be able to take down the series. I think that's going to be the most important match, though, is just that Mist of Chain of Sight for Ambition.
All right, well, we'll take a quick break before we get into our next matchup. It's going to be Golden Guardians versus Golden Guardians, Incarnation versus Ambition. We'll be right back with more MDI as we get into our lower semis. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International, as we're getting ourselves ready for our lower semis between Incarnation and Ambition. Both teams from the Golden Guardians, both teams very hungry for victory. We have Incarnation, of course, which beat Echo in group stages to be able to qualify for our globals, while Ambition got knocked out of their group stages and had to fight their way through the last stand tournament for that one slot to make it into globals. Ambition, of course, 8th seed technically going into this one, Dratnos, as they have absolutely incredibly high expectations for themselves, and so far they've been living up to it.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this tournament as the 8th seed, paired up against Perplexed, and then 2-0ing them to advance through the tournament. Just an incredible start to the weekend for them, really showing how strong they are as a team. And looking at some of their maps, some of the times they've put up in some of these dungeons, the consistency with which their runs are looking solid. You know, they lost that series to Echo, but otherwise, this looks like one of the strongest teams in here, and definitely a solid competition for Incarnation, who are that team that did defeat Echo twice to win their group and upset the current grand finals awaiting team.
That's right. And we talk a lot of times about the Ambition Revenge Tour that they've taken a number of times. They had their revenge on Obey Alliance, which of course knocked them out of group stages and forced them to play in the Last Stand tournament. But now, I mean, let's not forget, Incarnation got knocked down to the lower bracket, as you see right here, against Aster Y. So they really want to be able to take this victory as well, get revenge on Aster Y, and try to overcome Echo, just like they did in group stages there, Zyro.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting. The team members from all three of our lower bracket teams right now are people who all played together on the very initial early beta builds of Shadowlands back in the day. I mean, I remember JPC, Growl, Onwo, all these people just playing together, learning the dungeons, and these guys would kind of just go in and just do one dungeon on 2022 around that key level nonstop for hours, just figuring out every little intricacy of the dungeon, and it's paying off for them. Here they are in the last top four teams of the MDI. Unfortunately, only one of them's going to get through the lower bracket and fight against Echo in that grand final.
I remember when JPC had his battle tag as like anonymous or something like that. Every time I logged on to beta, JPC was online. JPC was doing keys, he was learning the dungeons inside and out and improving on rogue play. It was just ridiculous, the time commitment that he and a lot of these players have been putting in to make sure that they're going to be able to benefit from it. And look at how far they've come, right? I mean, JPC now rating in limit, now one of the best teams in the world for the MDI, and they have a lot more that they feel as well that they can be proving to the world as well, Tuttles.
Yeah, I think that both of these Golden Guardians teams in Incarnation and Ambition have been putting in insane amount of hours and insane amount of practice, and it just shows like how just well practiced they are and how good their high key prowess has translated. Because a lot of the times people have been talking about how high keys don't always translate super well to be able to push in the MDI. At the same time, you have one dungeon, you have one run that you have to perform on stage, so it definitely does translate in that way, where you have to be able to deliver. And I think that both of these teams have been able to put in just an insane amount of effort and an insane amount of practice, and show why doing high keys can translate to being a top-tier MDI team.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different muscle that they have to be working on, but these teams have done an excellent job of being able to flex into that position. And let's start talking about these dungeons. We alluded to it a little bit about the importance of Mists before our break here, Dratnos, but Mists being our first dungeon, Fort, Bursting, and Storming going to be starting us off. What are we going to be watching for from both of these teams?
Yeah, on this 23 level as well, a really interesting thing is that some teams have made commitments to try and push, say, the second boss from 10% to 0 before it gets that guessing game cast off. Both Ambition and Incarnation have done a lot of experimentation with that in different times. Both teams, they've flirted with stuff like those Moonkins to try and make things happen here. We know Yoda on Team Incarnation, huge fan of now that Venthyr Moonkin after previously having everybody on that on that Kyrian Moonkin from the group. So very much a player and a team that are looking for cool ways in this dungeon to shave off a lot of time, especially on the boss fights.
So with how much they've been favoring Moonkin, I feel like they're just like so map dependent on being like the absolute best team in the world. Like they bust out just insane strategies for every single dungeon, but a lot of the times I feel like occasionally their composition will just kind of hold them back, and there could be potentially better options if they were able to practice it. But these guys are innovators. The Incarnation guys are the innovators that you don't normally see inside of dungeons, and they play what they feel like is the best for them, and they're able to put up absolutely top tier times with it. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to just execution between the two teams.
As always, it will. Now, both teams are ready to get themselves started. Incarnation and Ambition, both the top teams of NA, are going to be going for glory, a higher spot in our global finals, and a chance for a rematch with Aster Y. Let's get it going here as Mists gets underway.
All right, and we see just off the start here, Shroud committed by Ambition. Incarnation, though, not interested in skipping this first pull. They instead elect to do this first pull so that Yoda can press those Venthyr cooldowns and then still have them for the boss by doing one extra pull before getting that boss. Ambition, a much more standard plan here of pulling trash into Incinerator. Very scary pull, though, with these Bow Breakers and 3 of those Drust mobs.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is going to be the theme of this entire dungeon, is how efficient can the teams be at using that Ravenous Frenzy plus Incarnation cooldown from the Druids. The team that gets more value out of those cooldowns is going to have a better time of just progressing through the dungeon quickly, because there's no comparison here to be made between, you know, Venthyr Moonkin versus like Windwalker, right? Like, which has been the case for pretty much every other scenario where we see the Venthyr Moonkin being played. Both teams running it, so there's no like downside of not having the Venthyr cooldowns available. I do like what Incarnation is doing. Using the cooldowns right away theoretically nets you 1 extra usage over the course of the dungeon. The question is whether or not that 1 extra use is worth the 1 extra pull at the start of the dungeon. I don't think you're really able to skip much later on, because what you pull through the wall in the mist is kind of forced.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting thing to see as well, and whether or not they can find trash pulls, say, in the maze, where the Moonkin cooldowns actually can get full value. It's so hard to do that in a keystone, right? Where you'll actually have a trash pull that lives long enough to take the end of your Venthyr ramp, which, if you're missing out on those, it's really, really bad. Note the difference, though, between these two strats. The way that Incarnation does that first pull, they got that extra use of the Moonkin cooldowns. Onesie still has yet to press those buttons. So we might be looking at +1 Ravenous Frenzy on the side of Incarnation here. And if all they had to pay to get that was slightly rearranging the order that they're going to pull things and skip more stuff later to pull more at the start of the dungeon, I imagine that's a really favorable trade.
Yeah, I agree. I think Incarnation has this routing is definitely better than just the diamond hands holding onto your cooldowns for the first 2.5 minutes of the dungeon, right? I mean, it seems like it's got to be way more efficient. Obviously, using cooldowns right away is always going to be more efficient if you can make it line up later into the dungeon. And honestly, it looks like it's going to, right? They're just going to want to use those cooldowns maybe like 20 seconds into the boss fight, so it should end up lining up that way here. They might have to wait just a little bit in order to get it to line up fine, but I think the biggest make or break points of this dungeon in terms of progression for both of the teams relying on the Venthyr Moonkin are going to be basically the first 2 bosses, right? If you can get a good push on this first boss and not have to just kind of bleed out the last 20% of the boss like we've seen what happens with non-Venthyr Moonkin comps, it's going to be a big time save. And of course, if either of the team is able to skip that third guessing game phase on the second boss, that'll also just essentially seal the dungeon for them. So there are 2 big points where that Venthyr Moonkin has to play perfectly, and Ambition already starting off their first here.
Onesie going into that Ravenous Frenzy. Let's see just how low they can get Ingram Malik here before the Droman stops the channel. 14% when they lose the damage amp. Not bad, but not fantastic. Let's see if Incarnation on the left-hand side can maybe do better. If you can get every extra percentage point there, is going to save you multiple seconds. So let's see how low.
Oh, it's so
12.
Much better.
Yeah,
into the single digits.
Very nice push here by Incarnation. So Ambition are going to finish off this boss a little bit earlier, but Incarnation have gained 5 extra % in exchange for what looks like, 10 seconds Would you pay 10 seconds for 5%? That's really the exchange that's been made here. It's tough to say.
Did Onesie miss? Did
I
he miss the
didn't
trash?
see.
Okay, he got it. All right. It looked like he missed for a second there. Yoda didn't miss either. Both Moonkins making the flap Sunfire play. I think it also depends on what maze routing they get, right? Because there are different routes that net you more trash percentage. Looks like they got the middle route. I don't remember off the top of my head whether or not this is a good route as either. But if they go right, they'll get the dragon after this. If they go left, they'll get, I believe, the toad, which is one of the better routes for trash percentages. So let's see which way they end up going.
Yeah, of course, both teams do have the same mist as each other, but they don't know what it is ahead of time. So definitely the ability to adapt to whichever one it is and to really have a plan for whichever possible path you're going to have through the maze is vital for mists in MDI. One of the reasons that this dungeon is one that these teams actually end up usually spending a disproportionate amount of time practicing is just because of all the different ways the maze can work out and all the different little ways that you can pull a little bit extra trash in. As you can see, Ambition now and Incarnation basically mirroring each other, pulling Varuth into this second pull, and it's going to be Ashen Hallows as well from both teams. The route so far, actually it's not identical, right? The very start of the dungeon was very different between the two teams.
Yeah, and the fact that Incarnation is essentially mirrored with Ambition now, with having that extra trash percentage, can help in the long run. If it lets them skip a trash pull after the second boss, they should be firmly in the driver's seat, but there's still so much that can go differently in the middle of the dungeon here, even if though they are running different comps. Just the level of play and whether or not Moonkins ramp perfectly for pulls, and you allow your Moonkin to ramp perfectly for pulls, is going to be the name of the game here. They essentially are playing for their Moonkins here, which, I mean, I don't know about you, but if I ever had to do that, I'd be scared for my team's life.
It is the worst feeling ever. Yes, this patch, you know, with Moonkins doing so much damage, it is so difficult just mentally to cope with it. But we will try our best, as will the 4 players on each of these teams that aren't on those orange classes. They're both now going into these matriarchs. Ambition still appears to be holding on to about 10 seconds of lead in exchange for 5%. That is the question. Does 5% allow you to do something dramatically better or not? If not, Ambition are ahead. If yes, Incarnation probably in fact in the lead. Either way, that lead can evaporate in a heartbeat. Junkrat here losing his cheat death. That's going to be step 1 towards something horrible happening for Incarnation.
Well, Junkrat usually doesn't trade his cheat death unless it's to get something really important like a kick or a disorient to make sure nobody else dies, so I believe it was always used. I mean, Nagura there Junkrat on the rogue there is definitely a great player, so I wouldn't be too worried about that going off. He'll be totally fine. Looks like the thing about this Matriarch here is it's actually great timing for both of the Moonkins. You can see both of them committed the Ravenous Frenzy Incarnation combo here, getting full usage out of it. That's one of the biggest problems in this mist section for the Vinclair Moonkin, especially even though we're on a 23 Fortified, which is you know, the longest trash packs we have. It's still really hard to get the entire 30 seconds of your ramp in, but both teams making good usage of it. But it looks like Incarnation just slammed that pull so much better than Ambition. One of the problems with that Matriarch is the healing that pool on the ground can do if you're not perfect with your trash pulls. It can get out of hand quickly.
Yeah, Dorky did such a great job of grouping everything and keeping that efficient damage while not letting a single tick of that heal land. Looks fantastic there. You can see his little avatar and a nice little Halloween form over on the left-hand side. Love to see it. Big damage coming out for both teams here as they're still on roughly the same sort of game plan. Yeah, it looks like the same combination of enemies, but Incarnation somehow now ahead in both count and probably about, I don't know, half a trash pull's worth of health on these mobs all combined.
Yeah, but still you have to remember, Incarnation, they went for the extra trash pull, and the fact that they're ahead of where Ambition is right now with that extra trash percentage just shows how much better they're playing the dungeon here. All of this is incredibly important when you factor in the fact that both of these teams are going to be going for that guessing game skip when we get to the second boss in a couple of rooms here. It's all going to come down to that. Honestly, if either of these teams is able to pull off that skip, that will give them such a lead that it'll be hard for the other team to come back. And even with how far behind Ambition is here, almost an entire trash pull now, they still have that one window of opportunity to get back into the dungeon.
Yeah, that is going to be a vital make or break boss fight on this in this dungeon. You know, the rest of the dungeon, We do see teams mess it up, right? The last trash pull, the last boss. It does happen from time to time, but a huge variable is going to be the number of guessing games that the teams have to deal with. We are approaching that final boss now. It's in the very near future. We will be seeing exactly what the teams have in store for it there. It's one of those things where if you make the decision to commit to saving cooldowns and using them to try and skip guessing games, and then you fail to do so, that is a devastating loss of time and efficiency.
Here it is. We're on to Mistcaller here. Now, of course, they do have the Ravenous Frenzy Incarn available, but they're going to be saving it for that second guessing game phase whenever they get to the 40% intermission phase. And then at that point, it's essentially all on the team to make sure that they can push that boss down to the 12% mark so that their Boomkin can use the very last few seconds of the Ravenous Frenzy burst damage to skip past that window where it goes into the guessing game phase. Into the 70% phase now is Incarnation. And you gotta wonder when they're gonna pull that trash in. Is it gonna be right after this phase, going into the next commission? Ambition's pulling
There
it
it
right
is. Ambition have it coming straight into the boss fight. Incarnation, perhaps those 5% mean they don't have to do that with this trash pull that Ambition are currently fighting. Maybe that's the trade-off that's being made here, which means more efficient time on the boss, more uptime. Let's see what's going on there. Okay, guessing game comes out for Ambition as well, so both teams have had that first guessing game. Neither team has skipped it. The way you skip it is by doing a huge amount of damage to the boss while it's casting dodgeball as it crosses over those health thresholds. It's very tough to coordinate and very costly if you try to and fail. Oh, there goes Incarnation. Let's see if they get it this time. Nope. It's just so hard on a plus 23 key to do that much damage to the boss. You need to do like 5% or something. It's a huge amount of DPS required.
All right, well, the cooldowns are popped for once. Yoda hasn't popped his quite yet.
Yeah.
This seems like it's early. Is Ambition just going to go for this? No, I mean, they already pushed it, right? They're getting
Ambition's just doing more
damage.
Yeah.
They are doing more damn, but it looked like they committed their Ravenous Frenzy CA combo there to try to push that second guessing game phase, and they didn't get it, so it's not going to be on the table then.
Here comes Yoda, yeah.
Though. This is it. Can Incarnation get it? They got the freeze tag. Are they going to get the guessing game? They did get the guessing game. Can they kill it before the cast finishes?
Yes, they can.
They
Oh,
do
my
kill
goodness,
the
they
boss! That is a massive time save for Incarnation. They just saved easily 20 seconds, and the fact that they're already ahead of Ambition, they don't have to worry about killing that extra trash pack at all because they killed the first trash pack in the dungeon. Incarnation are so far ahead in the driver's seat right now. This boss kill is going to be easily a minute faster than Ambition's.
One more Ravenous Frenzy is left in this dungeon. Who wins or loses will depend on how well that goes. If Yoda can make that Ravenous Frenzy on the last boss work well, that's going to be all that Incarnation needs to take it. They are moving now towards this trash pull. Junkrat deploying a sap on one of those flying bee mobs to just keep it in place where they're grouping right everything up. And this is going to be a nice little recovery pull here. Need to make sure that they kick the staghorns, but otherwise it's just a little bit of dodging where the swirlies are that they need to worry about on this one.
Yeah, dodging where the swirlies are, making sure you don't let those Reaver debuffs stack up too much. Of course, that green debuff you see on the players, if anyone gets more than 2 or 3 stacks, you're going to see them commit immunities to getting rid of those, or Dwarf Racials just to get them off.
Or Yoda's Dispel as well as a Druid.
Oh,
One
yeah,
nice
true. They
little
have a
added
Druid
benefit.
Dispel.
Yeah.
That is one benefit of having the Druid that you don't really see too much in the MDI unless teams are running it, so that's pretty nice as well. Again, though, with this massive pull and not having your Boomkin cooldowns available, a lot of kiting is going to be needed from the tanks here. The Frost Mage helps with that a little bit, and they are pretty much the main source of damage. Junkrat really just going to be single targeting those staghorns down as much as possible.
1 minute until Yoda's Ravenous Frenzy is available. Onesies will be up in 30 seconds because he did use it earlier on Mistcaller. So maybe, depending on how this works out, Ambition could actually surge ahead and get to the boss first, hit that Ravenous Frenzy, and pull this thing out right at the end. We'll have to see how it works out. There's a lot of health on this pull, though, and with a Moonkin outside of their cooldowns, you are doing this pull with far less DPS. Look at the damage JPC is putting out on this pull, though. Compare that to Junkrat's overall here. JPC just pumping in this AoE on that Subtlety Rogue. Really, really impressive amounts of damage.
And you gotta wonder what that difference is there. Are they running different legendaries?
It looks like
the
he's
same
using
legendaries.
Shadow Blades on this pull, whereas Junkrat saved it for the boss here. So I think that's
what it
actually
is.
going to work out really well for Incarnation, because Shadow Blades for a boss, that should save more time in theory. We'll have to see how it works out, though, as Incarnation now getting on to the boss. 12 seconds left until Yoda can turn all red and glowy, as they're sort of grouping everything up, and there is the Time Warp, everything getting pulled together. Wow, this is a lot of trash.
little bit early on the Bloodlust there. He's not going to have it available for the last few seconds of the combo on the Vinthier Moonkin, but really just making sure you have it up for the first 25 or 30 seconds is really where it comes down to. Junkrat does lose his cheat death there, taking a little bit of damage from those green swirlies that are pumped out by the trash, but as long as he doesn't take that damage, again, they're going to be totally fine. You know what? Cheat death is just a personal cooldown, right? You're totally fine. Ambition almost, they're going to die! Ellesmere and JPC both go down to the bursting stacks at the end of the trash pack. You are already behind. You cannot afford to have those mistakes now, Ambition. That's 10 more seconds on the board, and they have to get the reses off, and they commit both of their battle reses to getting them back up. So if anything goes wrong on this crash pool for them, that's all she wrote. But it looks like it's already all she wrote, as the Vinthier ramp for Incarnation is Interdova is already below 40%, and they only need one final mob to finish off their crash count.
Yoda has ascended here, 40,000 DPS. A worrying amount of that is single target damage as well. We have just incredible DPS across the board. In 5th place, it's Junkrat at 15k on this pull, just to highlight how much damage everybody in this group, including the tank and the healer, are putting out, even with these tormented debuffs enhancing the difficulty of this fight. At 99% count, all Incarnation need is to kill the boss and go kill one larva. Meanwhile, Ambition, they are in their cooldowns too. 1Z is ramping and vamping over there on 1Z Vamp. A lot of damage coming out, but is it going to be enough? I just don't think they can catch up here with how far ahead Incarnation are.
They need every one of the players on Incarnations to use that one toy from Legion that just kills their character instantly. Otherwise,
yeah,
this is going to be the sacrificial knife. But that is not going to happen, as Incarnation does run over, take that larva out, finish off their trash count, and just take game 1 of this series in dominating fashion.
Oh my goodness, Bear Squad has a time equal to Echo right there for that Mists run. That is absolutely insane. Huge win there by Incarnation, just to prove out the gates that they are absolutely ready to roll, Tettles.
I want to see the end of dungeon damage breakdown, because it felt like every single time I was looking at the meters, it felt like Incarnation was just doing more damage as a whole on every single pull. And then obviously they did the front. I thought that their first pull of this dungeon with that Vinthier Moonkin was actually so good. We're going to look at that in a second, but just look at the difference in the DPS. Incarnation doing 80k effective DPS in this run. That is an insane amount of damage. Just 3k DPS over where Ambition was, and a lot of that is a lot of that's honestly just Dorky being able to. Yeah, it's like Dorky and then the healer.
I mean, let's not discount how important it is to be able to reduce the amount of damage your entire group is taking, because the way the Paladin damage difference can be, a lot of it is, well, how much does the healer actually have to go and heal everybody and spend that extra time healing everybody? So extremely impressive by the side of Incarnation, reducing that extra damage taken. You're not really seeing much of a difference as well between the Boomkin off healing or anything like that, right? It's very close together between those teams. So hey, just take less damage, your healer can pump more. Some of the interrupt differences kind of interesting as well. There's more on the side of Ambition. I guess, Stratnos, it's just because Incarnation's killing everything faster.
Yeah, Incarnation's well known to just let the kicks go through and say, Growl, just heal me. It's not a
But
big
he's doing
deal.
less healing.
Just heal. Yeah. Well,
when you have a rogue that makes perfect usage of their cheat death personal
That's
cooldown,
true.
I mean, you don't really need to heal them.
Cheat Death did mitigate a couple different dangerous effects in that dungeon. Yeah, very powerful effect.
I always make sure I have my rogue using their cheat death on cooldown. All right, Tettles, walk us through the rest of that dungeon, though. Some of the skips on the side of Incarnation were fantastic.
I think the big,
in particular.
I think, yes, so the Mistcaller skip was massive, and I think one of the biggest things, too, is this pre-Ravenous Frenzy. So they are both playing Vinthier Moonkin, and Incarnation is doing this first pull, and Yoda presses Ravenous before the dungeon starts, and so that allows him to extend 31 to 32 stacks of that Ravenous Frenzy buff, and look at just how much damage he is doing with that CD here. He is almost solo carrying this pack. Obviously, Shadow Blades and stuff like that has been used, but they're saving the Icy Veins for the pull after. They're saving that Ashen Hollow, where whenever you looked at Ambition, they ended up holding their Moonkin CDs for 2.5 minutes and ended up just completely losing a use over the course of the whole entire dungeon, which whenever you're running that Vinthier Moonkin, that is really bad. And I feel like that ended up costing them a little bit of time at the beginning. That's where I felt like Incarnation was kind of just leading the pack towards the beginning was just off of the first pull, how they were utilizing the Moonkin in just a little bit different of a way while they're running the same composition. But then, so I thought that Ambition, whenever they were pulling trash into Mistcaller, this was going to kind of make up for that. I thought that, oh man, this is going to be a really good pull for them down the stretch. They're able to get some of their trash count clawed back where Incarnation was pulling it at the very beginning. And so I was like, oh yeah, this is really great for Ambition. And then Incarnation here, they hit that Mistcaller phase skip, and that was an absolutely massive pivotal point of the dungeon where being able to skip the guessing game cast. So the guessing game, it probably ends up costing you somewhere in the range of like 15 to 20 seconds per one that you get. Yoda starts pressing his Ravenous Frenzy super early, and then they're dropping just a bunch of their cooldowns into the boss. That Ravenous Frenzy is definitely chief among them for things that are going to be able to push the boss. And the guessing game starts to cast right as Yoda is finishing his ramp. He dumps 3 Star Surges into the boss and solos it. And then from there on out, it was like, all right, Incarnation is probably like 30 seconds ahead.
That just watching that again, it's so crazy to look at how often we've had the guessing game go through it, like 2%, 3%, something along those lines. Oh, wait, do we have it again? Yes, please.
Second one.
Oh my goodness, I love this part. You just watch the health just absolutely tank on the side of Mistcaller, and we always talk about it every single time we're in Mist Eternus Scythe, how much time Mistcaller can just devour every single time that you go through this dungeon, Dranos. Watch this.
Yeah, I'm watching it. There it is again. The rat spam holding that astral power as well.
Don't worry about that part.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Well, the rat spam there is important, right? Even though he's like capish or close to capping on astral power, right? Is that you're gonna make sure you have all of it pooled for here, right? And then you get to spend those 3 Star Surges, bang, bang, and one more last one just eliminates that thing. Huge value and huge. I mean, the thing is, those 3 Star Surges hit so hard, but you have to promise you're going to cast them 30 seconds before you actually cast them, right? So the amount of timing and precision required to make sure that's going to land in that couple second window of the guessing game cast is incredibly impressive that Incarnation are able to make that happen. Let's see how it works out, though, as they move on to Tyrannical Sanguine Storming Plaguefall plus 21.
Oh, yes. This one's going to be very, very fun to be watching for as well. And we got to see if we can dig up. We have a lot of the stats for like Echo and Complexity and some of the teams for their Tyrannical and Fortified rankings and everything. But it's tougher when you have something like Incarnate and Ambition, Zyro, who haven't played nearly as many games.
Well, I mean, Incarnation's win rate is going to be like crazy high because the only games they dropped were like 1 dungeon to Echo. And that's it. So they're going to have like 90% win rates on both, I feel like. I was actually looking into what the major difference was in the damage breakdowns in that dungeon. And one of the things that people don't think about when you run a Boomkin player, and we should have covered this a little bit, is, yeah, they kind of do no damage when they're out of their cooldowns. But they can also help with utility stuff. They can heal the group, they can drop trees. And one of the things that Incarnation did, which helped them with that, is this allowed Grau to run Seraphim, which is much better for just pure damage in the dungeon. And he did 9.6k overall. Ellesmere only did 7.2k with Holy Avenger.
7, yeah. That's right. And you're looking at every little difference is going to matter by such a significant margin. And like you said, Boomkids provide a crazy amount of support and utility to the group. I mean, Tettles, you know firsthand. You know, I've seen Tettles solo heal high-level prides in Season 1, all right?
You hate to see that. I mean, their Heart of the Wild, and they got actually pretty good value out of it. Both of the druids ended up using it whenever Executioner got pulled, and so like they were like pre-hotting the whole entire group. The Holy Paladin didn't have any cooldowns that were really available for it. Moonkin, especially for live keys, not necessarily for MDI, provides a lot of valuable utility that Holy Paladin lacks whenever they are sitting like waiting for either their wings or their Ashen to come back up. And so like that Heart of the Wild healing can be valuable. A lot of the time the utility comes in the form of like just having Ursul's Vortex to keep mobs stacked up, Typhoon to keep mobs stacked up, just things like that, having Dispels often as well if you're able to use those. Those are all very important things. But I think for Plaguefall, one of the biggest things is going to be just like on your tank and being able to make sure that mobs are not going to be standing in Sanguine. That's going to be like the most crucial point for this dungeon, and it's something that we've pointed out a lot of the times, how much time you can lose to Sanguine and Plaguefall.
There is going to be a lot. Incarnation's up 1 right now as we're set to square off in Plaguefall. Let's get it going.
Once again, the Moonkin entering the arena here for Incarnation. They are playing this thing in a lot of dungeons, and they are wasting no time with their Venthyr cooldowns as well. Both the Ashen Hallow and the Ravenous Frenzy deployed by Incarnation on this first pull.
Yeah, and I remember I was talking to Dorky about this series earlier, and he said, you know, if we win the Miss, I think we're in a good spot, but our next 2 dungeons are very, very shaky.
Wow.
Moonkin
There's
can be
more.
a great pick, but
There's more. Cryptix is playing not Frost,
Wait.
not Fire.
he's Arcane?
The Magus
What?
Arcanus has been the next pick for Incarnation. Another meta-breaking decision by them. Wow. Let's see what this thing can do. Zyro, you're a little bit of a mage expert yourself. What would be the strengths of the Arcane spec?
So the only reason that I can think of playing Arcane in this dungeon whatsoever is to try to cheese Fungalmancer stacks that try to permanently spell steal those damage buff stacks that the Fungalmancer
I think
keeps
they
casting
might be
that
doing
Wonder
that.
Grow. And you can see
Look
they're
at that,
keeping
they're-
it alive. The
They're
thing
letting it run
is,
through Sanguine, yeah.
yeah, the Arcane Mage essentially has an infinite mana bar if you use it properly with your evocation, which gives you free mana every time you channel it. So as long as they're playing perfectly,
What is this damage?
Yeah.
What is this Cryptix damage right here?
that's Arcane
This is all
burst
single
right
target.
now.
He's doing 60,000 DPS on single target against Floggrog. Excuse me?
Well, okay, so the damage profile for Arcane, so you know how we talked about Fire Mage has high highs and low lows? So take that and then stretch it out to an extreme. Arcane has like giga high highs and giga low lows, especially if he's using, as I'm assuming he's going to be using, the Arcane Harmony Legendary. Yes, so he's pretty much going to be spamming missiles. Every single time a missile tick hits, you gain a stack of this buff that increases the damage of your next Arcane Barrage, and then you double down on that damage increase on your Barrage by playing Kyrian, which gives you an ability that increases the damage of your next few abilities by even more damage. So it all builds up to this one massive hit of Barrage, which, when you have that damage increase buffed up from the Fungalmancer, can burst for 50, 60k single target DPS. The question is how good this is going to be for the rest of the dungeon. Yeah, it killed the first boss really, really fast, but is this sustainable over the long course of the dungeon? I'm really excited to see how this works.
Well, they're bringing this Fungalmancer with them. We saw some teams, like Aster Y, they would use that Fungalmancer for the first boss, and then they would kill it at the end of that boss. Incarnation, though, they are going for gold. They are keeping that Fungalmancer this entire time, and Dorky's taking so much damage because that Wonder Crow stack on all those other mobs is so deadly, but Cryptix has gotten back to his arcane power. Is he going to fire it off here? Dorky ends up using the cheat death. He's nearly back to his meta, but he's taking so much damage here.
I mean, they just really don't have that much damage unless the cooldowns are up.
There it
they're
is.
Using the
Cooldown
arcane
time.
power and the touch of the Magi, so there's going to be a lot of burst damage coming out of Cryptix here. But also, Yoda used the CA Ravenous Frenzy here, and there's just no way he's going to get full value out of it. And while they're setting up this pull, the advantage that they gain for themselves killing the first boss that quickly is kind of evaporated, as Ambition has already gotten to this pull that they're on and killed it faster than them.
It's chaos on the side of Incarnation. All these mobs all over the place. They pulled so much trash, though. Look at the count here. They are advancing on the count side of things because they pulled so much stuff.
Oh,
Look at
this
that
plate
Sanguine.
binder is healed to full.
That's
Oh,
okay. We'll
boy.
just take it with us. Okay, no, we'll kill it real quick. Never mind. It's
Their
actually,
pull
you know
was
what?
bigger, though. They got more trash percentage out of this pull.
Yeah, so I think actually they've done what Ambition is doing in two pulls here, just in one pull. And that's the strength of the Arcane Power plus Wonder Grow, and then the Ravenous Frenzy, right? You have a Venthyr Moonkin in cooldowns, and then you have somebody doing more damage than the Venthyr Moonkin in cooldowns, which is not something that's normally possible.
Not normally, but I mean, Arcane was incredibly good early on in Sanctum of Domination before we saw the Fire Mage buffs coming in. And honestly, I think one of the things that teams are... one of the reasons teams have been kind of hesitant to play the Frost Mage in Plaguefall, we even saw, I believe, Aster Y playing the Fire Mage in here. Frost just kind of adds an extra level of... it doubles down on the mistakes you make with positioning, right? If something manages to find its way into a Sanguine pool, if you have a Frost Mage in your group, that thing will be slowed in the Sanguine pool, and it'll take an extra tick or two of Sanguine healing, rather than just being able to run out quickly. So not having a permanent slow on every single mob is kind of useful, but again, Frost Mage is just so useful with the damage profile it brings, having consistent AoE damage literally all the time. So I think there is a good upper bound on what Incarnation's comp is capable of, but it's really going to come down to whether or not they can fully make use of every single one of those arcane power cooldowns.
Yeah, let's not forget they are also missing out on that Windwalker monk that Ambition is playing, and Windwalker among the best at dealing damage to like 5-ish targets, 5 to 10 targets. Huge burst AoE is capable that Onesie is bringing there. So even when Cryptix and Yoda have their big damage working out for them, it's not like Ambition isn't getting some great value out of the Frost and the Windwalker too. So you can see Ambition have actually surged into the lead here now, about 5 percentage points. I wonder if this is a faster strategy or if it's just some sloppy execution on the side of Incarnation, because I saw quite a bit of Sanguine healing occurring on the left-hand side of the screen.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see after this map what the overall Sanguine healing numbers are going to be, because it does look like Incarnation has had quite a bit more of it. If they were clean, they might be faster than Ambition right now, but we still do have a ton of dungeon left. We are less than halfway into the dungeon. Ambition has gotten the better of the first section of this dungeon, though, as they're already onto Dr. Ickes. They already have that pool on the ground, giving them that haste buff. One of the big things we saw a lot of teams doing is just accidentally having both of their Necrolords take that haste buff right away. One of the things we saw with Bay Alliance do, who still does have the fastest time in this dungeon all weekend, is they spread out those Necrolord buffs, so they had the haste buff going into even the third boss of the dungeon. I wonder if either of our two teams are going to be doing that here.
Yeah, this is an interesting thing as well, because we saw a lot of teams doing the Necrolord Frost Mage to get the buffs, right? But Ambition actually is having Nerf play Necrolord on the tank instead. Azuna getting to play Venthyr, which is one of 4 covenants that work for Frost Mage. It's kind of a good single target specialist version of your covenant choice, so should be helpful on these long tyrannical boss fights. You can see Ambition about 10 percentage points ahead on Dr. Ickes, plus 2 extra percent of count. So a little bit of an advantage, but certainly with the way these comps work out, there's no way to really know what the rest of this dungeon is going to look like yet.
Yeah, I'm wondering, what does the Moonkin do here to live through the explosion? Is Moonkin just naturally tanky enough on its own? Looks like it is. I think they might have had to use the Blessing and Sacrifice on the Moonkin.
It does, yeah, there's a sack on Yoda there.
Yeah, so that is how they live through that. No immunity, unfortunately, on the Moonkin. A lot harder for them to live through it than it is for like a monk with the diffused magic, or obviously the mage and rogue could both immune it. So they do have to use that external, but not too big of a deal.
Bark plus Bear, I think he probably lives there with Bark plus Bear, because he only went to like 45% with the sack. I think it may have just been a safety thing, or maybe he didn't even need to shift to Bear because he got the sack there, so a little bit more damage, but yeah, definitely. I mean, of the specs that don't have an immunity, Moonkin is one of the best for tanking that. It does just not quite stack up to the full immunes or the huge magic DRs of effects like Diffuse or Dispersion or whatever.
Yeah, 100%. The gap is opening up here, though, as Ambition has dealt with the boss much more cleanly. They had about a 30% boss damage advantage when Dr. Ickes went down for them. They already are almost through this pull that Incarnation is just now getting to, and you can see at the bottom of there, that boss 2 split for Ambition was about 50 seconds faster than Incarnation, easily surpassing the 20 or so seconds that Incarnation gained on the first boss. So Ambition very, very firmly in the driver's seat. And honestly, just more so in favor of Ambition is they do have the double Necrolord available. You can see that haste buff is still on their characters, that little red puddle aura around their characters. I believe Nerf has it right now. Incarnation doesn't have that option. They only have the one Necrolord, so they get to suck up that buff one single time, and that is it. So Ambition does have that advantage of having essentially a mini Bloodlust for the next minute or so.
Yeah, you can see they're going straight into Domina Venom Blade. Ashen Hallow has been deployed. Ice Block used by Azuna there to just mitigate that boss mechanic, making sure that they're handling all of these ads as well, these ambushers. Frost Nova beautifully timed to make it so it won't hit anything. Azuna ends up getting web wrapped in Sanguine, actually, but they are able to break him out before too much trouble. The Alter Time giveth and Alter Time sometimes taketh away as well for Ambition there.
How does Sanguine interact with your own web wrap? Are you an enemy or a friendly? Like, does it do damage to your own web wrap, or does it heal your own web wrap?
I think Azuna was taking damage, and I don't actually think the web wrap was healing. But if it does, it has such a small amount of health.
It would just get one shot.
Percent-based healing on it. Yeah, it's not going to be relevant.
True. Okay. Yeah, I guess this is not too relevant. But here we are, both teams now on the same boss, and you can see the gap that is opening up for Ambition here. However, Incarnation is going to be able to catch up a little bit here. With that Incarnation and Ravenous Frenzy combo, they do have the web wrap, but it should get instantly broken up by the Starfall from Yoda. But look at all of the ambushers casting these webbings here. If too many of these ambusher casts get off, they could be in trouble. Growl dropping incredibly low, is still alive though. Are they being able to get through this? No, Dorky goes down. They do have the battle res coming out from Yoda quickly, but Yumi has to get out of there quick. Dorky needs to get the taunt off right now.
Wow.
This is so scary for them, but they are somehow able to pull it together. But at what cost? Ambition is just opening the gap even further.
The taunt from Growl there on Yummy Pala. Running away, such a great play. Ends up going down, though, to this mechanic. But that's actually not that big a deal. They're still stable here. Now they just have to use that second B-res. So no battle res is left for Incarnation. Last Resort will soon be available again, though, for Dorky. And they do have all their players alive and almost all this trash taken care of. Just one Venomous Sniper remaining. The key thing now is just the boss health difference. 30% ahead are Ambition here. Ambition also 2% ahead on Trash. I think 81% is enough to go downstairs. I don't think you need to go get that tentacle, right? Or does Incarnation need to make a detour after this? Maybe they just need to get an extra slime or two once they get downstairs.
I believe 83 is the percentage that you want to be at. They might be grabbing that one red slime just to have the haste buff for the boss. I'm not sure. I mean, we'll see if they do end up doing it. They still do have a sniper available. Is that all of the count that they need, though? I'm not quite sure off the top of my head. I think that gives 1.3. So depending on where they are with their count, that should be enough.
And outside of their cooldowns, damage has slowed to a crawl here for Incarnation. Very difficult to keep efficiently damaging this really tough boss fight with these casters that, particularly outside of their cooldowns, are so immobile too. Ambition, on the other hand, already into this last boss room. They are bringing that red slime with them. They'll be killing that in a bit for the extra haste buff when they Necrolord Fleshcraft near it and accumulate its buff back. Incarnation heading downstairs, also grabbing some slimes. But this is going to be all about Ambition. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe Incarnation's burst damage means they can push the two phases, right? You have Ravenous Frenzy for one phase, you have Arcane Power for another phase, you have Ashen Hallow for a phase, and you have Bloodlust to put in one of those spots too, right? So maybe Incarnation can just Zerg this boss down super duper quickly and catch up that way. But I don't know. It seems like it'll be difficult to overcome what must be almost a minute's worth of advantage at this point.
I mean, the question is, what do you do with your cooldowns as Yoda, right? Do you use them right now and hope that you can get another usage of them in the final phase? Oh no, this is the worst case scenario for Ambition.
Oh no, this is really, really, really bad. It's just all in a puddle of Sanguine. They're finally able to kill there.
At least Icar wasn't in one of those, right? If Icar Bileflesh finds his way in one of those Sanguine pools, he's healing to full. You can't move him unless, for some reason, he decides to move, which happens like maybe 5% of the time. Looks like Yoda isn't committing the CA Ravenous Frenzy here, so he's pretty much committed to using that just during one of the boss phases to essentially insta-push it, right? He can pop it in the intermission, hit some ads. Yes, he'll have the Tormented Mob debuffs on him, but you really want to make sure you get the highest ramp possible for the phase just to instantly phase the boss. Even though the boss is 21 tyrannical, the last 15 seconds or so of movement cooldowns can essentially instantly phase the boss. But Incarnation is just so far behind right now, I don't think it's going to matter. Ambition already into the first intermission phase on Margrave's Tsunami here.
Yeah, no matter how fast Incarnation's boss fight is, I don't think it can be fast enough to make up for this time. Dorky's gonna try a Sigil of Chains here, but it actually ends up causing a little bit more Sanguine healing even for Incarnation. So all eyes switch over to Ambition as they pop their Ashen Hallow, their Time Warp. They just have to avoid any deaths on this boss fight, any wipe really, and they should be in the clear here. Minute and a half maybe in their favor, minute at least. big advantage just from the clean run here. 0 deaths on the board so far. They get to that next Infectious Rain cast, but they're able to stop it before it stacks up too high, causing too much damage. And now we just have the last intermission and the last boss phase, separating Ambition from a tied series.
All eyes on Ambition here. They don't have any major cooldowns coming into this phase. The only thing really available is the Shadow Blades from JPC. They have every single one of their immunities across the board available, even have to lay on hands in a clutch scenario where somebody just doesn't have anything available for that Infectious Rain, so they should be totally fine there as long as they play it right here. They are through that final intermission phase. The boss is now below 30%. All eyes on Ambition as they look to take this to a Game 3.
Yeah, Mirrors of Torment deployed here along with the Shadow Blades. Cloak of Shadows also sent out to help mitigate some of that Infectious Rain. Very tough to heal through that with the healing reduction that is active on all these players. Movement speed is slowed as well, but none of it is going to matter. They have enough damage. Margrave Shadama goes down. 15-24, very fast time, very impressive. Ambition are going to tie up this series, and we're going to a Game 3.
Ambition taking that victory. Extremely clean run going through that Plague Fall there. Let's mention that 15-26. It's not the fastest that we've seen, but it's still really quick. And the fact that they bounced back, shook off that loss and mists, and put up a very impressive performance. It just gets me so excited for our last dungeon in this series to be the decider, which would be Spire's Tettles.
Are you guys familiar with the Monka Steer emote?
Yes.
Yes.
That is how I felt like Incarn was like dealing with this Plague Fall. And in Spires of Ascension, okay, so we talk about Plague Fall being one of the most difficult dungeons to have clean execution on, and it's because of the Sanguine. I think in Spires of Ascension, on Tyrannical Inspiring, you're going to need to have a very similar level of execution. And I think that both of these teams, all right, so Mists may have gone a little bit, the Ambition could have played it a little bit better. Incarnation probably could have played Plaguefall a little bit better. I think that the ability to be able to regroup and recover, especially going into the Spires of Ascension, is going to be something that has to happen.
It will. And we've seen both of these teams, honestly, have done such a great job of being able to follow their game plan and also be able to minimize a lot of mistakes. I mean, these have been the staples of what have made the best teams in the MDI in history and everything. And we saw, especially on Demina Venomblade on that one, Tratnos, how well Growl did as to stabilizing the problem, allowing Dorky to get back up and minimize those mistakes and everything.
Wow, and I have a statistic about the Sanguine healing to tell you about, as what is one of my favorite hobbies. This one, though, compared to yesterday's Sanguine healing, both teams so much higher. Ambition, almost 2 million Sanguine healing. Incarnation, over 2 million, 2.5 million Sanguine healing throughout the dungeon. Compared to teams we were seeing yesterday, we had teams at 1 mil and 700k. This time, though, you could see several mobs just bathing in Sanguine. And I think that is why the runs we saw here were a minute and a half slower than those faster times we've seen out of teams like Obey Alliance, who unfortunately no longer in this tournament.
Yeah, and let's start going over some of those Sanguine bathing as well, Tettles. I'm sure there's that, and of course a couple deaths on the side of Incarnation that were really slowing them down. Yeah,
so initially, I think that the Arcane Mage specifically in this Plaguefall is really good. And this Plaguefall is really
Hey!
The Arcane Mage does a lot, especially for this first boss and the first couple of pulls, that allows you to be able to burn the boss a lot faster. And like the Moonkin, I'm not super in love with here, but the Arcane Mage, yeah, you're able to spell steal the Fungal Mancer, you're able to just deal with a lot of the trash super fast. But whenever it's good, it can potentially be bad. And this pull after Globgrog, specifically for Incarnation, the Arcane Mage...
Say that again, Tettles.
On the pull after...
Good, it can be bad?
When it's good, it can be bad?
Whenever the Arcane Mage can be good, it can also be bad for very similar reasons.
You're doing great, Tettles. Keep it going.
And the reason being is because of how Touch of the Magi works, Jack. I know you don't know this ability, but whenever you put Touch of the Magi... Hold on, pause. I don't want you to backseat me. This is... The Touch of the Magi gets killed off on the mob before the Touch of the Magi goes off on this pack. So the mob dies, you don't get Touch of the Magi, and then there's infinite Sanguine healing because that Plague Binder also got missed with the Sigil of Chains. And this sets Incarnation back a little bit, and this is not great. And so, whereas Ambition, on the other side, is doing more target cap pulls, being able to play to their composition, Incarnation is doing mass AoE pulls because their comp is just a little bit different. And so, this is the pull that Ambition caught up on a lot because Incarnation, it feels like they should have more utility, but they still have this like Fungal Mancer that's bathing in the Sanguine. There's a lot of time that ends up being lost for Incarnation on this pull. And so whenever they were doing super good stuff at the very beginning of the key, they just kind of let it go awry towards the middle and towards the back half of this dungeon. And this is also super apparent on Domina Venomblade, whenever like Cryptix gets webbed on his CDs. I think Junkrat also got webbed at some point too. Dorky ends up dying. Domina then has to get kited through the Sanguine. And you guys talked about how Grau was able to like recover this pack, and it's like it is a good recovery. At the same time, this is something that it was very unfortunate that it even happened, that Cryptix ended up getting like webbed on his cooldown just because like nobody was like either stacked on him. And it just ended up costing them a lot of time as a whole, just with how many mistakes happened here. Yeah, like look at that. He's webbed.
Yeah. Well, I feel like it's also one of those points where maybe in practice they're just having two of the players standing out further together, and then they just didn't plan to be doing that at that point, because sometimes, Domina Venomblade can be very odd as to when she starts stacking up that debuff onto players or beginning like the countdown of sorts. So yeah, you really saw a number of areas as well, which is extra Sanguine healing, extra time spent on some of these pulls. And I know what Touch the Magi does. I've played with Arcane Mages once or twice, Heddles. But yeah, if the target's gonna die and everything like that, I mean that's what I'm here for, though. We all are here to guide you, Heddles. If you're gonna keep up with this attitude, I'm not gonna let you go trick or treating tonight, okay?
Okay, thanks, Dad.
You're welcome. You're welcome, kiddo. Zyro and I are going to make sure that you're behaving. But Spires, final dungeon that we are going to be going through in this series. The winner is going to be moving on to face off against Aster Y. And neither of these teams have the best times that we've seen out of Spires, but this is such a crazy, volatile dungeon historically, just across the board, Zyro.
Yeah, and I mean, Ambition are going to be facing their demons here because this is the dungeon that got them knocked down to the lower bracket. I mean, Echo just diffed them hard on final boss damage. Echo pulled the boss 5% later than Ambition and beat them on the boss. They just killed the boss 5% before. They did 10% more boss damage. And that's pretty impressive considering you only actually have to do about 70% of the boss's HP. So Ambition probably went over that VOD, figured out what they did wrong, figured out what they can do better, and they definitely have a great route in this dungeon. I'm just really interested to see what Incarnation's going to bring, because if I'm not mistaken, we haven't seen them run this dungeon yet, so we have no idea what they can do. It's all up in the air here.
Sure. It's one area where you said where Incarnation kind of has to prove it to themselves that they can take this map, but Ambition also has to, face their demons as well, because they were close to being able to take the game from Echo and just fell a little bit short. And if they want to be able to beat Aster Y before they can get to the grand finals, both teams are going to be needing to continuously be improving and building off of the back of that momentum. So this is really like the grueling period as well, Dratnos, that these teams got to be able to step it up and go the distance in every single dungeon to be able to move on.
Yeah, especially in the lower bracket, when you have these series going to 3 games and it's just back to back to back, it's more time for Aster to be watching and preparing for the next series. It is a brutal place to be, but these teams wouldn't have it any other way. Both Incarnation and Ambition on their first ever MDI seasons, although there are veterans on each team. They are making it here to the lower finals. We will be saying farewell to one of these teams, though, after this game. So it's gonna be tough.
We're ready to roll as game number 3, the decider between Incarnation and Ambition, is about to take place in Spires of Ascension.
And the inky black potions are on from our observers, really saving our eyeballs a little bit here as both teams are getting started with every single legal trash mob. Junkrat nearly yeets off the edge there, but barely stops in time right before getting off the platform. Both teams are, so actually Incarnation, using that thing that they are known for, the Venthyr Moonkin. They are playing that in, so many dungeons. Yoda with the bear form to survive as well. Huge play there after that debuff goes out on him. Great work to keep himself alive, and it's going to be the classic beam into Ring of Peace the mob right out of the beam immediately so that it doesn't get to silence anything. And now they're knocking them back into the beam. Brilliant play by Incarnation.
Perfect. But I mean, look at again, this has been the theme the entire
Yeah.
series. When you have a Vinthier Moonkin in the team, they don't do anything outside of their cooldowns, and because of that, Ambition is going to kill this pack so much faster than Incarnation. But Incarnation should easily be able to catch up and probably even surpass Ambition on this first boss here if everything goes
Yeah.
right for them. Because the Vinthier cooldowns with Bloodlust should just catapult them into the lead.
Well, look at this. They're not playing a rogue. Usually when we see this Moonkin, it's the Moonkin replacing like a mage or whatever that last slot is, the Windwalker. Incarnation, they are still playing a mage and a Windwalker. So they're still going to have that huge priority damage from the mage and the AoE, that huge AoE from the Windwalker, and the huge damage from Yoda, right? They're not going to have anybody in the group who's good at utility like a rogue, but they are going to have everybody doing just huge damage on a pull like this, and every single cooldown that's ever been created is all being used at the same time here for Incarnation. They need to not just have this go as fast as Ambition. This is the pull that they need to gain time on. They need to get well ahead here so that they can keep up in the future pulls.
Dranos, they're already 10% ahead of the boss. And he
Yes,
hasn't
they
answered
are.
yet.
Yeah, they're doing well. That Mender, they're allowing it to come in as well so they can start spell stealing it now that they've done all the interrupts that they think they need to here for a while. Although I think Arkaleth might get another cast off, but they might just tell Growl to heal it.
Oh, they definitely will. That's what this team does. If anyone takes any damage, they just yell at their healer. I mean,
Oh, Ring of Peace to kick it. Wow. Good
okay.
utility from Junkrat there
Great
on
utility.
the Windwalker.
everyone is so low right now, and Junkrat ends up going down to that spear cast. That's unavoidable damage, and that's really unfortunate to see. You're not on a monk anymore, Junkrat. You don't have the cheat death. They also let the Inferno cast go off. Their druid has died, but to be honest, he's a
Not
druid
the
outside of his
worst.
cooldown, so it's not the
Yeah.
worst case scenario. But man, they had like a 20% boss advantage, and then all of these things going wrong for them has allowed Ambition to close the gap, and almost assuredly, with the consistent damage from the rogue, will put them into the lead. The Vinthier Moonkin, I feel like they're just leaning on this pick way too heavily. I think they're playing it in dungeons where it really shouldn't be played.
Yeah, it's tough because it adds... Oh, and now Yummy Pala going down as well. And
boy.
the question is, can Incarnation even finish out this boss fight? They should be able to. There's not any damage except for those spears, but Junkrat's Fleshcraft. Cryptix, though, ends up getting hit by some of the barrage now, and that's going to be his Pod Tender used. And now the question is, do we reset the boss? And the answer still is looking like no. Incarnation's still going to be attempting to limp over the finish line here, but Ambition are so hugely in the lead here. 15 seconds of death differential, and they're going to kill this boss first, and they aren't going to be playing with this cooldown-oriented comp, right? That this boss needed to be a time gain for Incarnation that they would then, lose over the next couple minutes, whereas Ambition instead are going to be coming out ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like we have to think ahead to what Incarnation can do for the rest of the dungeon to even make up this time, right? Obviously, you're just, again, going to be looking at the Ravenous Frenzy / CA timings. Where can they use them to really gain that much of an advantage? You can look to pulls, such as that massive pull in between the first and second boss where we see teams normally using one of their Kyrian spears there. But if they do opt to use this spear, that pull should die way too quickly for them to get effective usage of the cooldowns. It's just such a weird scenario where you really want to set up a big pull for your cooldowns, but if the pull dies too quickly, you're not getting effective usage of the cooldowns. So why is this class in the comp to begin with? It's just such a weird thing to have to play around.
Yeah, maybe you can go left if you got a Venthyr Moonkin. Maybe that's allowed. There's some beefy mobs on the second platform on the left that could take a full cooldown. I don't know. We'll have to see what Incarnation have in mind. I am skeptical. They are behind by about 1 minute and 15 seconds here. Now that is something that can be made up, but it probably can't be made up without something going wrong on the side of Ambition. Unless their strategy is just genius.
Ambition is not having a great time
That's
with the
true.
skirmishers here, right? This is getting kited out to an extent that we haven't seen yet before from any other teams. Usually this pack would easily have been dead 10 seconds or so ago. I'm not too sure what went wrong for them. We'll have to check the replay on that later on. Incarnation now, though, gearing up for a big pull of their own, and they do have the Frenzy CA available, which probably wouldn't normally be available here if that first boss goes cleanly. So let's see if they actually do commit to using it here. I would not be surprised at all if they don't.
They're actually going to start by single targeting this Praetor while all the other mobs are in a sigil of misery as they wait for all the Ether Divers to arrive. It's going to be a late Ursul's Vortex, though, that means the Praetor is going to be outside of the rest of this AoE. A little bit unfortunate there, Dorky. Beautiful tank work, though. Beautiful manipulation of that mob. Actually gets it back into the AoE. That's really hard to do as a tank in the middle of a pull like this. Actually pulling a mob that doesn't want to melee into melee like that without using any abilities. And Incarnation doing huge damage on this pull, but Ambition have their Ashen Hallow pull now on the right-hand side. The double Goliath platform with all of the trash here. Beautiful work as well, gripping the Praetors all together.
Honestly,
well timed.
I feel like a significant amount of time was just made up for Incarnation with the way that they executed that pull, and they didn't even commit the Vinthyr Moonkin cooldowns to it. So they'll have it up for this double Goliath pull, as Ambition is still struggling to finish it off. That Praetor is just charging around all over the place. They do just now finish it up as Incarnation starts it. So let's check the timer here. 145 for Incarnation. Let's see how long this pull takes them, and we'll have a better idea of how far behind they are in the dungeon now once this pull is over.
Yeah, I have a feeling that they are probably a little bit less than a minute behind now. We'll have to see, though, just how quick they can melt this pull. It is indeed their Frenzy pull. Meanwhile, Ambition on the right-hand side, making their way up to this Ether Diver pull. The Patrol is in a good place. Sigil of Silence is going to be used to pull that far pack in. Nerf entering Fell Devastation as they group everything up, and this is probably going to be a spear here from Ambition. Oh, wait, no, it's not. They don't spear this, right? So this is such a scary pull for Ambition, actually. So much Quake going on. Nerf does still have Last Resort available, though, and even if that gets used, he'll have meta after it's done now, so a big, safe moment here because he didn't need that Last Resort earlier. Unlike Dorky, whose Last Resort is unavailable, a minute still of advantage for Ambition.
Yeah, so that pull finished for Incarnation at 2:30 on the timer, so they finished the pull 45 seconds later. Got to add the death timers in too, so Ambition is essentially exactly 1 minute ahead of Incarnation. A little bit better than the 1:15 they were behind on the boss, but not by much. They need to keep making up ground over the course of the dungeon, and honestly, that gap is just going to open up while we wait for the Vinthyr Moonkin cooldowns to come up. Let's see if they do opt to use the spear here whenever that Ether Diver Patrol does get in here. Ambition didn't use the spear, so they still have that one available. And actually, if I remember properly, the way Ambition pulls this dungeon is they used their first spear on that Varuth pull, then Nerf jumps down and takes that second spear for a later pull later on. Growl dropping so low on this pull, though, has to commit the Blessing of Sacrifice.
Yeah, that's going to be... I think it's because of the Blessing of Sacrifice that he dropped so low there on Dorky, but he is going to be able to survive just barely there. Really scary moment. Incarnation, though, finishing up this pull. Ambition have already gotten started on Ventanax, however. Azuna will be the target of every single bleed in this composition. He does have one Ice Block, I think. I think his Cold Snap is available, so we may see him use that against one of them, although... Actually, if he had Cold Snap, he probably would have already pressed it, so maybe he doesn't have any of his blocks.
That's definitely a little scary. Dwarf Race will not have cooldown for another 20 seconds or so either, so he's just going to have to eat the entirety of this bleed, making his healer do something that they never really want to do in a dungeon, and that is heal. Man, Elismir is probably really pissed off right now.
Yeah, you can see in his face there, he is fuming as he has to cast something that is not a damaging ability on Azuna. Really just one of the harshest boss fights here for healers. Hoping that Azuna will stone form this next one so he can keep DPSing, and indeed Azuna does. You can see Elismir cracking a big grin there, delighted by this turn of events as he now gets to just keep doing damage.
I think you might have a different player cam feed than me.
Well,
Not sure
the
what
emotions
deal
are
is.
subtle, but they're there if you look closely.
Okay, I'll pay
Meanwhile,
more attention next time.
Meanwhile, Incarnation also getting started on the boss fight too. We're looking at that difference of about 1 minute 15 seconds after the first boss ended. So the question is, have they clawed back any of that time? Both teams are at the same count here, and Incarnation should theoretically be faster on bosses, right? With a Moonkin instead of a Rogue. If that Moonkin has cooldowns on a boss, if they aren't making up time on boss fights when that's true, I don't know what the point is of this.
Yeah, exactly. And oh, well, it doesn't matter if your Moonkin just goes down there.
Oh, no!
Yoda goes down. They had
In
a
his
battle res
cooldowns,
available for
too.
him. That was in his cooldowns. Maybe it was at the end of his cooldowns, but no, you can see his ramp really didn't get started there, as he's not really above even the healer in terms of damage there. So that's the worst case scenario. I mean, you have to think of what this Vinthyr Moonkin is going to be able to do for them. And thinking ahead further into the dungeon, is it even possible to maybe one-phase Orifrion with the Moonkin cooldowns, that's really, I feel like, the only scenario where this pick makes sense in this dungeon. But the thing is, if you commit your Ravenous Frenzy and your CA to the damage amp on Orifrion, that means you don't have that cooldown available for the triple Angel pull, which is honestly scarier to me. So I really want to see what Incarnation has planned for the rest of the dungeon here, but the fact that he lost the biggest portion of his cooldowns on this boss here does not bode well for them.
Yeah, Cryptic's
Oh, and
now
that's
going
just-
down as well for Incarnation, and at this point, they are going to be hoping for a catastrophe for Ambition, because they have probably fallen, again, some... The lead is probably this is going to be a full team wipe for Incarnation maybe.
Yep.
27% now on the boss, and soon it will teleport and bleed Junkrat, and Junkrat now with the
reset.
Fleshcraft shield, they have to reset the boss. So Incarnation are in so much trouble here. Ambition with this big spear pull onto Varuth. There it goes. All of their cooldowns coming down as well. This pull is very dangerous with 2 Hellions and Varuth. They focus down Varuth, though. The Touch of Karma being used by Onesie to keep himself alive, and all that Ambition has to do is not wipe. If Ambition can avoid wiping from here, they are in the clear by several minutes at this point.
2 Hellions still alive, though, is going to pulse a lot of AoE group damage. They make sure to deal with one as quickly as possible. They could lose a little bit of time here if this Goliath is able to get another recharge anima cast off. Hopefully it doesn't. They should have let that fist cast a little bit longer, but they're able to finish it off before it matters. So good execution there from Ambition. Still clean in this dungeon. Still 0 deaths on the board. And they have... The pathway is clear for them to take this series and move onwards in the lower bracket finals, secure themselves a top 3 finish. Just got to keep it clean here. And honestly, I think they have the safer strat to do so, right? With Varuth down, they don't have to worry about pulling Varuth in with these usurpers on top of the boss. All they really have left to do that's dangerous is that 4-pack on top of the boss here whenever it goes into its damage amp phase, and of course, the ever so dangerous triple Angel pull. Even though it's tyrannical, it still can kill people, as we saw earlier this weekend.
Yeah, the question is, do you, upon hearing of the mishaps on the side of Incarnation, make the call to slow it down, or do you still go for your triple angels? That's the question I have here for Ambition, because the way you lose is by making one of those decisions and having it be really, really wrong. The question is, though, which one they're going to go with.
Which one are they going to go with? That is important enough here. Got to
All right,
go
so-
for the clean one, obviously.
What they're about to do, that's a good idea. They're going to be pulling this trash on the recharge here for Orifrion. So you can see Orifrion's energy is depleting here. They're going to cast a couple more abilities with the boss, and then they will bring it right on top of those mobs, right as its energy is expiring from the last ability that it does. And that means that they'll have it in the damage amp while they have all that trash doing its abilities. But they won't have the boss doing anything, right? It's just there doing its thing, recharging, and so you can just focus on blasting AoE and also getting huge efficient single target as well. You can see Nerf going in there with the Sigil of Silence to get things started, grouping everything up. He's going to cause the boss... Wow, great work there. So he's going to go under the boss. That's going to trigger the boss to do a stomp. Onesie is also right on top of Nerf. He's going to diffuse magic that stomp back onto Orifrion as well for even more damage, and that damage is going to be increased by the damage amp that's on the boss now. Nerf maneuvering now so that he's between the boss and those balls that are coming in, while keeping the trash on the other side so that the rest of the group can AoE them and JPC and Azuna can funnel off of them. And you can see they've got Orifrion now down to 35% after that while killing off all the trash. Very well played.
Yeah, perfect execution, clean play from Ambition here, and now Orifrion is all but a single target dummy that they have to deal with this last 30% for. Honestly, they're probably going to have to wait till the next damage amp phase, but that is okay. They are so far ahead and in the driver's seat here that they can take this time, gather their whereabouts, get ready for this next pull, because this triple angel pull is going to be the make or break point of the dungeon for Ambition. If you're able to get through the triple angels, you are home free, you are through into the lower bracket finals versus Aster Y. Playing for a date in the grand finals against Echo is Ambition if they are able to take this dungeon. I mean, the nerves must be at an all-time peak for them right now.
And if Ambition are able to win this, then our top 3 teams from the Great Push will be our top 3 teams in the global finals as well, just to show how transferable those skills are between the Great Push format and these speedrunning keys. A lot of people talk about them being potentially very different formats, but despite that, it is these same players that are just showing how unbelievably skilled they are in dungeons, no matter the keystone level.
You said the top 3 teams will be at top 3. Is it also is that also true for the top 4? I think Incarnation
I think
also
it is
got
true for
4th,
the top.
didn't
Well,
they?
no, I think Incarnation may have gotten 5th.
Maybe they got 5th.
Yeah,
okay, well, you know what? Close enough. We'll take those.
Still pretty good. Yeah, still a pretty good showing there.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does transfer over. I think anybody saying otherwise is not being true to themselves whatsoever. Incarnation is dealing with this Executioner Varuth pull pretty cleanly. They weren't able to kill off Varuth inside the spear, but they were able to deal with the Hellion, so they didn't have to worry about that pulsing damage going on in the group. So they're still through. They're going to be pulling a Refragon pretty quickly here. But the important phase of this dungeon right here is coming up for Ambition, the triple angel pull. They do not have a spear available. It's all going to come down to the raw damage they're able to put out with the Bloodlust here. Everything is available. The Ashen Hollow Wings is going to come out from Ellesmere any moment now. After that Quaking goes out, here we go. Bloodlust is popped. The AoE is going to be coming out on those 3 mobs.
And there's that spear as well.
they
They did have
spear.
that one extra spear that they picked up. Nerf picked it up after using it on that Hellion pull. Then he went back and grabbed the second spear. And so now they're just trying to AoE these all evenly and get them killed quickly, but evenly. That's vitally important. All 3 of these mobs need to die within a couple seconds of each other, or any surviving ones will fully heal. Onesie with the Touch of Death, hugely useful against these mobs as well, because they will, that'll help claw back if one of them is a little bit high in health. They're all getting so low here. Everybody's doing a great job of dodging the spear attacks for now, and they're
Perfect.
clinical precision. All 3 of them dying in a fraction of a second. Ambition just have one boss separating them from the lower finals here. Azuna precasting a Blizzard where he hopes that Nerf will pull the boss. Just a little bit more efficiency and optimization, and now it's just Devos that's left.
Just Devos left, and this is I really want to see what Ambition has done here. Yesterday, they lost to Echo just by doing things a little bit less clean on this boss. Echo was much better with their positioning. They made usage of every single one of the debuffs, diffusing them off to get more boss damage. This is going to be kind of like a training scenario for them. If they are able to get themselves into a position where they can fight against Echo again in this dungeon, they want to make sure that they're ready for it this time. Don't want to get damage diffed again, as does Ambition.
Yeah, this is definitely something where, playing offensive choices as well on your tank and healer is something that I would say Ambition does that among less often than teams like Incarnation in particular, but also Echo. Making just a little bit more sacrifices for damage. That's the kind of thing Incarnation will do all the time, but Ambition not choosing to do that, and that adds a little bit more consistency, right? But it is at the cost of, hey, if you get to the boss at the same time as the other team, there's a good chance they will be able to just do that more damage and kill it before you. However, that's not the world we're living in right now.
Incarnation was almost able to one-phase a Rifrion in the bottom left there. They got him down to like 5% after the first damage amp phase, but these hurlers coming in are so dangerous on the team there. They do get a Rifrion down, so they are in a scenario where if Ambition does have something catastrophic happen to them, they are going to be able to pick it up and try to come back into this dungeon. But the way Ambition is playing, that doesn't look like it's going to happen. Now, partway into phase 2 of Davos here, all they have to do is get this boss down to 30% to trigger that final transition phase, get one final spear into the boss, and then deal the killing blow to put themselves into the lower bracket finals.
It would need to be a full team wipe at this point for Ambition, but that could happen. We don't see it that often on Devos, but we have seen it on Devos before. It's not a free boss by any stretch, particularly with this slow aura, making it really tough to dodge some of the boss mechanics, especially with Quaking going out as well. You can see there that causing a little bit of danger, not actually going to take any lives or even come particularly close, but you could see how it could happen. It doesn't look like it is happening, though, for Ambition. 40% and falling on the boss. Once it reaches 30%, she will jump back up. They'll throw the spear. That'll bring it down to sub 15%, and they'll just have a couple more points of damage to do. Meanwhile, Incarnation, they are doing the triple angel with the spear, but it is just way too little too late. They need to keep going in case Ambition does wipe, but that will be the only way they can get back here. Ambition so far ahead as a result of all of the mishaps on the side of Incarnation.
Into that final intermission phase is Ambition here. Got to play the little mini game soon of grabbing all of the orbs of light, pulling them into the center. Once they do that, they can take the spear up, assume the mantle of the champion, get in there and throw it at Davos, bringing her down for her final phase. Nerf is the one to take on that duty, and Davos looks like
a
she
miss,
is
but
down.
it does actually hit, yeah. Sometimes
Yeah,
it's in
it
a
looked
slightly
like you
different
missed
spot
it.
than it looks like for us, yeah. Meanwhile, actually, Incarnation having a death and maybe a wipe to the Triple Angel, so even if... Actually, no, they're going to try and recover it, but still, Ambition, it's all about Ambition at this point. Devos nearly dead, 0 death run, 21 minutes Spires of Ascension coming through here for Ambition. Wow, this is so impressive. They've really earned this spot in the lower finals.
Abandoned.
Well, with that win, there's Ellesmere. You can see how thrilled he is to be able to take that victory, and Ambition is going to move on throughout our lower bracket, and they are going to be meeting up with Aster Y to decide who gets to face off against Echo. So huge congratulations to Ambition for taking that victory and that reverse sweep in our series settles.
I mean, they looked really good. I feel like both of those teams, they showed why Spires of Ascension is definitely one of the hardest dungeons that you're ever going to have to play. There are just so many pulls where one or two things can go wrong, and then you have to either reset your boss, you have a full team wipe, and there's just like so many things in this dungeon, if you've ever done this dungeon on live, that'll just one-shot you. And it showed. Incarnation, it had just like an unfortunate series of errors that continued to pile up, where I thought that their strategy for this dungeon looked really good. It just doesn't look that good whenever they have 8 deaths plus a boss reset.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, is that this dungeon has claimed so many teams' lives. It had so many easy ways to be able to make mistakes, and it's super challenging as well. But you start looking at some of the pulls these teams are trying to execute, and it looks so clean and looks like they have all the execution, but a lot of times you make one little mistake and it just leads to just a catastrophic series of events. So Ambition did a great job hanging in there as well. And it's always tough, though, because you look at these runs, you say, wow, that was great execution and everything like that. But then there's the specter of their next opponents coming around the corner, Dratnos, who also have some incredibly quick times, like Echo, who had about 2 minutes faster, a minute and a half faster than this Ambition time inspires.
Yeah, and Aster has just been able to focus on this next series that is going to be against Ambition. They've been preparing for those maps exclusively for the past hour and a half now, and they've been getting ready for that, while Ambition, on the other hand, has had to be slogging through this really close series against Incarnation that you could see how both teams were very much capable of taking maps off of each other, both playing at such a high level. Obviously that last map ended up being the least close of the series because of a series of very unfortunate wipes there for Incarnation, but factoring that in, still the slog for Ambition is going to be very real. The fact that they are in that lower bracket disadvantage spot, and that they've had to prepare for multiple series in a row, whereas Aster has had a little bit of a breathing room instead, that disadvantage cannot be overstated.
That's very true. And let's start going over this series as well before we move on, Tettles, because Incarnation, they're trying their best throughout this, but they just could not build the momentum they needed to take the victory here.
Yeah, and it comes off the back of like that second pull of the dungeon. They have this Mender CC'd off to the side, and then the Mender eventually gets out of the crowd control, and since it is inspiring in this dungeon, Growl Yummy Palik here does a good job of taunting that Mender away from Incinerator Arcolith. Look at that Inferno. It's just going off, and it ends up blowing up. It ends up dropping the whole entire party super low, and then just any ambient damage taking from Incinerator is able to take Yoda down there. Zyro called for this clip to be in this analyst package, and it was because Ambition looked so like helter-skelter with how the pack was. It was just getting spread, and then you have the skirmishers starting to cast Hurl on the whole entire party. Nerf is doing a good job of utilizing line of sight to try to get everything grouped back up, but once the pack starts to like disengage away from you, it is really difficult to get them all stacked back up once more, and that can cause problems. It ended up costing Ambition somewhere in the range of like 20 seconds. Incarnation was still on the back foot, but they were continuing to play their game plan. Like they were going through the motions, and they were doing massive pulls, like with this double Goliath pack, and utilizing that Moonkin to be able to just like blow up all of this trash. And they looked really good whenever they were playing to their game plan, but unfortunately, they had some issues on Ventanax, just a couple of deaths. We've seen across the whole entire weekend. It's just like you lose focus for a half of a second, one death comes through. You accidentally get clipped by those projectiles, and then once you end up dying to that, then like you lose potentially your CDs or whatever else, and it just becomes like a massive problem for the group, because like one death turns into two, and then the next thing you know, they have to reset the boss fully, and it's just a really unfortunate situation. Like boss resets are some of the worst possible things that you can see. Especially in a tyrannical situation, because it's going to cost you multiple minutes, because there's the res time, and then they lost 80% of the boss's like HP. And while Incarnation was doing a lot of good things, such as like the Orifrion 1 phase, that was insane. Like it wasn't really highlighted very much, but the Orifrion 1 phase was actually something that saved them somewhere in the magnitude of probably like a minute to a minute and a half just by itself. And that's what the Moonkin really brings to the run. But at the same time, it was basically over. Ambition was already in the lead. All they had to do is make sure that they continued to have a clean run. They didn't have the fastest run. I mean, you guys were pointing that out. They didn't have the fastest run of the weekend, but they didn't need that. They just needed something that was clean and something that they would be comfortable with replicating with 100% consistency, because a lot of the pulls in this dungeon are just like not 100% consistency pulls. They're very scary.
Of course, and time and time again, we've seen even the best of teams have critical mistakes throughout the dungeon, especially at points like the Triple Angel. You just see how close the lines from the spears are just getting to the entire team, but they hang in there to just keep on pumping damage. And I think that's one of the things you have to do, is you have to just kind of trust the tank positioning as you go through it. And you start watching as to how close everything gets down. We saw even times where Touch of Death from like the monk would come out just a little bit too early, and then the mobs start healing as a result. There's just so many different ways to mess up in this dungeon that it just becomes, a huge achievement for teams who are making it through unscathed. With that, we are going to be having Aster Y and, of course, Ambition meeting up in the lower finals at this point. Winner gets to go off against Echo. And, of course, we are going to be having a very, very big best of 5 to be able to seal the fate of our champion here, Zyro.
Yeah, and, I mean, what a better top 3. I mean, can you think of a better top 3 than these 3 teams, right? Like we mentioned earlier, Dynos mentioned this during the broadcast. It was a stat given to us in our
don't leak.
MDI
I came up with it all
Discord,
by myself.
Linked it, didn't come up by himself. Adrian healing stat, gave it to him on his own. Thank you, Healing Stat, for that stat. These 3 teams are our top 3 great push teams. It transfers over.
That's right.
High key pushing can transfer to the MDI. It's great to see these teams transfer that over and just kill it.
It really is. And it goes to show just how well that teams who are dedicated and growing the just relationships and the synergy and the rapport between each other over the course of time can accomplish some incredible things throughout, MDI and throughout just World of Warcraft in general. So huge kudos to our top 3 for getting this far. And this journey has just not been an easy one at all. I mean, it sticks out so much for Ambition that they were a team that got knocked out by Obey Alliance. They didn't even make it through their usual group stages, and now they're in the top 3. I feel like there's got to just be so many different things that they've changed or done differently over time, Tettles, to be able to just reach this point.
I think it comes down to like how much practice and dedication these teams have been able to put in, and it's just like even whenever they're not practicing for MDI, you'll see them fire up their stream, and you go and you're like, you click on it, and you're like, what are they doing? They're playing live keys. They're just slamming, and there is no rest for them, and it's just like, this is something that they love. This is their passion, and it's great to see how it's translated for all of the teams this weekend. It's not just Incarnation and Ambition. It's not just Aster and Echo. It's literally all of our top 8 teams have come together for the most competitive MDI that I think I have ever, in recent memory. It is definitely the most competitive MDI I've seen.
Yeah, without question, the most competitive global finals that we've ever had, the best teams that we've ever had across the board. We take a quick break, but when we return, we will have our lower final series between Aster Y and Ambition to see who moves on to our grand finals. You're not going to want to miss this one. few minutes, and we'll return with more MDI. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International. As we're preparing ourselves for our lower final series, we have Ambition and Aster Y. I'm Jack, joined by Nagura, Tettles, and Dratnos. And let's just talk about it. The last stand champion, the last stand tournament champion who got knocked out of group play and enters this tournament as an 8th seed to go off against Perplexed. Is it Perplexed? Yeah.
Yep.
They go off against Perplexed in the very first round, knock them down to the lowers, where then they get pushed into 7th and 8th place, and now they're at least in 3rd place to go off against the best team the Chinese region has ever produced, and they could also go against Echo if they win this series. Just ridiculous how far Ambition's come here, Nagura.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy, and they really deserve it too, because they have played phenomenal throughout this whole tournament so far, and some of the times they've had are just absolutely insane. So it's really good to see them here. But then Aster Y is going to be just like on another level. They definitely going to have to step up the game a little bit, because the times that Aster Y had were also absolutely insane, and they had a 2-1 against Echo, almost beat them in that semifinal.
Very true as well. And, let's not forget, there is going to be that prize money. There is going to be the glory. But every year we have a huge series of medals for each of these teams. I love the edging of these medals for it. It's got like a nice jailer medal spikes and everything like that. We just need more spikes on everything. We love these. So all of the top 3 teams, of course, are going to be getting these medals sent to them, depending on their placing in the MDI. And we've had medals in the past, and also we had scrolls. Remember the scrolls, Nagura, that we had for the spring championship that we had in Australia? Everybody had a little quest that they had to receive, inviting them to BlizzCon.
Yeah, they were super nice, but I really like those medals as well. And I mean, at this point, we have our top 3, right? So all of them are going to get one. Just depends which one.
That's right. And if they don't want them, I'll gladly take them as well. So
Weird.
We'll see if they have some extra ones. Well, we had one of the years we had the cloaked figures of the Dark Portal and everything, and then they asked me like, "Hey, can you watch these? You know, like the day before or something like that?" And I'm like, "Oh, one went missing. I don't know what happened." And had
Jack admitting to theft live on the broadcast.
All right.
Listen, if you had those handed to you, Dratnos, you steal, Adrian's lines enough. I'm sure that you would have stolen one of the statues.
All right. Good afternoon, gamers. It is I, TTV Tettles, your host. Automatic Jack has been removed from the broadcast as he admitted to theft live on stream. And Nagura, we have these 3 dungeons here. Necrotic Wake, the other
we
side.
are
of
ready to
Segment
go,
Depths.
Tettles, so I'm going to have to stop you right there. The teams are all set to go. You'll have plenty of time to talk in just a moment, okay? And you'll have plenty of time to finish up the series and go trick-or-treating. Let's see how these teams are going to be doing. Aster Y, Ambition, facing off in Necrotic Wake to start us off.
All right, so let's take a look what both of those teams can show us in Necrotic Wake. One thing to note is that Aster Y has not played Necrotic Wake yet, while Ambition has played the dungeon before, had a 14-minute 21 time, which is not the best time, 40 seconds off the best time, but they had a lot of time to overnight and over the 2 days that we had the globals to improve their strategy if they felt like they can somehow.
I do really feel like this series of matches is these are ones that Ambition absolutely can take down from Aster Y. Aster Y has put up some insane times, but we haven't really seen them play Necrotic Wake, DOS, and Sanguine Depths all that often. And it's going to be interesting to see like how much their preparation and just the time that they put in before like the global finals really is going to end up meaning to them, because they haven't even played in Necrotic Wake yet. At least Ambition has had the opportunity to put additional time into that and to kind of like set themselves up to just be in a position where this Necrotic Wake was reasonable for them to practice. But right now, Aster Y looks like they're getting the better of this Blightbone exchange, where both of the teams also have Incinerator Arc left below 30% HP.
Yeah, this is really close. I mean, look at the percentage. It's a back and forth between those 2 teams. And you can see that Aster Y is already done with most of the trash that they've pulled on top here. They still have that Tormentor though, and look at how close that was. Unbelievable. But yeah, look, they are min-maxing the damage so much here. That means though that they're gonna get the anima power quite a bit later, right? Ambition killing that Tormentor earlier meant that they could pick up the power earlier, but that didn't really make a difference as Aster Y is killing the boss 2 seconds earlier.
Yeah, and this is a dead even heat. And I think that this part of the dungeon right here is one of the parts of the dungeon that where we see teams make major decision differences. But it looks like Aster Y and Ambition are both pulling the exact same thing. They're doing this double Bone Carver and the Necromancer here. We've seen a lot of teams ended up pulling like Narzuda in this pack. We've seen teams skip this part of the dungeon entirely. And it's kind of funny to see that the teams have come to the same conclusion, even though they are very different regions of the world and have been practicing incredibly different strategies. And Aster Y, they kind of get the better of that exchange and start to pull ahead a little bit on that trash pack.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, the only difference really is that Fire Mage and the Frost Mage, right? We have seen Aster Y play Fire Mage quite a lot, so I guess they just disagree that Fire is better here in this dungeon, because they totally know how to play Fire. They just opted to not pick it here, while Ambition really is choosing that Fire Mage. And we've seen the strength of the Fire Mage too, right? We've seen how good it can be in this dungeon, because Complexity does have the overall best time of this tournament. Oh no, once you're actually going down for Ambition here, they do have the pack almost dead. It's just this one Marauder that they didn't manage to get the shield down. Oh no,
That's
they
so
didn't
bad.
manage to get the shield down. Yes, they're gonna have to wait for another shield. They're missing once this damage there.
And on the left side, you see Aster Y here. They don't pull the Marauders into the Narzuda pack. Instead, they play a little bit safer of a strategy and ended up pulling the Marauders into this Necromancer. They allow, they just focus down the Marauder shield, deal with this Necromancer. They're going to be activating their Goliath here in a couple of seconds, where Ambition, with the strategy that was a little bit more bold, Onesie ends up getting just accidentally cleaved by one of those errant frontals, and it costs them a little bit of time. Now Aster Y, they've already started the RP on the Amarth activation. If you walk into that room, there's about a 15 to 20 second arming time on the boss, so it's better to send your rogue over there to deal with that. And now Aster Y engaging a Shroud. It's going to be interesting to see what they pull here and how much they're going to pull into the boss and what weapons they're going to be using on Amarth. And this Executioner, because there's been a difference in decision making for a lot of different teams as to what is going to be used here.
So it looks like they've only pulled Varuth and the Necromancer pack, so no additional trash back here. That is something we've seen from Echo before, but there's still a lot of trash and the 50% healing reduction aura that they have to deal with Varuth in here as well, plus the 23 Tyrannical Amarth that is constantly pulsing AoE damage on everybody. So this is really scary. They do have those orbs from the Goliath that they repaired earlier with that Steward that is going to help them out a lot here with that passive healing.
All right, and like you were talking about, that Executioner, very dangerous. However, it's being cleaved down pretty well by Aster Y. We've seen a lot of teams put a lot more damage into Varuth, but they do know that that passive healing from those Goliath orbs is going to be able to keep them topped for extended periods of time. And so now they just continue to be stacked up. Right as those Goliath orbs do expire, they get that Executioner killed off. And now they have to deal with one more ad phase on these mages and crossbowmen and stuff like that. And they're doing a great job of making sure that the mages off to the side are shackled. And they also use a turn evil on the other mage. You see it fleeing and terror. There are other abilities that they can use, such as blind and whatnot. But since they don't have any real reliable AoE CC, they're going to have to kill these warriors and crossbowmen.
Yeah, so very interesting choice in race here for Aster Y. They're playing 4 Night Elves. In comparison to Ambition having all of those dwarves, because it is bursting. So the dwarf racial removes that bursting, which makes it a lot easier to handle. But because they have the Shadow Priest, Aster is thinking they don't need the dwarf, they have the Master Spell, so they can go with the Night Elf, so they have the Shadow Melt. I would assume it's for the last boss, so they can Shadow Melt the Exile cast and delay it for much longer, which would give them a longer uptime on maybe Bloodlust and cooldowns, which could really make a big difference, because that last boss on the 23 Tyrannical takes a long time.
Yeah, and now Ambition kind of hot on their heels. Onesie did have that death earlier in the dungeon, and that's kind of the difference between these two teams right now, is just how much time that not being able to get that Marauder killed off was. But if you look on the left side of your screen, Aster Y is engaging this massive amount of trash up in the Necropolis, and they do a great job of using Sigil of Chains to get all of those mobs off of the Stitchworks, to whenever the spear gets lobbed by the rogue from the side of Aster Y, it's able to hit all of the mobs that they absolutely need it to. And Aster Y is dropping so low with all of the bursting. They get that Master Spell that Nagura was talking about, but Xingqian ends up getting potted here, and that can be a time loss for Aster Y. However, no deaths coming through, and this is going to be okay for them.
This is so worth it because they saved a spear. They didn't use any weapons. Look, they still have a spear on the mage, they still have a spear on the rogue, and they might even still have a spear on the Shadow Priest too. They have so many weapons left still that they can use. This is incredible. If they can use them on the bosses exclusively, they're going to be so much quicker. They do have the mind control used as well on this Flash Crafter, so the next trash pack is going to spawn in a second.
So wait, did they just use the Silence Orb on that pack? They didn't use a spear at all? That is insane if they were able to pull that off without using a Javelin.
Yeah.
All right, and so now they have the Flesh. If you look on the left side of your screen, you see the Flesh Crafters getting polymorphed. They're utilizing the Throat Cleaver to be able to just save themselves a lot of damage, but they keep it in the polymorph whenever that Cleaver is not on CD. And on the right side of your screen, things are going bad for Ambition as they have a full team wipe.
Oh no, that is so bad for Ambition as Nerf goes down. And everyone else just immediately follows as all of this trash was running around in the Necropolis as Nerf was kiting. And as soon as Nerf goes down, the mobs were so close to everybody else that they just started augering everyone, and there was just no way to recover without a battle res available either. Very, very unfortunate for them. But Aster Y was already in the lead when this happened. and they're just so quick. They are on that second to last trash bag now, and they are using that flashcrafter. You can see it in the middle of the room, and look at the positioning of the mobs as well. They're making sure that the gore grind is the mob between the flashcrafter, and there's nothing else between, so they can get those spears onto that high HP mob, making sure that the trash bag dies quicker.
And it's just one of those things that now Ambition is trying to repull the majority of this room, but they no longer have as many offensive CDs as they previously had, and now this Fleshcrafter's casting Repair Flesh. There's like Drain Fluids that are going off the remainder of the pack because they don't have so many CDs that they have at their disposal to kill off the trash. And for Ambition, they are going to be able to get this pack dealt with on a second pull, but now Aster Y is somewhere in the range of maybe 2 minutes ahead, like probably maybe even like 2.5 minutes ahead. And so this is looking really good for them as they have Rot Spew engaged.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job on Aster Y's side. They're on that Rot Spew, and it looked like they are getting a decent amount of damage from that AoE cast in from the Rot Spew. But again, they're positioning themselves so they can get those cleavers onto the Rot Spew without the leftovers, the smaller or the lower HP mobs taking it. So really, really well done. Kiting it around to guarantee the cleaver hits. And then they're also seeing the Flashcrafter whenever that cleaver is on cooldown to make sure they don't have to deal with it walking around. So really, really well handling of that Flashcrafter, and it's really speeding up that trash a lot if they get those cleavers into the mobs.
Yep, and it's also going to be interesting to see how they're going to have that Fleshcrafter set up for Surgeon Stitch Flesh, because on a 23 Tyrannical, this boss is no joke. We've seen teams have major problems on this boss in the past, and for the MDI, at least for global finals meta, they've been using javelins pretty frequently on this boss, but if you end up missing the creation, or if you end up missing any of these meat hooks on the boss, it can just like throw off your flow for how you're dealing with this fight. And so everything needs to go almost perfect for these teams to be able to deal with Surgeon Stitch Flesh.
There we go. They did use the javelin now from the rogue onto the boss, and we also saw the paladin taunt the creation away to make sure that the boss is getting hit by the cleaver. So really well done. Small details like that matter, because if one cleaver goes into the creation instead of Stitch Flash, they're losing so much damage. So really nice utility use here. Anwar dropping incredibly low, still has the cheap death available, and now they're getting that last meat hook into Stitch Flash, and look at the creation as well. It is low enough so they can finish it off now. And again, perfect positioning, Paladin taunting the creation, making sure it's in the perfect spot. Really well done.
Yeah, and now Surgeon Stitch Flesh is low enough to where you're just making sure that you focus as much damage into the boss. Their creations are kind of close together, and they're going to hook one another as opposed to canceling that Morbid Fixation, but their Shadow Priest is in a position to where he's able to kite out the boss. Great job of using that Fleshcrafter's cleaver to be able to just end off that fight. And now they're going to hodge the Fleshcrafter before going upstairs. That is actually a very important point of this, is that whenever the Fleshcrafter is hodged, once it comes out of the CC, it is liable to teleport a lot faster if it's in that hodge before you go up top.
That was actually a little bit lucky here, because the Shadow Priest, who was fixated by the boss, also got the cleaver on him, and then it was easier for them to finish off the boss there. But look at the amount of damage they have for Nalthor here. They have the Bloodlust available, they have all their cooldowns popped as well, and they have that extra spear. And that is really what's making the difference here. The boss is dying so fast, and they are running Night Elves, so they can use the Shadow Melt. There we go, the Rogue used Shadow Melt to get rid of that Exile cast, and whenever the boss is recasting it, they can use Shadow Melt again, unless it goes to the same person a couple of times in a row. So that is really nice to see them using different racials just to skip some Exile casts.
And if ZyBB has Zoomer reactions, and he's very youthful with it, he can actually grip that Dark Exile as well, and that can save your team a substantial amount of time. And now look at this, Aster Y is burning the rest of their melds. Ooh, and did they get the grip? It looks like they got the grip on Xingqian. ZyBB, very youthful grip, and now Xingqian blocks off that Dark Exile debuff, and he will not die.
Perfect. Okay, that is so nice. Now they're gonna have all of their damage dealers up, and this is really what's making the difference for them here. Look at the time as well, 13 minutes into the dungeon, and they're about to finish up the boss. They only have the Fleshcrafter left to cleave down as well, and they might even be getting the best time in this Necrotic Wake that we have seen in this dungeon. Complexity has a 13 minutes 40 to clear. That is the best one we've had so far, and Aster Y is beating that time pretty cleanly as well. 13 minutes 22. Actually, the Flashcrafter is still alive. 13 minutes 27. Wow, insane clear by Aster Y.
Aster Y just lighting up the series to start us off in Necrotic Wake. Very impressive performance here, and now they've had that opportunity to kind of just relax themselves and better prepare for this after they had that early loss today to Echo, and man, they are ready for a rematch by the looks of it. Very big first win of the series by Aster Y, Dratnos.
That it is indeed a new best overall tournament time in Necrotic Wake, even as you mentioned, surpassing that complexity time, which I already had thought was going to be pretty insurmountable, but there it is. Wow, what a blazing fast run through this dungeon, and the level of cleanliness as well. I mean, it wasn't fully perfect, but anytime you're getting out of Necrotic Wake fast with 0 deaths, those are usually you only get to pick one of those things.
That's right. And you see a number of times where, runs can just get absolutely sunk by just having some deaths and having some mistakes being made. And we saw that side of it on the side of Ambition here, Nagura, where they just were not able to survive a number of these pulls. And once one thing goes wrong, the entire run just gets thrown off track.
Yeah, especially in a dungeon like Necrotic Wake, where all of the pulls that you're doing are just so insane. You have 50 mobs plus a boss plus a tormentor, and one thing goes wrong and it just falls apart so quickly, especially when a tank dies, right? When Nerf went down there, it's so hard to recover from there. And whenever you play against a team like Aster Y that makes 0 mistakes, then there's just no coming back from that.
Yep, Dranos, let's start going over as well that death on the side of Nerf.
Yeah, so I mean, there were a couple different things that ended up going really wrong for Ambition in this one. One of the first is the death here in this section. There's so much pressure on the group. The bursting sacks on everybody and the kiting ends up being onesie going down here, and that cost them a little bit of time, not too much, but they were neck and neck after the first boss, the two teams. Also, you can see the shield on the Skeletal Marauder not being broken through a couple times there, leading to even more time needing to be spent there. Look at the way as well that Aster are able to manage this pull, keeping everything in that tight AoE in a pack that is actually pretty tough to do that in. The Necrotic Breath going on the opposite side of the boss there, really fortunate for them, although I'm sure they had a plan to react if it targeted where the rest of the group was instead. And Ambition also making this pull work fairly well. You can see there, this is one of the differences here between the Fire and the Frost as well, was the Fire burst at the start of this, really phenomenal, whereas the Frost was just kind of high sustained over the entire duration of the pull. But in particular, for helping kill off the first couple sets of enemies, Fire actually looking very strong. This Necropolis pull, though, from Aster Y, the difficulty of this pull is just so intense. Look at the way that they're trying to group everything up. They have the spear that they want to deploy here, and look at that, grouping everything up and then landing all of their damage to make sure it's hitting every single enemy. The Sigil Chains has everything now in such a tight group, and even with that going on, look at how much pressure they're under as these mechanics start going off, as they start running out of crowd control, as they get into bursting. Look at these health bars. Everybody dropping so low. Qingshin going into that pod. They have a Mass Dispel that lands here to help with some of the worst of the bursting, but still so precarious and so impressive they're able to make that pull all work out. Meanwhile, on the side of Ambition, you can see the exact same spot in the pull where that bursting starts happening, where these mechanics start going off, while the soldiers start jumping on everybody. Everybody is under so much pressure. Nerf runs out of his meta, no spikes, no fiery brand, no last resort, ends up leading to a dead demon hunter there, and as a result, that was the last wipe that really threw it so far behind for Ambition. And there you can see beautiful lining up of that Fleshcrafter onto the Surgeon, even though their hook didn't quite land the way they were hoping to. Well adapted, getting onto that last boss. And Nagura was talking about the Shadow Melds on this last boss. Shadow Meld is really good. It'll stop the Dark Exile, and the boss has some casts that it will then have higher priority than Dark Exile. So sometimes you can get yourself 10 seconds before the next one. It will still cast pretty soon thereafter, though, but you can keep doing that until it targets somebody like your mage, and then you can life grip your mage, and they can shadow or ice block, and that removes the debuff that means they're going to die in 30 seconds, and it makes it entirely free if you can make it work out. So you can see right after this Comet Storm, we're going to start seeing the first Dark Exile cast come out, and watch how they manage these casts, right? There's one going out. And actually, right before it finishes, you can see the Shadow Meld there from the Rogue. And then later on, just a couple of seconds later, that same Dark Exile that's queued up starts going out here. Shadow Meld on ZaiBB. Now it's going to target over on Qingshin. Qingshin actually melds, then it retargets him, but he gets ZaiBB lands the grip on Qingshin. Qingshin then fires off the ice block, and beautifully managed ability. The boss actually spending so much time casting Dark Exile instead of stuff like Comet Storm as well is a huge DPS increase too, so let's not forget about that.
Yeah, with that victory, Astrowise is up 1 in the series, and we start setting our sights here on the other side, which one of the longer dungeons that we've had experienced throughout this tournament weekend and everything like that, and it's going up to almost as long as Spires. About 18 minutes has been the best time that we've had, and who's got the best time on this one, Tettles? Of course, it's Astrowise, so they're sitting in a really strong position as we look at this series.
Wait, Ambition has the best time on this dungeon.
And DOS? What's
3
Ambition to
seconds
DOS?
only. 3 seconds.
17, they're at 1749.
1749, wow, for
Is it-
Ambition. 1753 for Astrowise.
It
So we
was.
are going to be in such a tight game between these two. That is going to be incredibly close.
Yeah, and I think it's just like, so yes, Ambition does have the best time in here by 4 seconds or whatever, but at the end of the day, that is just like one mistake that separates these two teams. It's like if anything can go wrong, it's proven as a proof of concept between these two teams that they are going to be in a deadlock, and if anything happens one way or the other, it can swing so fast. Just one death can make or break this run for both of these teams.
I wouldn't even say a mistake, right? 4 seconds. That's literally just like,
That's
like
barely
one less
anything.
ability
That's
or
a crit.
something.
Yeah.
That really could be anything. We'll see if Ambition's going to be able to tie up this series and force it into a game 3. Let's get into the other side.
Ooh, and
There we go. We're back in the other side, and Ambition now switched to those Night Elves, interestingly enough. So after playing the Night Elves in the Necrotic Wake, now Ambition is playing the Night Elves here in the other side. And the teams did both go to the right. No, actually, is Ambition on the left?
both of the teams did go to the right. Yes, you are correct.
Okay.
Interestingly enough, I think the biggest difference between these two teams is IBV ended up popping his Jotungeir almost insta and then swapped it off. And so that allows him to stay in that angel form for a little bit longer. It's not going to be any difference between the two teams. Both of these Windwalker monks from both sides end up doing this technique where they swap that two-handed polearm from the 9 on and off fairly regularly. It allows you to get a lot more main stat and allows your burst windows to be optimized a little bit more. And Ambition gets like a half second ahead on that first roll. And I think that one of the biggest time saves or losses for these teams is going to be how they stack up this trash pack near this urn. And we've seen across the whole entire weekend, a lot of the teams have had varied amounts of success for how close and how tight-knit this pack can get stacked up.
Yeah, this is a very crucial pack. And one more thing I wanted to note about that first pack, even though Ambition did kill it 1 second earlier, they committed Shadow Blades while Astrowise saved it. Ooh. So that only making up 1 second is not too great for Ambition, actually. And now we're seeing both of them commit the Ashen Hollow for this huge trash pull. It looks like Ambition is slightly cleaner, but I'm not even sure at this point, as some of the mobs are dying off, but there's some heals getting interrupted last second, all of these ghosts spawning as well. And yeah, it looks like Ambition a little bit quicker on this one as they're now moving on to Hakar.
But like you said, this Astrowise still has that Shadow Blades, which Subtlety Rogue in general for the MDI is one of the specializations that they are one of the best like single target damage specs. It's why you bring them. You're bringing them for their AoE to single target damage conversion, and you're bringing them to be able to carry on single target. And having that Shadow Blades for that priority damage on the boss here is something that is super valuable. Astrowise immediately fires off their Bloodlust, where Ambition is saving theirs for a little bit. And so the difference here is going to be how many of these little minions of Hakar, Sons of Hakar, you're going to get, right, Nagura?
Yeah, Ambition actually going ahead in damage now whenever they are popping their Bloodlust, even though they don't have the Shadow Blades available on that Rogue. But yeah, it's incredibly close between those two teams, and the Suns, you want to keep them on a minimum because you don't want to deal with that AoE aura ticking the whole time, and you also don't want to deal with those puddles, especially since you're running basically 4 melee players, so you constantly have that blood pool spawning from the suns. If a car is standing in there whenever he channels his blood barrier, then that is going to be a problem for them. You can see Ambition now just standing in the puddles, just DPSing through, just yelling at Alismir, just heal me please.
Yo.
And Aster Y actually being ahead now as the finish of the boss a couple of seconds earlier.
How long was Hakar sitting at full mana? Hakar was like capped on its energy for such a long time, and they just barely beat that last shield cast. I think that they saved a decent amount of time just by being able to either delay that last shield, or they were able to get one shield less as a whole over how many Ambition ended up getting. And hey, that's how you save a lot of time in MDI, is just these small optimizations that for, if you're doing a key on live, you're like, okay, that's only going to cost us a little bit of time. But for Aster Y, that 5 seconds means everything.
Yeah, it definitely does. And now both of them are moving to the right side to get to the Mechagon wing, basically. They do... oh no! They're not actually falling in! That is so unfortunate. That is going to be a pretty big time loss for them, because he's going to have to release and go all the way back. While Ambition, they are already moving on. This is actually a big time loss. Ambition, though, they have Alismir. Okay, that was on purpose. So Nerf is pulling those warlords to the side. Alismir is aggroing those raptors and the soldiers to move them into the next pool. And now Aster Y doing the same thing, just a little bit later because of the death on that monk.
That was so unfortunate. That, I think we've all been there. If you're trying to jump around that enraged spear patrol, and it just happens sometimes where you're like on top of the wall, and then your momentum will carry you into the opposite side. Now Aster Y pulling the dental drill into the corner, trying to let it cast its first haywire cast, where Ambition on your right side of your screen has already got the ARF engaged, have all these headless clients engaged. They're trying to beat the second dental drill haywire cast. That's the most important thing. So you see JPC Prio Champ just focusing that mob down, and right before that haywire goes off, they do end up getting that mob killed off. Now their attention is on the ARF. It is very dangerous whenever it is enraged, so they're going to use the Rogue Soothe to be able to dispel that enrage off of that mob.
Yeah, and again, a little bit of a difference in cooldowns committed here, as JPC is using his Shadow Blades and Aster Y's Rogue is holding on to it for a later pull. Ambition now already moving on as they're using their Shroud to get past these lubricators, also using that engineering button to get rid of those slimes. Now we'll see what they do with these sentient oils. That's usually something that the teams just CC and then they snap them to the next boss, which is a strategy that actually was first used by Aster Y.
Yeah, Aster taught the world this strategy about how you end up dropping your Sigil of Misery on this pack, leave the mob CC'd for a little bit, eventually... So your Demon Hunter tank has to generate threat on them first, and then eventually they will snap to you in the Mechagon wing, but not before trying to grip your tank to them, so he has to cancel that grip with Glide. That is a very important point in this, and that's why you see Nerf and Inuo tanking the boss where they're tanking it, because they're trying to make sure that they snap in a consistent location.
Yeah, and one thing that I've seen Aster Y do in this dungeon previously, and not sure if it was intended, but one of the sentient oils actually snapped to them like way later, and I was wondering if they maybe did that on purpose, using one longer CC on one of the sentient oils so it breaks out later, just to get some more cleave for longer of the fight. Not sure, but right now they only have one of the sentient oils. Ambition already has all of them on their side, so they're just AoE cleaving them down.
Yeah, and another thing to point out too is both of these teams are running that Signet of Bolstering power that you do get off of Incinerator Arcalyph. That's one of the reasons that the teams elect to go right at the beginning, is because you do get the kill on that Incinerator mini-boss, and with that Bolstering power, you're able to get about 15% increased bonus damage whenever you have things such as like explosives dying or the sentient oils being killed off, and so that's actually a massive damage gain for these teams. Ambition, unfortunately, you saw Alismir having to run off and click that bomb, and it looks like Aster Y is starting to catch up a little bit, even though they had that mistake with ZyBB dying.
Yeah, definitely catching up, and they are taking a lot of damage though from all of these oils just casting through, and also getting the stun on everybody. But there we go, Ambition now getting the boss lower and lower, and some of the if you look at cooldowns, JPC just holding on to that Shadow Blades now, and Aster Y's Rogue as well. So they're gonna be using that on the next pull, I would assume. Interesting though to see that they're just holding on to it when it could be so good on a boss like this.
Yeah, and right as you say
Never
that,
mind, JPC actually
fire-
maybe used it, yeah.
fires off the Shadow Blades as Millhouse Manastorm disappears, and that's an unfortunate use of his CDs. However, this is going to be incredibly close for both of these teams. And Aster Y is starting to claw back a little bit of damage, even without using the Shadow Blades, just being able to save just a little bit of time due to damage optimization. And we were talking about it before. We know that both of these teams are within a few seconds of one another in this dungeon, and now Aster Y has completely caught up Nagura, even with that 5-second penalty.
Yeah, that's crazy to see. So even though they reached the boss later, they somehow killed it earlier. You can look at the boss split, 8 seconds difference in favor of Ambition for the second boss split, but 5 seconds in favor for Aster Y in the first boss split. So they're just really equal here, as Nerf is now pulling that Enraged Spirit to the side, using the Shadow Melt to de-aggro, while everyone else just walking past.
No.
Actually, Nerf didn't manage to de-aggro, and he needs to fall into his death. So that means that the Nerf...
Oh, he released.
Yes, and they can't get the mask dress off either because of those masks spawning. So now the death penalties are going to be equal. And Aster Y pretty sure is going to be in the lead at this point, because it looks like Ambition were just a little bit slower in the rest of the dungeon, and therefore the time that Aster Y lost is less crucial compared to the time that Ambition lost.
So those enraged spirits are actually on different patrols depending on when the key is started and depending on when the teams actually zone into the dungeon. And so you have to be prepared for every single patrol that you can get. It was very unfortunate that Nerf burned his Shadow Meld and was too close to that enraged spirit and re-aggroed combat with it. And now this is a less bad mistake than what happened to Aster Y earlier. Yeah, ZyBB had to jump off and they lost some time to that. But now they are firmly in the lead as both of these teams run down this hallway.
Yeah, and I mean the death penalties are equal. I would say it's like, I don't know, it's like 5 to 10 seconds in favor of Aster Y now. Aster now going ahead, pulling that Tormentor with a bunch of trash in that Ardent Wield area. This Ardent Wield area can really make or break it as well on how efficient you are with these pulls. Because there's just going to be back-to-back insanely huge pulls. And then there's also going to be a pull on top of Dealer Sacks, where lots of things can go wrong. And we have seen Aster Y actually played incredibly risky by keeping the trash alive for as long as they can to get efficient funneling damage onto the boss. So we'll see what happens, but first they have to finish off Varuth.
Alright, and so Varuth is actually very dangerous, and you do see Anuo ends up getting feared, kind of slow on the dispel there from Aster Y, and this is going to be fine. He does end up eventually getting that dispel, and that is a very dangerous position that they were in. They were really slow on dealing with this pack, and I think that this is a point where if Ambition is able to keep their trash grouped up just a little bit longer, this is where they can gain some more time.
Yeah, and now with those extra powers picked up as well, they have both of those offensive anima powers. And look at Aster. Oh no! Their rogue actually goes down here, and they do have a battle rest available, but they only have an engineer rest they can use, and they're having a hard time using it. As you can see, there's a pot, and there was a disorienting cast going off on the Holy Paladin. This is the cast that you never want to see go off. This only happens when there's 2 players in combat only, and this is probably what happened because the rogue was dead. And now they have to use another battle rest on their Holy Paladin, and the Urn stun did go out, and he immediately dies again as soon as he accepted the rest. This is going to be a full team wipe. And they had used the Urn already. This is a disaster for Aster Y because they cannot replicate the pull again without that Urn. So they're going to have to go slower now.
JPC sends his regards, Wicked, as now Ambition dealing with their Urn pull, not having the same mistakes as Aster Y. And we were talking about just how close these two teams were going to be in the DOS to the point where any one mistake can tilt the tide. And now Ambition is so far ahead of Aster Y. That full wipe was massive.
Yeah, definitely. And there is a 2 to 5 minute delay on the broadcast, but then they will be able to see that the Aster Y wiped, and that's going to be a huge relief for them, because that means that if they don't have any more wipes and they do the same pulls as they previously have done with their route, then they should be the ones winning. But of course, that doesn't necessarily mean that nothing is going to happen. So all eyes on Ambition, as they're going to be attempting that Dealer Zaxa pull that I've been talking about earlier, where you just pull a bunch of trash, basically everything that is left in this dungeon, on top of the next boss.
All right, and so now Ambition here taking a detour, immediately hodging this hatchling. So this hatchling will cast a cry, and if you let the cry go up, then we'll pull the matriarch. Matriarchs are banned. Even for MDI teams, matriarchs are banned. And so you do see Ambition here making a detour, killing that hatchling off, and now they are pulling all of this trash into Dealer Zyxa. They have all of their CDs available, except for Shadowblades. But they have most of their cooldowns available here. They are going to probably elect a Bloodlust once this trash gets in. They're going to drop their Ashen Hollow as well, as you see it come out, pairing that up with the wings. And now, basically all of this trash, it looks like for most like live key teams, you would think, oh yeah, you just focus down this trash, this is not that big of a deal. You really need to make sure that the trash gets killed off. But for these MDI teams, it is 100% the boss HP that is going to be the limiting factor for them. You see Nerf, he's in meta, he's just kiting around. He's allowing these Blight Beaks and his Elder Horns and stuff like that to hit him as minimally as possible because he wants to keep the trash alive for that rogue to be able to funnel off of all of this trash and do insane amounts of boss damage.
And look what a great job they're doing as well. They are dropping really low though. Ellesmere does have that debuff from the boss on him, and he's dropping lower and lower and lower. They have to be a bit careful because all of this trash is just doing so much damage to Nerf, while the boss is doing so much damage to group. Ellesmere just trying to recover as he's using Blessing of Sacrifice to make sure that Nerf stays alive, but Ellesmere needs to make sure that he stays alive himself. There we go, they did recover now. They should be able to finish up this boss with all of the trash being dead at this point. And then the last trash they have to do is that 8% that they're going to be doing while fighting the last boss after that intermission is over. So only the boss left for them plus that trash at the very end.
All right, and now looking on the left side of your screen, Aster Y, with that major setback, they are about to be able to engage Dealer Zyxa, but it feels like it's almost too little too late for them. Ambition, even if they weren't able to get all of their totems clicked here, even if they mess up and have a death on this fight and have to do 2 phases, they would still be firmly in the lead. For Aster Y fans, if you want them to win, Ambition has to have probably 2 mistakes even, like 2 massive errors would be an acceptable amount for them to be able to come back. For Ambition here, they just need to make sure that they continue to play clean. They don't have any mistakes, and they're able to just pull off what they've practiced so heavily. And looking at this, look at this Enraged Spirit. It's in a pretty bad patrol. They're going to jump around it, then they're going to stack in the melee and make sure that they also do not pull Aura's Cold Heart here. This is actually very scary. Ooh, but Ambition.
They're killing it.
Ooh, this is interesting that they are killing it. They're going to drop the urn on this. I think in previous runs they were electing to skip this Enraged Spirit. Maybe they only have to kill one of the Enraged Spirits, and it just kind of depends on the patrol. This may be an audible play though, because they also know that they're pretty far ahead.
Yeah, I don't think they plan on killing this at all. They're just doing it because it's right in front of the boss, and they just, I guess they're thinking instead of killing the 2 mobs at the very, very start, because there's 2 packs basically, right? There's 1 pack at the platform that they're landing after the intermission, and then there's 2 mobs at the very start. And Aster Y actually having a vibe on their side as their Holy Paladin went down earlier in this fight. They didn't have a battle rest available. They tried to finish off the boss with without their healer alive, but now 2 more damage dealers died. Their tank follows, and this is just a full wipe for them. It was a valiant effort to try and finish this off without their healer, but unfortunately it was just not enough. And that's just going to be sealing the deal here for Ambition. All they have to do is finish off this boss, and they could even have a they could even go with 2 intermission phases here to play safe if they wanted to, right? They could just send 2 damage dealers to 1 totem and everyone else to the other, and then do another run if they feel like that is better. But they do have to play the trash after the intermission, so I guess it is safer to go with more haste buffs to have that extra damage for the trash.
All right, and so now Moizala here is being going into that phase, and you see that Aura's Cold Heart is kind of nearby where they need to enter that left totem. So you would have JPC pull it off to the side, and you see that his Vanish is on CD, so he has to pull Aura's Cold Heart and then vanish it off as he's hitting that portal to be able to get into his spot. And so now all eyes are on these Visages. Are the teams going to be able to kill these off? It's a 20 fortified, and we've seen some issues with these ads on different weeks with different compositions. However, with it being a 24, it should be fine. JPC, looking at that Enraged Spirit that's walking awfully close to him. He does not have Vanish, but he's able to get his ad killed off and just in time. He was tapped out there, it looked like, and almost pulled the Enraged Spirit there.
Yeah, he is trying his best. That's why the rogue is being sent to that platform, because there is that enraged spirit that is patrolling around, and rogues are usually very good at using cloak if they have to in case it aggroes, and then they have banish plus shadow melt to de-aggro it in case they need it. Yeah, they have all of those images killed. You can see the 4 buffs or debuffs rather on their player frame, so that means they have all of them down. Boss is already on 12%. That warlord is the last thing they have to finish off to get their percentage, and then that's gonna be it for Ambition. And they're gonna go in. We're gonna go into the third dungeon here between Aster Y and Ambition.
Times change, man. Mortals never be as weak as you believe them
Run
to be.
throughout
You see,
the other
they
side,
have
and once again, it's just all about the mistakes that some of these teams have been making here. You can really feel the pressure starting to build as well for both of these groups as Ambition takes the victory, Ratnos.
Yeah, a run that was substantially slower than both their own best run and Aster Y's best run. So they got to feel like they're getting away with something here, making it to a Game 3 after a complete catastrophe of a run for Aster Y.
Yep, with that, I mean, they have to start setting their sights on a dungeon, which is not going to get any easier either, because we've seen, mistakes abound in the first 2 dungeons, and they can be common and everything here and there, but Sanguine Depths has also just been a brutal dungeon as well, Nagura, so it's not like any team here is getting a breather.
Oh yes, definitely. And we've only seen Sanguine Depths twice so far. Neither Aster Y or Incarnation or Ambition have played this dungeon before, and that might mean, because it is such a difficult dungeon as well, maybe they hoped that they're not going to be playing it. I'm not sure, because it's also the 3rd game in this series, that's always something that you want to look out for. And yeah, we've seen Incarnation have the best time of the tournament, 14 minutes 50 clear. That was incredibly quick. They also were playing that Ventir Moonkin as well in that dungeon. Not sure if either of those teams can replicate that really quick Incarnation clear.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's going to be a tall task. But first, let's talk about the other side, Dradnos. Aster Y, of course, having a disastrous run, but Ambition not even meeting their previous best.
Yeah, so let's start about talk about the start of the dungeon, where we thought this was going to be 4 seconds separating these 2 teams' best times, and we were thinking, wow, look at this little bit of extra damage that Aster can get on Hakar, right? And they're able to kill this boss. Even though they pulled it later, they actually end up killing it a little bit ahead of where Ambition were at, but then disaster struck here in the first bad omen of many things here. Watch IBB just bop, runs into the totem and falls off to the side there. Really, really costly and unfortunate way to have things start. Then on the side of Ambition, similar problems there, where the Shadow Meld actually isn't far enough away. The combat isn't dropped by Nerf. Nerf having to jump off ends up getting rezzed, but unfortunately the masks have now started casting, which made even further problems. But those were some 15, 30-second losses for both teams up till that point. Here we get to where it was really the breaker for Aster. This is a huge pull that they do in Ardenweld. They've got Bop on Anuo so that he can group all of these things up. Meanwhile, on the other side, they're grabbing almost as much as they can with the Rogue, but unfortunately, the Rogue dying before getting anything in combat with the rest of the group, ends up dying right at the start there. Now they're trying to group everything up, and they end up having everybody already starting to drop really low. You can see some miscommunication about what the plan is going to be. Some players running away, others still trying to make the pull work. Anuo getting in there, and now ZyBB, after originally trying to stay out of combat, comes back in, tries to get involved in this pull, and they're going to use Sweep and everything, but look at all those explosives that are now coming out. Sweep into Sigil of Misery, and with 4 players alive now, just their healer is down. They think they can still do this, so you can see Qingshin actually using the Urn here, and that's going to be something that will hopefully let them do some AoE damage, but unfortunately the Sigil of Misery breaks on some mobs, so now not everything is actually grouped up, so they can't even effectively AoE all these targets. Explosives, so many of them spawning. ZyBB rolls out, casts the Battle Res on the healer, rolls back in, and explosive goes off and ends ZyBB there. Qingshin down as well, and the rest of the group dies soon after. This is a really costly wipe that was made more costly by continuing to try and make it work, and by activating the Urn, using battle reses but not instantly accepting it. Some people running away and trying to stay out of combat, others still trying to make the pull work. If everybody had been on the same page there, it would have been less costly. Wouldn't have mattered though. Nothing would have helped once that turned into a wipe. Beat the incredible run that then Ambition were able to keep going. With Nerf's death, they're costing them maybe 20 seconds. Actually pulling this Enraged Spirit as well, based on where it was on the patrol, maybe also based on how badly they knew the run was going for Aster. They knew that they had the time to not have to do anything fancy and try and skip this thing, because if it's at that point in the patrol, you can wait for the patrol and it's still a little bit of a time save, but then you're talking about only saving like 5 seconds in exchange for a huge increase in danger on the last boss fight. So really good decision. Just kill that Enraged Spirit instead. Finish off the boss fight, lowest risk of wiping that they possibly could have, and ending up finishing that. Not their fastest run, a little bit less than a minute slower than their fastest run, but still way faster than the multiple wipes that ended up happening for Aster.
Yeah, Aster just could not catch a break throughout that game, and Sanguine Depths going to be where we're moving on to decide who moves on to face off against Echo, and I'm extremely excited for this, not only because it can be such a brutal dungeon, but we just haven't really seen it that much this weekend. There's no map bans or anything, except for our grand finals, of course. So a lot of teams either are just 2-0ing and not getting to this dungeon to begin with, and the ones that have gotten to this point, though, Nagura, have been brutalized by this dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically a perfect dungeon to finish off the series here between Aster and Ambition, because it really will show which team is deserving to get into that final against Echo, right? Because this team is such a difficult dungeon all around. It's so crucial to not have any sort of mistakes, because one mistake means you lose the Lantern buff. It just has a huge domino effect, and you just end up losing more and more time. So recovering anything in this dungeon is really, really difficult. And I think it really will go to show whichever of those teams is going to be more consistent.
What were you going to say, Titles?
I would feel very scared. If I was Aster Y, I would feel very scared to be going Sanguine Depths, because it can go so bad so fast, and it doesn't matter which team you are. It doesn't matter if you're the best team. It doesn't matter if you're the first seed. It doesn't matter if you're the 8th seed. If you have one death in Sanguine Depths, you can actually just completely lose your run in that Tarvald Wing, and it's just like, a lot of the times it's just like a super unfortunate issue where it's like kind of, I don't want to say it's completely out of your control. You can absolutely outplay everything that happens in here, but man, it does feel bad if you're like, oh, accidentally got chain hit by the scribe three or four times, and then and then it's just like you end up dying, and it's just, if I was Aster Y, I would be incredibly scared for this Sanguine.
I think both teams have plenty of reason to be scared on this one. Once again, this is going to be the decider to determine whether Aster Y or Ambition moves on to our grand finals. Lots on the line for both of these teams as Sanguine Depths gets going.
Oh, wow, there it is.
Ooh.
The Moonkin's coming out. Venthyr Moonkin for Ambition. And it might be a Kyrian Moonkin for Aster Y, actually. It's a little bit of a difference here in the Covenants, as both of them are gearing up to do that first pull, pulling everything on top of that first Lantern, of course. And yes, Aster Y's Moonkin is playing Kyrian. You can see it show up in the damage meters now.
All right, so now you see Xing Shen. He is the main character for Aster Y. He is going to be providing most of their damage, whereas Ambition, they're going to be playing like this slingshot where whenever they use their Moonkin CDs with 1C Vamp with that Ravenous Frenzy, they're going to kind of take the lead, but then in the meantime they're going to slow down really heavily just by the fact that Venthyr Moonkin is a bystander typically whenever it doesn't have cooldowns.
Yeah, definitely not going to be great whenever those cooldowns are down. You also see Onesie playing with that Heart of the Wild, while the Moonkin for Aster Y is playing Mass Root. It's a little bit of a difference in CC as well and in utility. And now we do see Aster Y using a Trout and that skip to get past most of his trash, pulling Arcoleth on top of the boss as well. Ambition taking it a bit slow as they're trying to gather up all of this trash here before they pull the boss.
So this is one of the reasons that you actually end up running the Moonkin in this dungeon. So whenever you're pulling Arcoleth with all of these ticks, you really want that Solar Beam to be able to keep all of these ticks interrupted while you need to continue to rotate kicks on the Arcoleth. And so while Sigil of Silence is great for the ticks, chaining both of those things, chaining the Sigil of Silence into that Solar Beam really allows you to enable this pull in a different way. Because if you look at the side of Ambition, those Engorge casts are starting to go off for those ticks, and Onesie ends up going down at the end of his ramp for Ambition, and the trash is still alive. This could actually be a full wipe if Ambition isn't able to recover and get this trash killed off.
This is actually such a disaster for them because they are playing that Venthyr, and he was just 10 seconds into his cooldowns when he died. So he lost all of his damage here, all of his burst, and he's also losing the Lantern buff as well. That's actually such a horrible death for Ambition. If anyone else would have died, it would have not been that much of a problem, but losing the Venthyr Moonkin there is just a disaster. Look at the difference in HP now between the bosses for Aster Y and Ambition. Aster Y playing so much cleaner in this pool.
Look at the difference in the Moonkin's damage in between this pull. 1Z is below nerf because he lost his 3-minute CD on that pack, where Aster Y's Moonkin, sure, he's playing a worse Covenant, and his individual stats are going to be a lot worse, but it's just the polarizing nature of that Ravenous Frenzy, and he lost 3 minutes worth of damage with one just problem. And it's like we were talking about going into this, how I was talking about Aster Y should be afraid to be playing Sanguine Depths because just one mistake can cost you an insane amount of time. It happened to Ambition. They lost that one, they have that one mistake, and now it's costing them somewhere in the range of probably 45 seconds.
Yeah, and that's the thing, again, right? We keep talking about this, but it's just true. When you're playing that Venthyr Moonkin, it's a pretty high risk, high reward kind of strategy, because whenever your cooldowns are down, your damage is going to be still low. And if your Moonkin dies during those cooldowns, or you have some other reason you can't use them, then it's just going to be such a huge loss. Aster Y, though, they did use that Shroud to get past some of the trash here, and now they're killing off that Overseer pack with the Sentinel as well on top of this Lantern. You can see they're ramping up those Lantern stacks. They want to get up to 10, and then depending on which strategy they're running, they might be trying to refresh that Lantern stack in the Torvald area, but they have to go past the Ruth and the mini-boss first.
Yeah, and so now they're just going to sit here DPSing down the Spiteful Shade. They're going to drop combat, and like you said, it's going to be interesting to see what they do here. So they're stealthing up. Okay, so they're just burning invisibility potions here. They don't even maybe their Shroud isn't available yet. It's kind of hard to tell. And so now they are pulling this Overseer pack with the Oppressors into Executioner Baruth. And with the 10 stack, this pack should be pretty easily doable. We've seen different strategies for this dungeon, but typically these MDI teams really like to avoid pulling those Overseers because those Overseers make you do reduced damage, and honestly, it costs you more time than it typically ends up saving you as a whole, but you have to do some not great packs whenever you're running this dungeon, and so you have to just decide, oh, what are the packs that are less efficient that we are going to be looking to do here. And so now Aster Y ends up getting that Overseer killed off. They just have this Javeliner, and they need to be, and if you're looking on the right side of their unit frames, they need to be refreshing that 10 stack of that Sinful Boon buff.
Yeah, they have to go quick if they want to refresh that. Aster now moving to that right side. You can see it already opening that Lantern on their Rogue there. They do have two Venthyrs, Rogue and Paladin, to be able to open those Lanterns. And now they're trying to kill something up. They got it.
Nice.
There we go. They immediately killed off one of the mobs. Now they're up to 10 stacks. One of the casts actually going through on their Moonkin here. One of the Root did manage to get rid of that though. And the cooldown's also being popped for their Moonkin. So they're trying to get all of that killed, and they're constantly refreshing their Lantern buff too, of course.
Yeah, and ZyPB really doing a lot of utility work on this kind of dungeon, and so he's able to get Anuo as many resets as he reasonably can with the trees. In addition to that, he's able to keep all the mobs grouped up on top of those lanterns, and look at that, they're just leaving those Spiteful Shades mass rooted on top of that lantern to give them the latest possible refresh on their stacks, and now they are progressing through the dungeon, and this is great for their position. Executor Tarvald is engaged, and so we saw this from Incarnation whenever they were running Sanguine Depths earlier, how they were just utilizing this ring. Aster Y still has one Lantern that they have yet to engage, and so they're going to burn Executor Tarvald before their 10 stack drops. Then they're going to refresh this 10 stack of the Sinfall Boon Lantern in just a little bit, and then take it into the third boss room, and it allows for the absolute maximum amount of optimization on this path.
Oh no, Nerf is going down for Ambition. Nerf tried so hard to refresh his necrotic stacks. He was running away trying to drop the stacks, and then on the last millisecond he refreshed the necrotic from like 36 to 37, and there's just no way he was going to survive that. That's a full team wipe for Ambition in the worst possible moment, because they had those Lantern stacks, and now they lost everything just because of a millisecond difference there between Nerf getting rid of that necrotic stack or refreshing it. That's heartbreaking for Ambition.
That is that's probably going to be the end of it for them. They are losing so much time. We talk about how much time you can end up losing in Sanguine Depths if one mistake occurs, and that is a mistake that's going to cost them somewhere in the range of like maybe like 3 or 4 minutes, maybe even more. Aster Y on the left side, they unfortunately aren't able to get Tarvald killed off quick enough, so they're not going to get a 10-stack refresh on their Lantern. However, they do still have that 1 Lantern left to engage. They do have Spiteful, so they will be able to get a 10-stack. It's just not going to be a refresh and an extension like we've seen from some of the other teams with the fastest runs in here.
Yeah, this is definitely very unfortunate for them. Aster Y, though, they are on their way to get the last Lantern activated to be able to use those stacks for the next boss. You can see they got that Warden, they got all of those Scribes and some Ghouls as well in there to be able to get the extra stacks. A lot of the cooldowns are actually down at this point, so the next boss pull can be dangerous with all of that trash there. But yeah, they're definitely through the most dangerous part. The most dangerous part that will cost you the most time if you make mistakes is that ring area. We see that she death propped here too on her Rogue. Did manage to survive though, thankfully. And now they're just trying to kite out those shades, refreshing the buff one more time, and then they're moving on. And yeah, this really was like I would say like one of the scariest parts of this dungeon now done for Aster Y. Of course, there's still really dangerous parts left in the dungeon, but I would say that if you make a mistake there, it's going to cost you less of a time loss than if you die in that ring area.
Yeah, and so now they're taking this 10-stack of the buff into Berillia, and this is going to allow you to be able to just absolutely nuke this boss. Whenever you're running this Subtlety Rogue plus this Frost Mage, and you have this 50% damage gain on top of it, this boss's HP is just going to melt. And so while there are these oppressors casting Rack Soul on everything, you have things such as like the Sigil of Silence and that Solar Beam that's going to allow you to be able to mitigate a lot of the group-wide damage. So now, all your melee have to do is watch out for these Spiteful Shades, and if they get meleeed by them, that would be pretty bad. You'd probably die, but it's just something that these top caliber MDI teams are trying to mitigate as much as possible.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see the buff is still running for Aster Y. They have a couple of seconds left here. On that Lantern buff, you can see one of their oppressors still alive. They're just trying to kite it out. The Ashen is still in cooldown for the Holy Paladin. I would also assume that they're not committing it anymore at this point. And I mean, they have so much damage on this boss too. Their Frostmage just blasting this pool. Of course, a lot of it is AoE as well on that trash bag that they pulled before. And then after this, they're going to be moving on to that last gauntlet area, which, to be honest, that's still a pretty significant thing for them to do correctly because of that Lantern buff that is there too, and because they also have that Sagadon, that physical damage increase on the last boss. So if they mismanage their cooldown, if they mismanage the Lantern buff, it could cause a wipe on the last boss, because the longer that fight lasts, the more dangerous it becomes with those Tormentor debuffs.
Oh man, look at Ambition. They're having to do this boss now without any Lantern buff at all. And there are 2 full bosses behind where Aster Y is. This is just a position where Aster Y would have to have multiple monumental mistakes, and it's just like Sanguine Depths can be a dungeon that turns from like, all right, everything is going okay, to, oh no, we full wiped and have lost multiple minutes in just a split second. And it's off the back of those Lanterns, like we were talking about earlier. And so now Aster Y here, basically the only thing you're looking at is Anuo's necrotic stacks on the left side of your screen. Making sure that he's able to get necrotic resets fairly reliably is the most important thing, because if he dies, then that could open up Aster Y a position to have a wipe or just massive mistakes. But assuming that Aster Y and Anuo are able to stay alive, then they definitely should be in position to be able to take this down fairly comfortably.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the time as well. 11 minutes into the dungeon, and they're already on their way to the last boss. The time to beat at the moment, the best time is 14 minutes 50 by Incarnation. To be fair, I think they even had a few mistakes there, Incarnation, so they probably could have done a little bit faster. But yeah, insane time by Aster Y here as well. And now they are on that last Lantern. Looks like their Paladin did open it up just now. Hopefully they will get the refresh. That's something that we've seen Incarnation make a mistake with last time, where they just waited for too long to get the last refresh. And that's something that Aster Y has to do correctly to be able to get that buff through to the boss too.
Yeah, and Aster, you see they have that bat also. So They needed a little bit of additional count in this area. I know missed his Sigil of Flame. It's fine. He's going to have to manually pull that back. But you see that the grab that bat, and so while Anuo is grabbing General Call and the remainder of the trash back into the pack, you see Aster Y refreshing their Sinfall Boom buff, just being able to deal with some of the trash that they're keeping slowed with that Frost Mage, while their tank and their leader is grabbing the remainder of the count for them.
Yeah, they also pulled some bats from the side as well, some extra trash that they needed. We don't want to have another disaster where they're killing the last boss and then they're not at 100% trash. So keep an eye on that percentage as they're finishing off Kyle for the second to last time as they're gonna have to kill the boss again. Well, of course, as they're moving on. They did manage to refresh that buff too, if you can look at that group frame. So they're gonna have that buff, and now they're gonna be carrying that rest of the trash into the last boss in just a second. And this is the last crucial moment. They have the Bloodlust, they have the Ashen, they have all cooldowns available here. Nothing can go wrong at this point.
Yeah, absolutely nothing could possibly go wrong here. There's definitely no way that they could wipe.
Oh no.
Alright, so now General Call. They're waiting a second for it to be able to be engaged. Anuo immediately drops the shield, so if you drop it like right as the boss is engaged or right before the boss is engaged, first off, Anuo gets a reset on his Necrotic by doing that because it cleanses that debuff, and it's going to be up for the General Call ability. And so it's a really smart usage by Anuo to be able to do that. Aster Y still has 10 stacks of their Sinfall Boom buff as ZyBB Eagle goes down.
Yeah, they do have 2 battle rests available, but lost his cooldowns, right? They're not as significant as their Moonkins ones, but still losing quite a lot of damage, losing the buff as well from that Lantern, even though it was about to run out anyway. So they still have 1 more battle rest in case something goes wrong, but look at the boss, still on 57%. On that 21 Tyrannical, that is still quite a lot of HP to chew through, and the seed being popped here by their mage as well, and they should be able to get out of the pot, so it's gonna be fine. But yeah, the longer this fight lasts, the more difficult it's gonna be, because you keep getting these bleed effects and you just run out of immunities and you're slowed, so it's really hard to dodge those charges, and you have the 50% physical damage increase, so it just becomes more difficult the longer it goes. And look how slow Kyle is dropping as well, still on 54%.
Yeah, and it's like you were talking about, like once you start losing your immunes and stuff like that. So they do get a reset on their stacks by using that shield there, and so this is going to be a little bit of a reprieve. And their rogue immediately gets hit with that Wicked Gash again. He dwarfs off the bleed, which is the most dangerous part. But whenever you're playing with that Sagadon debuff, General Call is very scary. Aster Y going to be able to take that down and be able to beat Ambition 2-1.
That victory, Aster Y is going to move on to our grand finals for a rematch with Echo. And man, we've been just seeing Sanguine Depths claiming the lives of too many teams as Ambition will fall to 3rd place here, Dratnos.
Yeah, incredible run for Ambition. Getting to this point in the tournament, even getting to this tournament was a huge undertaking for them, and they've beaten so many great teams to get here, but they will fall to Aster Y from the Chinese region, who will be making it now to face off against Echo in the grand finals. Wow, this is going to be a showdown.
That's right. You know, the Aster Y Revenge Tour is getting some momentum going, but Echo, they're ready and raring to be able to meet that challenge there. And we were really wondering what it was going to look like in this matchup, specifically for Sanguine Depths, Nagura, because we hadn't seen a run by either of these teams, but 14-48 coming in on the side of Aster Y throughout that Sanguine run. And of course, just minimal deaths, so very, very close to the Incarnation run, which we had at 1450.
Yeah, so a new best now, tournament best by Aster Y, beating Incarnation by 2 seconds. And of course, they were so far ahead with Ambition having that full team wipe there. And I mean, it's just heartbreaking for Ambition because they have played so incredibly well. And of course, Sanguine Depths, it looks like, you know, just one small mistake is going to cost you 5 minutes or more even in that Torvald area. It's just so hard to come back from that in Sanguine Depths.
It really is, and let's talk about that as well, Dranos, because those mistakes, those deaths just cost so much more in a dungeon like this.
Yeah, I mean, Sanguine Depths, it really has that snowballing capacity. Really one of the first things that goes wrong here. Once he hits his Venthyr Moonkin cooldowns, you can see he's still early in the stages of the ramp here, about 10 seconds into those ramps, ends up going down on this first pull as we're about to watch here, and that is catastrophic for Ambition's damage on this first boss pull. I think even that alone probably means they're going to lose to the run that Aster ended up having. Look at what Aster is able to do here. The difficulty of these pulls like this one, we're going to watch this pull for quite a while, and there is a lot that goes on here. But you can see this is Varuth into that mini boss. A lot of stuff that needs to be dodged, right? You've got those tornadoes that need to be dodged. Look at the way they're separating, then stacking back up because you still need to be stacked. Then running away from the Grand Overseer to break those chains. And then again, another tornado coming, dodging those. Then you need to stack up for the Fear cast, right? Out of Executioner Varuth. All of that being managed while Spiteful Shades are hunting you down, while all the other mechanics are happening, while your tank is taking heavy damage too. So very impressive that they're able to make that all work out. You know, while fighting this mini boss, they end up siphoning their anima, but then the fun does not stop because now they are still on the clock. Look at that. They still have 10 stacks of their lantern buff, and they are running straight to the next lantern. That is a urgent mission now, is getting to that lantern, immediately open there. Their rogue heads there as the first order of business, and damage into that quill feather. You can see just off to the left of the screen, that quill feather going down refreshes everybody's 10 stack. Beautifully done to be able to get that huge damage increase. Now they have it for the entire duration of this pull as well. And you can see they're just dealing such heavy damage to this entire pull. All these mobs really well grouped up as well. Scribes are notoriously uncooperative, really hard to group them like this, but getting all of them, or almost all of them, in the range of a blizzard is really impressive that they're able to make that happen. And look at this. Once the pull is done, they mass root all of the remaining Spiteful Shades here. Once that last Spiteful Shade spawns, they hit it with the mass root and just run away. And that means 10 seconds later, when that Spiteful Shades expires, they will get the refresh from downtown from that lantern buff and really just full min-max it. On the other side here, Nerf dealing with those same affixes, right? Dealing with that necrotic, trying to run away and reset his necrotic stacks. You can see he's in meta. His last resort is already procced though. Needs to dodge that tornado from the Custodian. Nearly has reset here, but that Warden just barely gets to him. He tries to jump through, succeeds, but now he's in the middle of where the group is. He's got mobs on both sides. He opens that little cage, but then he starts running back in, and you can see his stack gets refreshed just at the very last second. Now he's at 7% health, but he is basically immune to healing from that necrotic affix. Nothing is going to save him there. Nobody can help him except for Kyrian with the file thing, I guess, but they didn't have that. So
Yeah. If you had it.
Yeah, that Clio trait, you know, the one where you use the file and it helps
True.
them too. Yeah.
I don't think that they were running that, but I've seen
Right.
a number of times where those
It would be
tanks
really
have
good
died
here.
at that exact spot, and I was like,
Right.
why don't they run it and lower their damage somewhat just to guarantee that they survive it?
Yeah, and then here we see Aster on the last boss. Things actually go a little bit wrong here for Aster. This is such a fast run. They get to this boss with so little time total having been spent on the clock. They get that first burn, right? The first 10% of this boss's health disappear in, 10 or 15 seconds. Those next 10%, things do start to get a little bit sketchy. You can see as IBB going down there, and they end up having actually a little bit more even happening. Qingshin, watch soon for the old pod tender. he's gonna end up having a unfortunate event here. I guess it's still 10 or 15 seconds. Starts taking some damage and never really topped either from this point. And now we have the boss mechanic with the increased physical damage taken as well. The boss ends up just charging and landing right on top of him. That's the pod tender. Not the death though. They were able to actually recover this and take the boss the rest of the way down to 0 or 50.
So
in
is it
this case.
Zai B Beagle?
Yeah, okay. I believe it.
Yeah, let's go
Zai
with
B
it.
Eagle.
I heard you guys say eagle.
I think
And I
it's
was like,
Eagle.
I was wondering
it
what that
could
was
be.
about, but now I get it. Yeah.
But it could be Beagle. It could be a dog.
I mean, sure. We'll roll with that. I mean, let's
It
just
is
take a second
Halloween.
to enjoy this bracket as well, Nagura. Look at how far we've seen teams like Echo and Aster Y come riding their way through the upper bracket. This is so reminiscent of a number of group stages that we've seen in the past. You have just very clear-cut two dominant teams that ride the wave to be able to get to the top And it's just so crazy to look at how tight the competition was that Aster Y wasn't overthrown at the bottom of the bracket by Incarn or Ambition.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be a rematch now that we've seen in the semifinal already, and it was already so close between Echo and Aster Y, right? We have the 2-1 there in the semifinal, and this time around, we're going to have that best of 5, and we're also going to have the map bans, which really means we are going to be finding that winning team that really deserves to win this. Of course, Echo having a little bit more time to prepare for the grand final, because while Aster Y was winning against Ambition, especially since it also was a 3-game series, so there was even more time for Echo to prepare for that grand final.
Yeah, and it's going to be a huge challenge as well. Like you mentioned, there's going to be a total of 7 dungeons, and there's going to be blind bans, so it could happen that both teams ban the exact same dungeon, and then they run the next 5 in order. But it's important to note, Echo has 3 very, very quick dungeons in Mist, Spire's Theater. Aster has Wake, the other side, Halls, and then now they just have Sanguine tacked on top of that as some of the fastest dungeons we've seen. So that is true, but on the other hand, we've also seen a number of dungeons that have been won or lost here, Tettles, by a matter of like 5-6 seconds.
Yeah, and I think it's just going to come down to consistency, and it's to the point where I feel like our top 4 have had these matches where it's just like one mistake, and it's not even like like a real mistake. It's like one errant death costs you a full run, and once you're at that point, it's just been so insane how close every single series has been shaking up.
It really has, and it's made it just... All right. Wait, computer, enhance.
I'm so smart.
Zoom in on that. Zoom in on that middle selection.
All right, yeah, it's so
it's
so easy
so
when you
horse.
just pick 2 favorites. Yeah,
Echo.
they're
So
easy.
That's right.
There were a second seed. A second seed.
Oh, man.
Do you know what a dark horse is, Tuttle?
They were a
Oh,
second
Tettles.
seed. They're the underdog,
know,
of course.
The
I know
definition
that-
of a dark horse.
The Echo Icon's
They're an
a
underdog.
dragon, Tettles. It's not a horse.
They're an underdog.
okay?
I don't want
By
Tettles getting
what
credit for this pick.
metric?
If you look at his bracket,
They're
he has
second
Echo-
seed. They lost.
He has Echo going out in 4th, okay? He has Echo losing in 4th, so he's calling them a dark horse. He's actually lower on Echo than everybody else, right? Everybody else thinks they're going later. He thinks they're a dark horse and should have gone out in an impressive 4th for their underdog status.
So he's saying that Echo is just not even worth considering. Oh, they're just whatever. I guess they're just gonna go out in 4th place, the winningest team in the MDI history. So many victories under the belt. I guess they're just gonna go out. Titles. Is that what you're trying to say to us?
No.
here?
I said they were a dark horse. They're the second seed. I said they had a lot of
Can you
a lot of
define
upside.
a dark
they
horse?
have had a lot of upside.
We're being gaslit on
Yes,
live
because
television.
they're the
You're
best
gaslighting me.
historical team.
You're
Tettles,
gaslighting me.
Tettles.
It doesn't. They were a
Have
second
a seat,
seed.
Tettles.
They were a
You're
second
acting
seed.
out of line, okay?
I will lead this broadcast.
Yes.
It's finally happening.
Oh, more catering for us. Let's go. All right, let's give Tettles a little bit of time to decompress as we prepare ourselves for our grand final. So we're taking a quick break before we get into it. But when we return, Echo and Aster Y for the lion's share of the $300,000 prize pool. Don't go anywhere, guys.
It's finally time. The best MDI teams around the world are here, and we are ready to face off.
Look at the amount of damage Shella is doing on this Destruction Warlock, just completely annihilating his pet.
200K?
Going up to 200k in DPS.
That is just insane.
Every one of these teams qualified for global finals with one thing in mind: to prove that they are the best.
Incarnation has just now gone into their pull. Everything is active. The Bloodlust pop, Ashen Hollow and Wings down. Echo needs to kill one of these trash mobs in the next 10 seconds, or this is going to be the series for Incarnation. And that's it. Incarnation has taken this series and this tournament. Oh my god, what a debut for this squad.
These teams are competing for the lion's share of $300,000 in our most competitive finals to date. But at the end of the day, only one team can claim the title of MDI champion.
It's grand finals time for the Mythic Dungeon International, and of course, Tattles did have to step out a little bit and everything like that. It's getting to trick-or-treating time for him. But I'm joined right now by Dratnos, Nagura, and Zyronic to wrap up our day and crown our MDI Season 2 champion, as we will be having some formatting differences, of course. So the best team in the series is, of course, going to be our champion. And we are going to go through 7 possible dungeons, 2 of which are going to be banned, and they're going to go through some blind bans here as well, Zyro.
Yeah, so the map pool works a little bit differently this time around. It's not set 3 map pools. We have a map pool of 7 of our 8 dungeons for the teams to choose from. Each team gets to randomly ban one of those 7 dungeons. You aren't told what the other team chooses to ban, so they could ban the same dungeon. However, regardless of how these bans happen, after the 2 teams have chosen their bans, we start from the start of the pool and just play through until our best of 5 is complete. And at the end of that best of 5, the team who has 3 dungeons won is our winner and our MDI champion.
Yep, and of course it's going to be a lot on the line for these teams, and it's also going to be a great look to see how the order of these dungeons is going to be playing out, to see how some of the map bans are going to be playing out, because let's look at some of the best dungeons, Nagura, that we've had for each of these teams. Both teams have some, out of 8 dungeons, I think 7 of the dungeons are having the best times by both of those teams. There we go. It's like 3 for Echo and then 4 for Aster Y that we've seen so far.
Yeah, that's crazy. At that point, you think, okay, which dungeon are we even banning against each other, right? Because there's so many dungeons where the other team has the best time, so you want to ban more than just one. But yeah, let's take a look at those dungeons and see what those teams decided to ban.
All right, here we go. Cat.
Interesting.
Oh, we already have our bans and everything, too. That was quick. These teams have been lightning speed. Echo, of course, beginning their ban in on Plaguefall, while Aster Y banning Mist. I love the Mist ban by Aster Y. I absolutely love it because, for all of this tournament, Echo has had their Bastion, their Guard, their Bulwark, their Rampart, their Parapets, all their security in Mist of Tyrannus Scythe in particular. But I am kind of surprised by the Plaguefall ban compared to Hall's Dratnos. All right, Zyro, you want to take this? I'm a little surprised by that part.
I'm kind of surprised that Echo didn't use their ban on Halls of Atonement, because Aster Y has looked like it's their home. And to give Aster Y that confidence building game 1, let them go 1-0 in the series. I mean, remember, Aster Y beat Echo in this map earlier today, let alone they have the fastest time in this dungeon all weekend. It also feels like Echo banning out Plaguefall is like a little bit of a, hey, we remember Great Push when we beat you in this dungeon back in the day? Yeah, we don't even need that dungeon to beat you guys.
Oh, it's like a respect play. It's like a little BM play, maybe.
Maybe.
It could be. Yeah, you never know. And, well, now, Echo, as we know, has been the most winning team the MDI has ever seen in the history of this tournament. While Aster Y, keep in mind, 4 of the 5 players did participate in the team called Skyline during the great push that we saw earlier this year. But otherwise, we haven't had as close of a look. So I wanted to take the time to, again, check out the video that Aster Y sent in to sort of introduce us to who they are and what the MDI really means to them.
我是土生土长的乐山人。乐山是一个生活节奏非常慢的城市，有山有水，好吃的也很多。
训练了，学院了。
好的，好的，马上上线。是阿布夏阿老师向叶师傅推荐我来参加这次 MDI 比赛的。当初阿老师是让我来打暗幕的，结果没想到最后自己完成了武僧的形状。
就给武僧自由。
我没有散魔功了。
不用，武能量。
我一个玩暗幕的，现在武僧已经要玩到快1手之夜的水平了，就感觉上当了。
没法紧贴我。
BOSS 往后拉，在圈里。BOSS。
叶师傅是我们战队的主脑嘛，也是比赛的时候的指挥。有时候训练到晚上3、4点以后，他还是会自己去看录像啊，然后每个细节就是每一分每一秒慢在哪里，他都会帮我们找出原因。
你打断没好，是他那个特殊条的那个 CD 其实是14秒。
他就像我们的班主任一样吧。
我打赌2块钱 ，BOSS 区在原地。2块钱，你们每人欠我2块。打完红包转账，好吧？
阿诺是我们队伍的 T， 有些 T 就是遇到这种压力非常大的情况，可能都会退缩。但是阿诺只要知道这个路线对于我们来说是更快的，那他一定会想办法去适应，能扛住这波小怪，而不是选择逃避。
5人本打过去，走，不然就这个问题解决不了。
在平时的训练当中，阿诺其实就像我的大哥一样吧，对我十分的照顾，挺温暖的。星星是一个非常顶尖的法师，他也是一个非常自信的人。在平时的训练当中，他也经常会打着开始欣赏自己的操作，自我陶醉。
我要爆发！这你妈！
如果你那儿很难，咱们就可以调一下合理的。
合理，我有个堂弟叫合理。是真的，这个是真的。
星星的自我吹嘘和阿诺的单口相声就组成了我们队伍的气氛组，为我们枯燥的训练带来了许多欢乐。我跟小太阳是很久的朋友了，也做了很多年的队友。平时比赛训练当中，小太阳不太爱说话，是一个安全感十足的治疗，我很信任他。
星星卡视角，
星卡视角，星在射你。
平时打说话说的这么少，
因为叶师傅让我们打起来的时候少说废话，有效交流。看过我们平时直播的观众都知道，我们的训练氛围是比较严肃的，因为我们其实都很想赢，所以都非常努力，不敢懈怠。这次国服比赛看似一帆风顺，其实过程也有许多坎坷，许多副本的成绩也没有达到平时训练的水平。但经过我们不停的调整，状态也是越来越好，最后还是拿到了国服的冠军，也算是对之前一段时间的努力有个交代吧。我准备切环，刚刚就是突然分成2波了。这是我第一次打世界赛，内心还是十分紧张的。希望自己能调整好心态，给自己的魔兽旅程留下一美好的记号。我们的目标是世界前3，也有很多朋友在关注我们的表现，给予了我们很高的期待。我就争取不要拖大家的后腿，不留遗憾就好。
I absolutely love the production quality of that video. Big thank you, of course, to Aster for putting that together for us, being able to see the city. Zyro, I know you and I were like salivating over the food they have there. I gotta figure out what that's called.
Oh yeah, looked good. I mean, I haven't eaten since like 10 hours ago. So
oh
I'm
my
hoping to
goodness!
get some dinner too.
Well, you need to prepare because we got 5 dungeons going to be coming up onto this series. All right, we got a huge set of dungeons going to be coming our way, and it's going to start off with a bang on this one, Dratnos, with Halls.
Yeah, Halls of Atonement is the place where we expect Aster is going to deploy that Destruction Warlock, right? That Blaster caster known to make their run faster. That's what we think Aster's going to do.
No.
How long did you practice that for?
I've never said those words in that order in my life. But I practiced it in my head for the last 2 minutes while we were watching that video.
Thanks for that one.
You did great.
Thanks for that one. You did great. Absolutely. Very, very proud of you. But hey, this is also going to be an opportunity to see how Echo has prepared for this setup because, they already had an idea. If they're saying, hey, we're going to ban Plaguefall, there's a pretty good inkling that Aster Y is not going to ban something like Halls of Atonement. So this has to be a dungeon that Echo is prepared for by a very, very large margin. So let's see what both of these teams have in store as game number 1 of our grand finals gets going.
All right, well, this Halls, we've seen them play against each other before, and Aster won pretty clearly even. They also have the best time in the tournament so far with an 11-minute 46 clear. So that's going to be a very hard task for Echo to win this one. Aster Y definitely the favorites here, as they're already gearing up for their first pull. We do know that Echo is doing the triple shard pull, though.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to remember as well, one of the major things that Aster Y was able to do better than any other team that didn't go for the triple shard pull was deal with this very first double shard pull on the bottom left faster than anyone else. And check it out. Remember, in our hype video at the start of the day, we saw Shelley popping up to 210k, and it was like a big whoa moment. Check out ZyBB doing 270k on the exact same pull. There's no extra mobs in there. The Spiteful Shades are there too, but let's be honest. It's still cool to see that damage go that high. They are through that pull again at exactly the 1 minute mark, easily meeting that mark that they were able to beat Echo with earlier today. Echo doing great on their own time too, but remember, this is the biggest problem with that triple shard pull. There's still 2 shards alive at half HP once you've dealt with everything else, and Fragments has gone down as well to this pull with the Genji dropping incredibly low. The Thrashes are done channeling though, so most of the danger is gone for the time being, but those Spiteful Shades are still running wild on their team.
And there's just so much danger for melees on that pool. You have all of those frontals coming in, and you have all these Spiteful Shades. On top of that, you have the Thrash casts from those shards coming out. And this pool is just taking a bit too long for Echo. As another Thrash cast is coming out, but both of those shards. Fragment's going down one more time, and Zalia goes going down too. Those shards are really low, but they just keep dying over and over. They're losing a lot of time just from those deaths alone. And look at Aster Y, they're already done with their 3rd shard almost. Once that shard is set, they can pull that Tormentor. And yeah, that triple shard pull just not working out great for Echo.
I mean, this is the problem I have with leaving Halls open against Aster Y. Aster Y is lights out in this dungeon. They haven't really made that much of a mistake in this dungeon the entire weekend. In addition to having the fastest times in this dungeon while actually playing it safe, they could probably go a good 15-20 seconds faster if they played it as fast as they really needed to, but they've never been pushed to have to go for it. Remember, earlier today, when Echo and Aster Y faced off in this dungeon, they were at the exact same percentage on Halkias when both teams got to it, and that was the point at which Echo started making mistakes and letting Aster take the lead. If Aster already has a lead going into Halkias, they're just going to run away with this match.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's going to be all on Aster Y, because Echo is not too far behind when it comes to like where they are in dungeon, but they have those 20 seconds penalty from those deaths. So that's going to be a lot of advantage for Aster Y in such a quick dungeon. This is a sub 12 minute clear that Aster Y can do here, and 20 seconds in a sub 12 minute dungeon means a lot. So now they are gathering up this pool here on top of the boss. This is another dangerous one. We've seen some teams have mistakes here and deaths because you have to deal with all of those. Like basically, you have a lot less room, of course, because you have to be in the circle of Halkias. But then you also have all of those Spiteful Shades spawning, and at the same time, you have to dodge the beam from the boss. So very, very difficult to execute properly.
Also important to remember, the placement of the glass shards were something that killed Clicks earlier on in this same matchup earlier today. So making sure you get the boss away from the initial glass shards you put on the ground is incredibly important to give yourself as much room to kite around those Spiteful Shades once they start spawning here, and the boss does his laser beams. And check out the movement here from Aster Y. Not only are they getting away from the shards they put on the ground, giving themselves ample space to kite around, but Hanwha is also just dodging all of the extra damage from the trash that they still have alive. In addition to that, they are also kiting away from those Spiteful Shades, giving themselves so much room to kite as much as they need to. Frost Nova also helped from Xingqian as well, and, you know, Groundskeepers you want to eventually follow over here too. And check out the advantage for Aster Y here now, 20% ahead on Halkias. They were tied with Echo at this point earlier today. 20% boss damage in a level 22 dungeon is nothing to laugh at. And they're also through all of their trash, whereas Echo still have to finish off the rest of it here.
Yeah, Aster Y doing a really good job, but they're really out of defensive tools now on their tank. No cheat death available, the Leon Hands has been used as well, so they have to get this pull down quickly before they're running out of defensives and maybe a tank going down. But the boss is dropping lower and lower, they should be able to finish this off in just a second. Then they have to wait for these Spiteful Shades to disappear before they can move on to Echelon. Echo is right on their heels, to be honest, 15% on the boss. So if there's a mistake that Aster Y makes, then Echo can come back in this game. But Aster Y, they're so fast and they're so clean in this dungeon too. Actually, they've played this dungeon 3 times and they had 0 deaths in all of their runs. They're so clean in their hulls.
I mean, just even the movement in between bosses, making sure they do things as quickly as possible, right? In order to kill Echelon, you have to spawn him as quickly as possible, so you can't start doing damage to him until somebody clicks on the door. When your group is the fastest one at getting to the door, the mage, the shimmer into the soul shape instantly to click the door and get knocked back, saving several seconds on the board there. Those seconds could be important later on. And check out the boss damage opening they've opened up. They were 20% ahead on Helkias, now they are 35% ahead on Echelon.
Yeah, so much damage coming out of Aster Y here. They're also doing that riskier strategy where they're not killing off the Stone Fiends. They just let them respawn to get the extra targets there for the Warlock to be able to just reset the Infernal quicker. And look at the Ice Block just being used to get rid of that stun, basically, and using the Dispel on somebody else to make sure that no one or that fewer people are getting stunned so they can get more damage onto the boss. And Echo is trying to catch up, but it's just going to be so hard for them. They're trying their best, but Aster Y on a perfect Halls run is just really hard to beat.
It really is. I mean, these guys have been, we can't overstate this too much. This is their home ground, their home turf. These guys have been lights out on this dungeon, and they're continuing that streak here. I mean, technically, even though Echo have the better class, I mean, the Necrolord Warlock should technically do more damage in this first section of the dungeon than the Night Fae Warlock. They are still behind just because they couldn't quite get that 3-shard pull to work properly, and it just went wrong for them. I mean, we saw a really good scenario for Echo earlier today where they were able to make that 3-shard pull work, but man, it just seems like too much can go wrong there.
Yeah, definitely. And this is really a pull where you need to make up so much time. And if something goes wrong, and then you also have that Guardian Druid for the rest of the dungeon now. You don't have the Chaos Brand that Aster Y provides for their magic damage increase, and it's just a disaster all around, as Echo is now also gathering up that pool that Aster Y is already on. Aster Y usually does pull that Stoneborn, while Echo is skipping both of them to have the double Stoneborn for the mini-boss. So Aster Y having a little bit more damage here and having a little bit of a damage reduction as well for this one, while they are going to have to commit their Ashen onto that mini-boss to be able to go through that, because they only have 1 Stoneborn. But they also have the Collector, you can see, to see it in that corner. They're going to get that in just a second. But look at all of these Spiteful Shades being scattered across the room, and some Houndmasters up too. Aster Y actually not having such a clean pull here.
Yeah, not exactly the cleanest execution here. These Spiteful Shades are being kited around the room, but part of the reason this is happening is because they want to leave that Collector alive as long as possible. They'll cleave down these 2 Houndsmasters with their Havoc Chaos Bolts from the Warlock, but they're going to keep that Collector alive as long as possible so that it can get these Collect Sin channels off. Every single one of those channels that goes off without getting randomly interrupted by somebody in your group is extra combo points for your rogue, is extra Frozen Orb cooldown reduction for your Frost Mage. It's just extra funnel single target for the boss, and these guys are crushing it right now. Once those Houndmasters go down, there's no reason to just not let those Sins go off, and they're doing a great job of it right now, just giving themselves a little bit extra funnel damage on the boss.
Yeah, they definitely are doing a good job, but look at Echo. They actually are catching up. Yeah, they are catching up in single target damage here, as they're only 6% behind at this point on a fortified dungeon. That's not too much. And look at that, they do have those 2 Stoneborns alive. One of the Stoneborns already really low HP. They don't want to finish this one off. This is actually going to cost them a bit of time, because they might want to just hold on to some of the abilities to make sure that the Stoneborn doesn't die. So they might be losing some damage here in the boss. But yeah, now they are going to be getting that second one in, and they have 2 Stoneborns on Echo's side, while Aster Y only has 1. So we'll see what happens here with that mini boss.
Let's see, are Aster Y going to commit the Ashen Hollow here again? It is off cooldown. They didn't have it up for that last boss, and there it is. The Ashen Hollow does come out from the healer on the Holy Paladin here, so they are committing it to Inquisitor Cigar just for safety to make sure this goes through. But that is one extra tool that Echo has in their back pocket to give them a little extra single target damage on the boss. The Ashen Hollow will be available for the final boss for Echo. They'll probably end up using that when the Wings comes back off of cooldown in 2 minutes, since Xaylia has committed that here. Man, it's just, I wonder if that's just the consistent play for them, because that they've had issues with Cigar healing in the past, but that is something that could be faster for Aster Y should they choose to, but still, the advantage is growing for Aster Y. Cigar already down for them, and you have to remember those 4 deaths from Echo are going to be costly. They have to kill this boss 20 seconds faster than Aster Y in order to take this first game of the series.
Yeah, but Echo, they are engaging that boss only a few seconds after Aster Y, and they have those extra cooldowns. So this might actually be a lot closer than what we thought at the start. After those 4 deaths from Echo, somehow they clawed back so much time from those 4 deaths to now, and now they have that advantage from the Ashen. And they also have the Bloodlust, so that's going to be one of those really big cooldown usages of the Paladin. Ashen always has a lot of damage, but whenever you have that Bloodlust additionally, it's going to do even more. So we'll see how much damage they can get up here, but Aster Y popping their cooldowns now, and they're going to be just melting this boss on their side as well.
The Bloodlust looks like it's used just to get full usage out of it here. I guess the reasoning for using it this early is that you get the Infernal off of cooldown faster so that you actually get all 30 seconds of the Infernal usage on the boss, otherwise you wouldn't quite get it. Yes, your Rogue does have Shadow Blades, but that's not too big of an issue. They are talking single target, but I don't think the Lust is too big of a deal for them. It's just nice to have. But I feel like you aren't just using it for the Shadow Blades, but Xingshin has gotten hit by a pillar. The pod is procced. That's 10 seconds where he's doing literally 0 damage, whereas Icy Veins is ticking down. That Icy Veins might not come back off cooldown on this boss because of it. That is a big single target loss for them once the Icy Veins runs out. Is that going to be enough for Echo to come back? We have to keep an eye on the cooldown usage. The Ashen Hollow is down in the Bloodlust for Xaylia. The Wings will be coming off cooldown in a moment here, but Xaylia's out of mana. He has literally no mana to even do damage with. Look at that mana bar.
Yeah, that's actually such a big problem for Xaylia here. That is so unfortunate. 0 mana, even though Echo is doing a lot of damage here, but for 20 seconds difference as well. And the no mana on Xaylia, that Ashen is really not helping them out whatsoever here. As Aster Y is getting lower and lower in the boss, their damage has been slowing down a little. Echo actually catching up. Look at that. Echo might be killing the boss earlier even. Yes, they do. But the 20 seconds difference is going to mean that Aster Y wins this after all.
Wow, this is a dungeon we go into it saying Aster Y has the favor, they have the advantage into it. Echo doesn't ban it anyway, tries to go in there and beat them at their own game and comes really close to being able to do so, but those deaths that they had very early on just sunk it for them. So Aster Y going up in the series 1-0 at the moment, Dranos.
Yeah, worth noting that was about 30 seconds slower than Aster Y's best run of this dungeon. So had there been a no-death run from Echo, I think it could have been competitive with that, because certainly, I mean, if they hadn't died, just the death differential alone would have made it good enough for a win in that game.
That's a very good point. And, you know, we were looking at just a number of times where we're pressing these teams to be as consistent and as close to perfection as possible. And it's such a huge challenge to be able to pull off at so many points throughout because there's so much stress on the team. I mean, just look at all the spites just running amok there, Nagura, on the early pulls.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a difficult pull for Echo to do with those triple shards. And then you have so many shades running around, and especially for melees, right? Fragments going down there, that is something that I've kept talking about in halls. And I'm pretty sure that's why some of the teams are not running a melee at all. That's why they play with this Shadow Priest, Frost Mage, and the Destro Warlock, because that dungeon is scary for melee in general, and then you have Spiteful on top of that. There's just so many things going on at the same time.
There really are. And Dranos, let's start breaking down some of those pulls there. What do you think it was that Aster was losing some extra time on compared to their best run?
Yeah, so let's start off by talking about that wipe from Echo, because this, I mean, well, not the wipe, but the deaths, right? The deaths from Frag in this first pull. You can see just how scary it is and how cornered you get, right? When you're in this little platform, there are a lot of directions you can't walk, so if you're being targeted by Spiteful Shades, there's just really nowhere to go. And so you end up kind of getting farmed a little bit depending on how things work out here. When players start dying, Spiteful Shades start retargeting as well. Things start to become very hectic here. So they're able to make this pull still work out. You can see Clix doing a completely absurd 20 million total damage to this pull. That is a lot of damage, but still so much time lost here. So many resources committed. Frag jumping off there again off at the side. I wasn't quite sure why that was. Maybe dropping combat with something or something like that. Anyways, once we then do get to these last 3 bosses, we're going to start these clips actually at the same time in the dungeon for each of the teams. So you can see, on pull here, Echo at already, they pull the boss there around 80-90% was when we started that clip. Aster already having the boss in that 65% range just based off of that time, but still a pretty small advantage to have given how disastrous the start of the dungeon was for Echo, right? And as we got later and later into these further boss fights, now we're switching over. Echo 36% on this third boss is the number to keep in mind, as they did such a great job of managing things here. A little bit of difficulty, actually. That Loyal Stoneborn ends up taking a little bit too much cleave, and they have really tough time making sure that they don't accidentally cleave it down too hard here. A little bit worrying, but you could see when Echo had it at 36%, Aster 27%, right? So they've closed that gap in terms of health, and they actually, that gap in terms of health, completely possible for Echo to overtake there. The problem is just those 4 deaths adding 20 seconds of death timer. That alone is enough to make the difference at the end here. But you can see, when Echo pulling this boss, Aster basically had just pulled it as well. And Echo get into this boss, they are going to get their Ashen Hallow back, right? They're going to have Hallow, Lust, Wings, Infernal, Shadow Blades, right? They're going to have that combo for huge damage when they actually press those buttons, multiplying together. Whereas Aster, on the other hand, when they get to this boss, they kind of just fire off the Bloodlust. Rather than using it with all their cooldowns, they sort of are just pressing their cooldowns on cooldown, which is normally the strategy I endorse in a dungeon, to just do that, and it's usually not that wrong. But in this case, I do think you're losing out on some efficiency by not holding, since you're only going to get one more use anyways of several of those cooldowns. And then, of course, we have some danger coming out on this fight as well. Not a fight that is actually free for DPS players, right? There's a lot of mechanics that you do need to look out for, you need to dodge, and it can be kind of hard to tell where exactly those different statues are going. So we end up seeing Qingshin actually going into a pod a little bit later than there in that fight, which caused a little bit of a further DPS slowdown for Aster. That meant Echo killed that boss first, but the 20 seconds.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, the seed also stopping, the potential of having those deaths and everything. Man, 8.6% of people predicting an Echo versus Aster finale in the Echo pick'ems there. Wow, I thought I'm very curious to see. I don't think there's any perfect brackets at this point, but I'm curious to see if there's any that are a couple dungeons off or a couple a one team off or something like that. That would be amazing. But the zombie extermination really came for those Echo brackets with a vengeance, Nagura. How's your score doing, by the way?
Well, I don't want to talk about
it. Oh! Mine didn't get saved, so I don't have to worry at all about it. It's great. But we are ready to roll here. Let's get into it. Game number 2 getting started here in theater.
Oh, boy.
All right, so let's look at the theater. I do think this is... Yeah, they've also played this dungeon against each other before, right? So this is back-to-back dungeons that they've already played against each other before. And in this one, I would say Echo is the clear favorite because they have run this dungeon twice, and both times they had a 0-death run, 16 minutes 59, and then they beat their own best time by 16 minutes 57. While their best time for Aster was 17:32. So I would say Echo is the favorite here, but Aster, why? If they have a clean run, their time should be really close.
Congrats to our observer on the 3 Choose 1 achievement. You've seen teams killing the last boss at different times. Well done. But, I mean, Jude, I don't know what it is about Clix, but it seems like he is just the god of Dance of GG procs. This dude just always seems to be doing more damage than every other Windwalker monk. Kind of insane. I mean, it reminds me of going back to the old Season 2 BFA days where there were just rogues that managed to get 6 buffs more often than every other rogue, and there was no telling why they did it. Maybe it was because they had 2 R's in their name. You just never know.
Yeah, I mean, never forget that 6 buff. That is something that was like a sore spot with our rogues, and whenever I mention it, they got like physically like upset about being unlucky with that 6 buff. Either way, Echo is now engaging Baruth with those Shackled Souls. SRY doing the exact same thing. SRY 9 seconds slower actually in the first boss. Probably because of Click's buffs, who knows? But yeah, 9 seconds difference, that is gonna be quite a lot for the rest of the dungeon here for SRY to make up.
I mean, we have a very, very recent memory of how this dungeon went for both teams. Echo played a perfect Theater of Pain, was able to get it down in the fastest time we'd seen all weekend, matching their time from earlier in the weekend, pretty much. And then Aster Y just had so many small mistakes happening over the course of the entire dungeon. And to be honest, Aster Y really hasn't had that much time to work on those mistakes. I would imagine after they lost to Echo, they would have gone out and practiced the matches for the previous match against Ambition, not the dungeons for this matchup. So, I mean, they have a good strategy. The fact is, can they keep those things in mind that they made mistakes with last time around and work on that from here? Like, for instance, Onwell remembering, I need to have a heroic leap charge whenever we get to the Zav Wing so that I can skip past that third mini-boss, making sure people just don't die to random extra damage. They just have to play it perfectly, because last time around, they were faster on the first boss than Echo. This time around, they're going to have to play catch up right from the get-go.
Yeah, that's not a good sign to be behind from the very start already. Echo is but Aster Y actually making up quite a lot of time on this pull somehow. Echo now being done and Aster Y only being like 1 or 2 seconds behind. So they made up some seconds here at least between the first boss on this. And now they're going to be dealing with those mages. And we do know that they have a different strat here. Aster Y finishing off one of the mages first, the one that got purged by their hunter, and just bolstering the other mage. But the reason why they do this is because the shield from the other mage is gone at this point. But Echo decides to do the other strategy, where they just nuke through the shield, basically, from the mage that did not get dispelled by Jinji, to make sure that none of them get bolstered. But it looks like they killed them pretty evenly.
Yeah, I mean, looks like Aster Y has made up a little bit of that ground here. Echo's still a tiny, tiny bit ahead, but the ground is being made up from Aster. We know they also like to pull a little bit of extra trash percentage in this section of the dungeon too, so let's see how that goes for them this time around. Last time around, Echo was able to catch up and take the lead on the next platform, just due to great procs of Dance of Jinji from Clicks. Let's see if they can get that happening again. Looks like both teams have completely destroyed this first pull. Echo, of course, going to go on to the next platform. Aster Y opting to choose to deal with this Shackled Soul Pack instead for a little bit of extra percentage.
Looks like Jinji got some procs of GG there on his Marksman Hunter, as he was completely destroying that pack there. And now Echo using those CCs on those mages to make sure they get that higher HP mob lower, the Bone Reaver. And whenever the Bone Reaver is a bit lower, they're going to be pulling all of those mages together. This is actually a pretty dangerous pull, because they need to be gathered up so quickly. You can see Jinji just silencing the mobs on the left side, while also using the knock here to get the mage in. And still not all the way stacked though, and it looks like a stun by Stalia interrupting that Bone Spear in the last second. But yeah, these threats are not stacked, and it's bolstering, so they're losing quite a lot of time here, because those mages, look at that, one of the mages still high HP, having a bunch of bolster stacks.
Yeah, not the cleanest we've seen them execute that. Aster Y, on the other hand, opting to gather in everything all on top of each other at once. They're abusing and using all of their AoE stuns. The Shockwave and Leg Sweep have been used. They're using that Spear of Bastion and Ring of Peace combo to make sure nothing casts. And Aster Y this time around have dealt with the pack so much faster than Echo. They have finished it off and are moving to the same platform as Echo with the extra count. And you have to remember, that extra count lets them skip the bridge patrol later on in the next section of the dungeon that Echo has to wait for the patrol timing of and pull in. So Aster Y will be able to secure an advantage from this if both teams play cleanly here.
Yeah, this is actually very interesting. Aster Y just gaining a second here and there by doing the trash a bit more efficiently and dealing with bolstering better. And yeah, in that Gore Chop pull without the bridge patrol, that means they're going to be doing that pull a lot quicker. One more thing to note though is that Aster Y is going to be pulling in some more Shackled Souls onto the boss. So that means that they're going to take a little while longer there. And somehow Echo dealt with that platform a little bit quicker as well, as they're already on their way to the boss.
Yep, I mean, this is so much closer than the last time around these teams were here. I mean, Echo had a much bigger lead going into this boss. They were something like 20 or 30% ahead on the boss. This time around, Aster Y is keeping it close, not making those mistakes yet, and I believe I'd say they even have a slight advantage because they don't have to worry about the patrol timing for the next massive AoE pull that they're going to be doing in the Gore Chop wing. That's such a big advantage for Aster Y. The thing is, can they capitalize on it? Can they stay close enough to Echo here and single target boss damage that it's that extra trash pull was worth it for them?
Yeah, that's going to be the question. Echo not going to be pulling any Shackled Souls here. Either they're just nuking the boss completely, but Echo has to save the Ashen because they're going to be doing that more dangerous pull later where they need the Ashen, while Aster Y are going to be doing the easier pull later and therefore they can commit the Ashen for the boss. So you can see they're now catching up. Aster Y now ahead on boss DPS because they have that extra cooldown here. You can look at the damage from the Paladin coming out, just an insane amount of DPS. They're going to have to deal with those Shackled Souls, but they have the Ashen down, so that means that a lot of the damage is still going to be done to those souls. They just need to make sure that no bolstering is happening here.
Yeah, I mean that's just that's another advantage of the thing that Aster Y is doing with their strat here. They don't have to save the Ashen for the next big AoE pull because their pull is smaller than Echo's. Echo has to save that Ashen Wings combo for the next pull, otherwise it's going to be really difficult for them to get through it. They have to be much smarter about their bolstering as well. Aster Y was able to just gain extra trash percentage here and kill the boss even faster than Echo and secure themselves an even bigger advantage here. They're going to be 5 or 6% ahead on trash count here, and they have the boss down first.
Yeah, they still have to deal with those 2 Shackled Souls. Echo is going to be doing that pull quicker. They're going to be there a couple of seconds faster, but it's going to take them longer to execute this pull because of those 3 extra trash mobs. And it's also going to depend on the bridge patrol timing. It looks like they are coming towards them now, so that's a little bit better for them as it was last time. There we go. Echo is gathering up that pull. Aster Y doing the same thing without the bridge patrol. So Aster Y having a little bit of an easier pull here. Echo committing the Ashen Hollow. Butcher coming in pretty late. You can see they have to focus all of their damage onto the Butcher to make sure that it's going to be even with that bolstering. And they also need to make sure that they're interrupting all of the casts from the Slash Spears and also from the Butcher. And look at Aster Y, they're already done with their pull, and they can move on to the next trash pack. Aster Y having a pretty significant lead at this point.
I mean, this is just opening up like crazy here. Aster Y not having to worry about focusing that Butcher down is such a big deal with the bolstering affix here. I mean, they finished that pull probably a solid 20 seconds before Echo. Man, I mean, the one major thing for Aster is just, can they keep it clean here? Can they not bolster mobs? They had an issue with this gas bag here last time around. They let it bolster way too many times. Let's see if the focus is there for them.
Yeah, let's look at that pull as the gas bag needs to be focused with the high HP mob in that pull, and they also need to make sure they interrupt all of those shields and the Butcher cast as well. And the last time the Slash Spear was pretty high, but it looks like this time it's a lot lower for them. But the gas bag actually getting quite a few bolster stacks here for Aster. They need to make sure that the gas bag is getting a bit lower because that AoE ticking on the whole group is going to do more and more damage. The Horror also got a shield through, so they're going to have to DPS through that. But look at how much damage they're taking! Oh my goodness, the gas bag is now down. They thankfully didn't have any deaths here, but yeah, Echo already done with this. Oh my goodness, Echo dealt with this pull so much cleaner. They made out all of this time again that they lost on the previous pull. This is just a back and forth between those 2 teams. One team doing one pull cleaner and then the other team doing a pull cleaner. This is crazy.
Clix was just saving those Dance of GG procs, banking them up for that specific pull. If you looked at the damage meters side by side for both teams there, Clix was doing 65k DPS on that pull. ZyBB on the other side for Aster Y was only doing like 30k. That is such a big difference. They both used their cooldowns there. I guess Zai is just not talented enough to bank his GG procs for one pull over the course of the dungeon. Really unfortunate to see, but that has brought us to a dead even heat. Both teams on roughly the same trash percentage, both teams at 50% on Gourd Chop. We are more than halfway through the dungeon here, Nagura, and this is too close to tell.
And this is incredibly close. We'll see how to deal with this boss. It can be pretty dangerous because you have those 2 mobs as well. You have the Horror and the Butcher they have to deal with here. They cannot kill them because then the boss is going to get bolstered, but they still want to just cleave them down evenly, and they have to deal with all of these mechanics from the boss at the same time, dodging those chains and the AoE from the boss. Also the pools on the ground, and then you have all of these ads jumping around, doing a lot of damage onto the whole group. So there's a lot of things going on here at the same time. Looks like Echo has quite a bit of a lead on Gorchop's HP because, of course, they did reach the boss a few seconds earlier. Look at the boss splits too. You can see the advantage here. First, Echo 9 seconds faster, and then the other way around. Esther 9 seconds faster in the second boss split, and now we're gonna see what the difference is on the third boss split in a second.
Man, they're just trading blows here. Echo 10 seconds faster on the first, like you said. Aster 20 seconds faster on the second. Echo back into the lead here with a 30-second advantage on the third boss. It's all going to come down to the Zav wing. How can these teams deal with the mini-bosses? Last time around, Aster Y made a huge mistake. Anwo didn't have a heroic leap charge up available to skip that third mini-boss. I can guarantee you, having played with this guy in the past, he will not make that same mistake twice. This is going to be an all-out DPS race, almost a pure single-target DPS race, if there weren't these Arbalest patrols that the teams had to deal with.
Yeah, and last time Esther Y actually having some trouble there because unfortunately their Hunter has been targeted by all of these bleeds, and Hunter just having very few things to actually survive this, not having Turtle available at that point, almost cost them a death there, but ended up not happening, so we'll see what happens. Look at Sally dropping incredibly low, just dropping to 2% as he managed to recover there. And another thing to note, Salia this time holding on to the Ashen. Last time Salia did use it here, and this time he was holding on to it, but Esther Y actually committing it.
I mean, Aster Y did commit it to that pull, but Echo just still has it available for this pull, which I think is far more dangerous. You have the double Arbalest that you have to worry about. Those jagged quarrels and shots on your team can do so much damage. Look at this time around. I really want to focus in on how these teams are line of sighting. Echo has to go all the way back up to the stairs, but check out where Aster Y chooses to line of sight. They use this pillar right next to the bridge, and if they're able to pull it off, this is such a nice time save in terms of movement. Have to keep an eye on Quaking, though. It can be very dangerous here, but looks like they've pulled it off. Both teams have gotten into their line of sight, but it looks like Aster Y is able to get their damage out a little bit quicker because of where they line of sighted here.
Yeah, but Haruja is still pretty high for them, actually. So they have to get the mini-boss quite a bit lower, while Echo is Haruja almost dead already at this point. So looking pretty clean for Echo as they're now finishing off the Arbalest. And let's see if they can do the skip to the boss now. The captain still succeed here. They now have to skip that mini-boss to go to Xav because they don't want to deal with this mini-boss. They have the trash that they need. Esther Y now also finishing off their pull as well. Now let's see if Anwar does have that leap charge ready.
Let's see. I mean, again, on that pull with no cooldowns on either of the Windwalkers, Click's still managing to put out double the damage that ZyBB was able to do. Looks like they did have the heroic leap this time around. The door shadows coming out. Both teams are going to be getting in combat with Zav the Unfallen within 10 seconds of each other with a slight advantage to Echo. The rest of this dungeon is going to come down to a pure single target DPS race. They're going to have to deal with Zav the Unfallen. They're going to finish off this final Ancient Captain. Both teams have CC'd off in the corners. They can deal with it after the boss. And then it's going to come down to a pure blast race on Mordretha afterwards with the Bloodlust available. I mean, the cooldown allocation is similar across the board. Yes, the Ashen's going to come up earlier for Aster Y, but they'll still both get one more usage of it in this dungeon. It's going to be really close, but problems for Aster Y as Xingshin goes down as his teammates get chained. His healer is going to have to get a res off, and that means he's not doing any damage.
Yeah, this is actually such a problem for Aster because this is so close between those two teams, and they were already, like, I would say, a handful of seconds behind, and now they have those extra 5 seconds on the board because of the death, and of course also the damage that they lost. So this is going to be so much closer now as Echo is getting lower and lower on Xav. You can see all of those banners, the oppressive banners, they're just slowing them because no one's actually focusing them. They're just leaving them up and trying to dodge the area of denial from Xav with movement abilities. There we go, Echo now finishing off the boss. You can see Zalia is already on his way to proc the RP in the last boss while the rest of the team is killing off this captain.
The cooldown's committed from Xingshin to finish off the boss here. That is the true shot down. It's not going to be available till the end of the final boss here. Jinji does have his available for the initial burst off on the boss. I mean, I feel like that is still a great usage of it from Xingshin, knowing if he uses it right now, he's going to get 2 more uses, but that is a big advantage in terms of burst damage for Echo that have that available. I mean, Echo is just firmly in the lead here, easily having at least a 15 or 20 second advantage. Remember, this isn't too bad of a thing for them to have to finish off this Ancient Cap in here. They did have someone go upstairs and start the RP, but still, the RP was started way earlier for Echo. They're about to engage the final boss. Aster Y isn't even close.
Yeah, Echo are going to be fighting the boss in just a second. They are going to be waiting for some of the cooldowns to come back up. Rogue cooldowns and also the Ashen is not available just yet. They also have to kill that trash in the corner too at the entrance that they just left up there. So 3 more mobs they have to deal with, and they have to deal with Mordretha. But that boss is just going to be dying so fast. It is +20, so the lowest key that we have in this global final, and it's also fortified. So that boss's HP is just going to be melting as soon as everyone is committing their cooldowns.
Yeah, I mean, that's the advantage for Echo right there. They've secured themselves 20% on the boss. Is it going to be enough? Remember, both teams still have to deal with trash at the start. It's being pulled in early from Echo here. You really have to make sure you don't cleave this too much here, because if you cleave it too much, you'll end up bolstering the boss. So they're just getting passive cleave onto them with the Hunter cooldowns that Genji was saving. Shington doesn't have his for another 20 seconds. Echo's lead is just opening up now 40% ahead on the boss. It looks like Echo is going to be taking this game 2 with, again, another perfect run in Theater of Pain. 0 deaths on the board for them with Mordretha going down, the trash going down. That's going to be a game 2 victory and tying our series up at 1-1.
Echo taking that big win, not too far off from their best time previously, as they are, like you said, going to tie up that series. And this is a great shot in the arm for Echo, as they don't want to be falling too far behind their opponents here. And this is also a dungeon that they knew. They think that the order is going to be favorable to them, and the order of the dungeons that are left remaining. And right now, they're proving it as they tie up the series, Dratnos.
Yeah, there it is. Echo 1-1, evening up the series. I do think Theater was a dungeon where they were maybe slightly favored in, although from the start of this dungeon, I actually liked a lot of the decisions that Aster was making, and certainly, I mean, very close here at the end. We have actually about 30 seconds separating these two teams, but, I mean, this thing was neck and neck the whole way through.
It really was. And it was looking at, like, where they would best be able, like, even leaving, like, Koltharok, for example, to grow. We were looking at just basically just running side by side throughout the dungeon. If only we could see like a little shadow or something like that, just to be able to see like where the other team is at or something like that. But it was ridiculous to look at how close they were for much of the dungeon.
Yeah, it was incredible. They just went back and forth, and it was always just like a 5 to 10 seconds difference between those two teams. And until the very end, until Xaf when their hunter went down there, and that's just such a you feel like one little mistake, it didn't even cost them that much time either, right? It was really just a 5 seconds penalty. The rest went out immediately from their paladin, and the fact that you end up losing because of that, it happens, right? In the global final, grand final, when you play against Echo that has a perfect run, then you can't have any of those mistakes.
That's right. Let's zoom in on it as well. Dratnos, what do you got for us in the highlight reel?
Yeah, so let's talk about some of the ways these pulls were different. Of course, Aster grabbing a little bit more trash, and then you can see they're actually doing this commitment of Ashen Hallow, damage cooldowns onto Koltharok. That's because they have more trash already, and they're going to pull some Shackled Souls even into Koltharok here. They're going to snap them in and just be careful of bolstering. Whereas Echo, on the other hand, need to hold on to that Ashen Hallow because they're fighting those 3 mobs on the bridge. Even with that, this pull actually, even with the Ashen Hallow, it's a lot more complicated, and it requires a lot more precision when you have mobs coming in late and the bolstering affix. So when you compare that to how quickly Aster were able to make short work of this pull just by ignoring that bridge and getting the count elsewhere, I actually really like the way that Aster planned their cooldowns and used them in the first part of this dungeon as compared to what Echo did here. But where Echo really gained was in the area below this, near Gorechop. Once Aster got through to that area, okay, actually, so here's Aster doing that pull I was just talking about that Echo just did. This is Aster doing it without the Ashen Hallow, but without the bridge pull. And you can see they actually are killing this thing so quickly. They're basically just AoEing fully because the little mobs don't bolster. And then once they get to this point, hey, there's only 4 enemies left, right? This is not like they've been inefficiently dealing damage to them. Their target capped classes still effectively dealing damage to those, and everything working out just fine. And I mean, night and day how much more quickly they were able to get that one done. And you just have to shroud and skip these things. It's a little bit of a pain to skip them, but it is definitely well worth it. But then we get to this downstairs area. Look how much danger. Look how rough this pull ends up going here for Aster as these Quake overlap as they're trying to dodge these mechanics, and watch the health bars start to be just in a lot of danger as they start moving towards the end of this pull. Bolstering stacks start being applied to everything. Everybody's just sort of rotting down, and that gas bag is the last mob left standing with the bolstering stacks. You really want to try and prioritize killing that first, but look at those AoE ticks on the whole group. The entire group dropping there. Lay on Hands needs to come out on Anuo to keep it from being a wipe. Very well managed to not be a wipe. Normally against most teams, you're just happy whenever that happens and you don't wipe. But against Echo, they did that pull cleanly. So even though you managed to not have it be a disaster there, you lost time. And then Qingxin gets sniped by the boss here. That is an extremely costly end to an otherwise very close dungeon. That death likely counts for the lion's share of the 30 seconds that ended up separating these teams at the end. Echo able to kill this boss. Those huge Prot Warrior spell reflects on the Reaping Scythe, of course, something both teams have access to. Incredible short work is made of Mordretha. Beautiful timing of the ads dying, or the mobs dying, the trash mobs, for the last little bit of count as well. Right at the end, perfect bolstering management there.
It really was, and it just goes to show how tight a lot of these dungeons can be between the teams. And, that frontal, for example, can kind of just target anybody. So when it starts targeting the hunter after they've used all their movement speed, maybe he waits 1 extra second or half a second to be able to move out of the way or something at first, and it's just disastrous what can occur when you're going up against a team that can play so incredibly cleanly. So next 3 dungeons we have coming up is going to be Wake, Spires, and if we get to it, Sanguine Depths on this one. And we do have a slightly faster time here in Necrotic Wake on the side of Aster Y. There's Zyro, but do you give just a slight advantage to it, or do you think that they're going to get this one for sure?
I mean, it's hard to give either team an advantage right now. I think in terms of experience, I'd say Echo in Grand Finals has to be way more experienced. You have to imagine Aster Y has to be on pins and needles with nerves right now. I mean, this is the first time we've ever seen a Chinese team, or honestly, I guess, any team from either China or Korea, just the East in general, play this well against Echo and really take them in a difficult series like this. I mean, the thoughts must be running wild for them right now. I'm going to favor Echo just because of the experience, like I said, but honestly, it's just going to come down to cleanliness. I don't care who has a faster time. If you're able to play clean in this dungeon, you'll take it down easily.
All right, we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Echo's experience, Aster Y stepping up, making history for the Chinese region. Game number 3 coming in on this one with a series tied 1-1. It's Necrotic Wake.
All right, so let's take a look at that first pull here as Celia using that bubble to gather up all of the trash here, making sure he doesn't get any aggro of this one, as the Ashen is also being popped by both of the teams and the Bloodlust as well. Basically all cooldowns being committed on this huge initial pull. Neither of the teams pulling in the Tormentor though. They are first finishing off the trash, then pulling in the Tormentor whenever they are picking up that Anima Exhaust.
The initial burst damage is so much higher from Aster Y, though. Their trash is already dead. They're already getting their Anima Exhaust buffs. I don't know what it is, but they're doing so much more damage overall right now. Maybe it's the Qingxin diff. This guy is a mage god, and he's doing so much right now.
Yeah, it must be that diff, as you do see the boss being pretty equal though, the boss's HP. Aster Y being slightly ahead, a couple of percent. Now we do see them picking up those orbs and the Tormentor being cleaved down with that AoE from the pulsing Anima Exhaust, and then you also see them pull that extra pack here with the Harvesters. They just can be a difficult pack. You can see the Drain Fluid's actually not being interrupted immediately here for Aster Y. They do want to make sure they have interrupts for that available, otherwise somebody's not going to be able to DPS while that is being channeled, and there's just so much going on this first pull. It's hard to even explain everything as they're just going through this so quickly.
And I think it's really important to mention here that it is really important. I mean, it's cool that they got the trash down faster, but they really need to make sure that they transition that trash being faster into a boss damage being faster, because yeah, it's cool if you do all the AoE, but if you don't have the funnel for your rope, that's a big deal, and that's why Echo's able to catch up and even surpass Aster Y on boss damage here, bringing back that advantage that Aster Y gained themselves. It's just really impressive to see both of these teams play at this level. They're so close together.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy. You can see that Echo is finishing off the boss a little bit quicker, but the trash is still there, so they have to finish that one off as well. The pull is not over until all of this trash is dead, and therefore Aster Y actually overall quicker with that pull. They did manage to kill the trash and the boss, and now they're picking up that next anime exhaust buff as they're dealing with this necromancer. Echo, I think I remember them picking up this buff here and then skipping the trash to the mini boss. So they have a little bit of a difference in routing here.
Yeah, a little bit of a difference, right? Yeah, Echo. I remember this from yesterday. Echo does skip that necromancer. What Echo actually does in this section of the dungeon is they skip that necromancer and they make up that trash with more trash on top of the second boss here. Aster Y did a much better job this time around of cleaning up that first trash. Last time around they spent so much time finishing off that necromancer. This time around they're on Narzuda at the same time as Echo. Last time around Echo had Narzuda dead before Aster Y even started pulling it. So Aster Y playing Echo so much closer this time around, and if they're able to clean up their damage on a Marth like they weren't last time around, this could be very close.
Yeah, definitely. Echo now moving on to these Marauders, and Fragnance is going to be going on a stealth mission, going all the way to Amarth, proccing the event and also picking up the weapons on his way. He picked up the hammer there, now picking up the spear as well, using Vanish to get rid of the aggro, and now basically starting the RP. Aster Y dealing with the Marauders, and you can also see on their side, the Rogue is also not here, so doing the same thing as well.
Yep, just similar strategies in general. Rogue starting the boss RP, getting back to the group with a grip from that priest should be the play here, or they can just shadow step down. That works too just fine. That works, you know, however you get back down with the group works. I mean, here's where the difference is going to come into play, though. Echo, already done with all of the trash they need, except for the packs that they're going to be pulling on top of the boss. They will be pulling that 4-pack right there with the Bone Reaver, dragging the Necromancer in, line of sighting around this pillar, and then on top of that, pulling Varuth on top of the pack. They have this spear here if they choose to use it, and if I remember properly, they do use one spear here, in addition to, I believe, an orb from now? Maybe it's no spear, maybe it's just the orb from now that's doing the damage. Looks like that's what it is, and it's helping a lot. Remember, that orb interrupts cast for the 8 seconds that it's active, so they don't have to worry too much about damage from the reanimated mages or the Necrolord going on in the group. They just have to worry about taking too much damage while they have Varuth on top of the group, and he's already dead. Perfect execution from Echo.
But look at how much damage they actually had to put into that into the trash and also into the Tormentor here. While Aster Y, they're now also on Amarth, and we know that they're basically using all of their damage onto the boss and just passively cleaving down the root. So they might be able to catch up in just a second. Keep an eye on the percentage here. There we go. Aster Y already ahead in boss damage because their pull is a little bit easier because they only have a Necromancer without the pack, and they can just full focus on Marth here. It is riskier because you have still that 50% healing reduction on everyone. You can see how hard it is to keep everyone alive. But Varuth now going down, and Aster Y a couple of percentage in the lead now.
Yep, Aster Y pulling ahead with the boss damage, really, really important for them here. And I wonder if they're going to be able to transition this into a lead early on, because, I mean, when it comes down to pure single target damage, Echo's amongst the best. They've already taken that lead that Aster Y claimed for themselves for a fleeting few seconds and already gained it back. Look at this. They've opened up a 5% boss damage lead while I've been talking.
Yeah, the one thing to note, though, is that I think the most crucial part is going to be the next pull in the Necropolis, because we've seen Aster Y do the Necropolis pull without actually committing a spear. They have only used the orb on their tank. And Echo usually commits the spear from Fragnance. And if that's going to be the case again, then that's going to make such a huge difference for the last boss, because then Aster Y is just going to have so much more damage. And keep in mind, Aster Y is also playing the Night Elf strategy. They have those triple Night Elves on their damage dealers, so that means they can delay the Exile cast so long until they can grip one of the immunity players and then just get rid of that debuff. So basically completely removing that exile. Echo cannot really do that unless they get lucky and immediately get the exile cast on Gingy.
That is true. That is going to be a big deal for them. I mean, just removing the RNG from the equation is going to be the key here. But there's still a lot of dungeon left to go. Both teams going for this massive pull, using a spear, using an orb to do as much damage as possible, make sure those casts don't get off too much, and of course the silent sigil coming out from both teams. as that orb runs out, they stop interrupting mobs. Got to keep an eye on the bursting stacks, but that's also what the Shadow Priest can do since they're in this dungeon. They can mass dispel those bursting stacks. Now has 13 stacks, but it doesn't matter. He's a Demon Hunter tank. He can heal himself. He's going to be totally fine. Both teams down to the final mob from their trash pull, but Echo again finishing the pull just that much more quickly, that much more cleaner. Aster Y maybe behind by just 5 or 6 seconds.
Yeah, this is so incredibly close between those two teams. Now those double assistants being dealt with, there's a little bit of an RNG factor here too with these assistants, because if the same person gets targeted by the cleaver, then you cannot use the friendly fire damage from that cleaver, from one of them at least. So you have to be a little bit lucky here to get the cleavers on different people. And it looks like Echo is not actually using the Fleshcrafter cleaver here. They're saying, you know what, double cleaver is enough, we don't need a third one. Well, Aster Y is using the Fleshcrafter cleaver here, so a little bit of a difference in strategy here.
Looks like Aster Y also has theirs polymorphed as well on the side there. So neither team's opting to try to do advanced trigonometry here. Just going to make sure they try to deal with these... Okay, they pop it out at the last second to deal with the assistant. So making sure they get at least a little bit of use out of it. And then again, just so close behind is Aster Y. Literally seconds behind Echo here. Goregrind engaged for Echo. 3 seconds, 4 seconds, and then on the 5th second, Goregrind engaged for Aster Y. Teams are so close together, you cannot make a single mistake here, otherwise the other team will leave you behind.
Yeah, definitely cannot. And you can see that pull, that Goregrind pull, that's going to be the slowest pulls in the whole dungeon, because you cannot speed this one up really, because this trash bag needs to die before the next one spawns. So this is really the slowest pulls in the whole dungeon. There's probably 2 minutes out of the 12 minutes that the dungeon really lasts that they have to deal with these Goregrinds. They also have a lot of HP, but because it takes so long, it's crucial that you have the Fleshcrafter positioned properly. And it looks like they both did a really good job. In fact, Aster Y even making up some time here, I think, because they probably got more cleavers into the high HP mobs. It is difficult to get all of your cleavers into the high HP mobs because these leftovers, they're just constantly jumping around. So you need to make sure that you're controlling them whenever the cleaver is being casted.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important. And I mean, that's kind of the entire job of the mage here, right? Is to keep that Fleshcrafter polymorphed or Frost Nova off in the corner. And everyone has a tracker for when that Fleshcrafter can cast its next throw cleaver. Break it out with a Frostbolt, let it cast again. We'll see, it's a perfect POV of Xingqian doing it here. In the next couple seconds here, he's going to Frostbolt that Fleshcrafter, pop it out, let it cast another cleaver. This is all on the mages here to deal with this mob perfectly.
And there we go, the Rod Spew is down for Echo, so a little bit quicker than Aster, but last Fleshcrafter cleaver here on Aster Y's Rod Spew as well. And now Echo does engage the boss. You can see Fragrance does have another hammer here to be used, and we see one more spear on Gingy. We'll see if Gingy is going to be committing that spear onto the boss. We know that Aster Y has 2 spears left though. Aster Y has 2 spears. One of them is going to be used on that boss, and one of them going to be used on the last boss. So 1 weapon advantage here in the form of a spear in favor of Aster Y. Also, we'll see if the Shadow Melts are going to go in their favor as well in just a second whenever this boss is dead. And look at that, the boss dropping so low for Aster Y because of the weapons that they commit.
I mean, they committed to a hammer too, right there. We saw Zabi using that Forgotten Forge hammer on the boss here, doing a little bit of extra burst damage here. They do gain themselves a significant advantage on the boss DPS here, but that means they don't have the weapons available for the final boss. But remember, we talked about this all dungeon. We've been harping on it because this is going to be the thing that decides the series. If Echo get that first Dark Exile on either clicks or, on either, well, if it just goes on clicks, they can't do anything. He can't grip them. If it goes on Frag or Gingy, he can grip them, and they can immune off that debuff, and they can stay in the fight. That's going to be a big deal. But look, the advantage for Aster Y after using those weapons doesn't even seem that big. Looks like Echo is just coming up with a single target damage and catching up out of nowhere. 10% boss HP is going to be the only difference after Aster Y committed so many weapons to this boss.
But they still have weapons left. Aster Y still has 1 spear. Well, Echo, I think they have a hammer maybe, but Aster Y having that spear is going to be such a crucial thing. And look at that, they're already on their way to the last boss. Aster Y having such a huge advantage now with all of the cooldowns being available. And you can see that spear, I believe it's under a mage. There we go, in a second. Oh yeah.
You can see the spear
yeah,
on Gingy's
okay, there
back
we
as
go.
well, so I think it's even across
Alright,
the board.
so 2 spears. Okay. Well, look at that Aster Y now engaging the boss a couple of seconds earlier. All of the cooldowns being committed, and now it's all going to be about that Dark Exile cast. Echo now also on the boss. This is so close between the two teams.
But Aster Y finishing off Sitch Flesh so much faster. Echo's going to have to do it again. They've done it so many times in the tournament already. They did it in Spires of Ascension against Ambition. They pulled single target damage out of nowhere. They're doing it again. They started this boss 20% behind. They have pulled that to within 15%. The first Dark Exiles are going to be going out here very, very soon. Looks like ZyBB has the bop there just to deal with that. But again, Echo pulling it to within 5% here as well. Yellow taking a lot of damage, not yet proccing that cheat death. This is too close to count. It's a single target, pure DPS race, and it's going to come down to the second set of exiles here.
They got the grip on Aster Y. You can see the Rogue has the debuff and did not get exiled. He's still here. So they managed to get the grip on perfectly.
He doesn't have cloak, though.
The Rogue is gonna die though in a second whenever that debuff runs out. But the boss might die before the debuff even runs out in the Rogue. You can see Echo is so close behind with the damage that they have on that boss. But Aster Y just a couple of seconds ahead as the boss drops lower and lower.
Aster Y down below 10% here. That Rogue is going to die in the next 15 seconds. Can they finish this off before that happens and they add the death timer to the board? It looks like it is going to happen. Now they're down below 3%, but Anuo has gone down. Their healer has gone down as well. The boss has his shield. They don't have any weapons to deal with this. They have to get their tanks up. There's no way you can deal with this with no tank alive. Rogue going down as well. This is a disaster for Aster Y in the final moments of this dungeon. They were home free and they choked at the last second. Echo, on the other hand, has cleaned it up. Everyone is alive and on the platform. The boss gained its final shield at 3%, but everybody is alive. That is key. That goes down to the second too, but the cleaver is going to finish the boss off, and you don't need a tank to finish that crafter off. What a finish. Echo takes the third game of the series and puts themselves on match point.
Oh my goodness gracious. Just when you thought Aster Y was home free, the deaths just start rolling in for the team and they're not able to recover. Echo up 1 in the series now. They're on match point. Like you said there, Echo rolled through and survived their own tank dying, Dratnos.
Wow. I mean, if Aster loses this series, that is going to be one that haunts them for all time. I mean, that 5% on the boss's health, they were ahead by so much, and then it just gets down to 3% and their tank dies. They just can't quite get over the finish line. What a crazy end to a game that was basically perfect from both teams up to that point. Not 100% perfect, but very, very intensive dungeon. You know, there's so many different moving parts, so many things that can go wrong, and they got just 99.99% of the way there, and it wasn't quite enough.
Wow.
It really shows that there's no area to be able to relax until that dungeon is complete there. And we've seen time and time again where these dungeons can just destroy teams if you're not careful. And in particular, we don't really talk enough about Nalthor just dealing tons and tons of tank pressure. We kind of think of like a Lord Chamberlain type boss that kind of like sneaks up on you. You suddenly realize, wow, I'm just getting obliterated by the boss. And we got to go over that some more, Dratnos. That was so close for 99% of the dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, the teams were doing very similar things to each other. There's a slight difference in strategy, right? Whether you're skipping a mob right after the first boss or whether you're skipping one of these mobs, that you can see Echo has actually pulled so much into a Marth here. This is such a scary pull, but it's a great time to use those weapons, right? You just have so many targets that are useful that you can be hitting with those. Scary pull, though, nonetheless. I mean, you can see if any two mechanics basically hit somebody, that is going to be the end. Luckily, the Ashen Hallow doing a really good job of keeping everybody safe. Here's this very scary pull at the start of the Necropolis. Watch how much danger Anuo is going to end up getting in here. Very quickly, we've got 2 tenderized stacks here. Huge increase in physical damage, and that's actually going to end up being meta, Fell Devastation, and still a Last Resort proc here for Anuo. A very important cooldown. Take note of that. That will come up later. The Last Resort has been used there. That will be something that he will very much wish he had. Once we get to Surge and Stitch Flesh, the two teams are basically neck and neck, using a very similar strategy, in fact, with the boss basically in the same spot as each other, but Echo unable to push below 5% before the escape timer. The way it works, if the boss is sub 5%, it just won't escape, but if it's above 5%, it will still leap back there. That actually ends up costing them maybe 10 seconds, probably would have been the difference in this dungeon had the last boss been clean, but when we did get to that last boss, of course, that was where everything ended up falling apart. Here is how this looked from Team Aster, right? Stitch Flesh, you can see landing that cleaver, just killing it straight out right before it would have escaped. And then they have this Flesh Crafter. They just keep it nice and controlled, get it in position, and then everybody, they hodge it and head upstairs so it will come and teleport with them. The boss damage, right? Take a look at the damage meters we have from the first 40% of this boss's health as well. So much damage coming out from the entirety of Team Aster. Look at the management of the Dark Exiles as well. The boss fight's so much easier if you have it casting these Dark Exiles for so long that don't actually go through. That's those shadow melds that they get access to by having so much of their team being Night Elves. Meanwhile, over on the side of Echo, they are just relying on the reflexes of the life grip instead. Here's that life grip for Aster, right? Able to make it happen. Whereas Echo doesn't even have the ability to delay with the 30 shadow melds that Aster have. And they're just out there doing it the old-fashioned way, just trying to life grip the very first cast that goes through. But again, the pressure Anu is under here. That trinket is activated, but that trinket is dealing heavy damage even through it. Zyra, looks like you got an addition perhaps here?
I mean, yeah. Check out the major difference between the two teams here, though. Onwo doesn't have the cheat death available. That's
right,
all
exactly.
It is.
The cheat death from earlier.
Echo used the bop to reset the stacks. Aster didn't. If they reset the stacks with the bop, they would have the cheat death. They wouldn't wipe here. I mean, the pre-planning from Echo to make sure they had the cheat just in case at the last second here is what won them the dungeon.
Yeah, of course, now Dids end up dying actually at the very end. But the cleaver, if that cleaver hits, were also good. I think maybe would have still ended up losing to this time. But yeah, I mean, the pressure here. Here you can see that Dark Exile life grip. I think, here it comes over on Gingy. And then whoop, beautiful reaction there from Echo. As they're making that same thing happen. And so like you were saying, it's those tenderized stacks downstairs, which is where they lost the... that cheat death resource. The last resort effect. Now ends up using it right here, though, in the middle of the boss fight. So actually also doesn't have it at the end, but does get to use it in the middle of the fight. If he hadn't had that thing available, I mean, this would have wiped in a very similar way, much higher in health for Echo. So a scary boss indeed. I mean, the big thing that makes it scary is the physical damage taken increase. Those ice shards that the boss is pelting you with, you have that Sagadon debuff because you haven't pulled Sagadon, so you're taking huge extra physical damage from those ice shards, which, even though they're called ice shards, they hit you so hard it deals a lot of physical damage.
They got some gravel in there or something like that.
It's messed up. Really unethical.
It really is. You can't be mixing elements like that. But with that victory, we are going to be looking at match point for Echo in their favor. And it will be Spires as well, Nagura, that could be the final dungeon that could seal Aster's fate.
Yeah, and Spires is that dungeon where they are favored, Echo, because they've already played against each other, and Echo did win that one. And they have a lot of really clean runs. They have the 1933 clear, which is the fastest time in the tournament. So it is going to be a hard one for Aster Y to bring it back, but we know that they can do that for sure.
They can, and it could just... Oh, look at that, the costume contest winner as Nagura. I got a participation... Oh, wait. Oh, I got silver. Sorry,
I don't know how I got a participation award. I didn't even try.
He got the orange shirt.
I mean, okay, listen. I was going to put on a Discord hoodie and then put these in the background and say I was an AWC player, but I felt that'd be a little bit too toxic.
That's a bit
I couldn't find my Discord hoodie.
Okay, what percentage of the audience do you think that flies over the head of? Yeah.
There's a lot of people that have been to BlizzCon. There's a lot of people that have been to BlizzCon. They know.
Oh, come on, don't remind us that we're not going to see each other this year, Zyro. Come on.
Aww.
We're all sad about that. But this isn't going to be the only bit of MDI for the year. We still got the great push as well around the corner to be able to look forward to. So keep in mind, there's a nice little extra twist. Even if you're not one of these amazing top competitors able to stand up against the best of them, you could still earn a pretty amazing in-game item, the Tormented Banner of the Opportune. All you got to be able to do is sign up for the Proving Grounds. They're going to take place between December 3rd and 6th for the Great Push Season 2. And time some dungeons with your friends, and you will be eligible, and you will receive the Tormented Banner of the Opportune. We're going to make a caster team to qualify. make sure that we get our banners. So don't forget to do yours as well. And while it will be including the standard Shadowlands dungeons, it's also going to have Legion dungeons in Court of Stars and Eye of Ashara, Nagura.
Yeah, I'm excited for Court of Stars. Eye of Ashara, well, to be honest, the crab pulls.
Yes.
I hope we're
Not
putting
so-
bolstering in there. That's all I gotta say.
Oh no!
I hope it's
Don't
bolstering
do
with the
that.
old Legion
Bolstering
bolstering rules where the neutrals bolstered off of enemies. They changed that after that expansion.
That's
but
right.
It was good then for a bit.
And the old explosive that had health scaling with keystone level as well, so they were just
yes.
absolutely monstrous and took like 3 or 4 globals to kill one of them and spawn non-stop. Oh, I can't wait. Well, let's get on track. Next dungeon could be will be Spires of Ascension, and it could be match point here for Echo. They take the victory. It'd be their 3rd straight win, as they did take a victory in Spires of Ascension over Aster Y in our upper finals earlier today, Zyro. It feels like a lifetime ago almost.
It really does feel like a lifetime ago. I mean, if history repeats itself, and it often has when it comes to Echo in the MDI, I mean, Echo should take this dungeon. The question is, does Aster, as a relatively fresh team to the MDI, have the mental fortitude to come back from that loss in a dungeon which by all means they should have won, and play this dungeon without having any of those nerves or any of those feelings after just having a brutal loss at the last second like that? If these guys are able to pull out a game 4 victory in the Spires in a dungeon that Echo's already beat them on, I'd be very, very impressed.
It would be, I mean, they would definitely need to be worthy of being our MDI champions, because there are no breaks on this train. Let's get into it. Possible decider match as Echo is up 1 against Aster Y in Spires of Ascension.
All right, let's take a look at that first pool. We did see previously Aster Y has finished off this pool quite a bit quicker compared to Echo, so we'll see if they can accomplish that again. Echo takes a little while longer to gather this one up. Maybe that is the difference here as well. You can see Aster Y has gathered up everything on those stairs, and Echo gathers up everything on top of the stairs. But because all of the casters are down, it takes longer for the casters to actually get to the Goliath. So Aster Y having a little bit of a better strategy here on how they gather them up.
Yeah, a little bit different, but also the thing about it is, if you get the procs on your monk, it just doesn't matter. Look at the damage meters coming out of Aster Y. 58k DPS on the monk. Clicks only at 35k this time. Just not able to get the procs this time. I wonder what's going on for him.
And the Fire Mage diff as well, right? Aster Y playing Fire Mage in this dungeon while Echo is sticking to that Frost Mage. So Combustion being committed on that first pull. That means, though, that Combust is not going to be up for a little while here. And they also want to be committing that Bloodlust. Looks like they're waiting a little bit before they engage the boss. But there we go. Now the boss being aggroed, Bloodlust being used. The Tormentor needs to be interrupted here. That's why there's seeing the Mender on the side, because that Mender is actually inspired, and inspiring does affect the Tormentor. Actually, their healer goes down here. They do have a Battle Rush available. They have to use it immediately, and they lose their Ashen too. Ashen has just been committed right as he goes down.
Zambi B and the Rogue are both incredibly low. They need to get healed up. This healer needs to be alive right now. The Cheat Death already procced for the Rogue. Their Monk is so low too. They're both dead. This has to be a reset. They have to reset this boss. But can they even get Incinerator dead? That's the pod proc for Shinshin as well. This is an absolute disaster for Aster Y. What just happened to them?
Yeah, this is horrible already from the get-go here, having such a big disadvantage. 3 deaths on the board and a reset. They lost their Bloodlust, they lost their Ashen as well. Huge cooldown disadvantage now. They can still do that same pull, I would assume. They have to finish up the Tormentor and then go back into the boss. But yeah, Echo, if they do this cleanly, they're going to be pretty substantially in the lead. And that's going to be such a big relief for Echo. As soon as they realize what happened to Aster, that then they know they just have that weight lifted off their shoulders, and they can just go through the rest of the dungeon without worrying too much. But again, any mistake on Echo's side and Aster Y can come back. And we know how difficult Spires is. There's just so many things in Spires that can kill you, so Echo definitely has to be careful still.
They still have to be careful. There's just so much dungeon left, so many mistakes to be made. But you have to remember the advantage that Echo has over most other teams right now. They've kind of adapted this from the world first race. They have that sixth man helping call shots, helping them keep their mental status in check, letting them know where the other team is in the dungeon, letting them know what they have to do next, letting them know when to use their cooldowns. Mirrors is there as that rock for the team, helping them out. And, you know, after the 2.5 or so minute delay of the stream is gone, they're going to know Aster Y has had a terrible, terrible wipe. They used their Bloodlust, they used their Ashen Wings player who went down, and they're going to be very, very far ahead, and that's going to help them so much. I mean, keep an eye on that camera. Any second now, Mirrors is going to see what happened, and you're going to see, like, probably the most happy thing Mirrors has ever been in the past year or so. The dude's going to be like, oh, dudes, we got this. This is so free. We got this. Just play safe.
Yeah,
I'm just looking for it. I want to see it.
Yeah, I'm actually also looking for it, but maybe he wants to stay cool to make sure that his team is not, you know, gonna get the game out of the head out of the game or something. So we'll see. But Mirrors is definitely checking the monitor, and he probably is aware of it right about now. It looks like there it is. There it is.
Come on.
I see the grin. I see the grin. I see it.
I have the stream live on my other monitor of the live feed. He hasn't died yet. Hasn't happened yet. I just want to see. There it is. Okay. He knows now. He knows now. They know now. There's the grin. There's the smile. They know. They know. They just have to play it safe. They know how far ahead they are. All right. Echo now knows what the deal is. They know how far ahead they are. But with the Echo that we know, do we think that they're really going to slow it down at all? These guys don't tend to do that even when they know they're ahead. These guys are still going to go with their strat. They're still going to go all in. They're going to win this in convincing fashion. That's my prediction for this game, Nikura.
Yeah, I definitely think they're not going to really slow down. And to be honest, sometimes slowing down your strategy is not even safer. We've seen it before, right? We've seen, I believe it was Ambition, no, it was Complexity actually, that slowed down their Mists dungeon because they saw that their opponents were wiping so much that they were so far behind on their end. And then they ended up making mistakes themselves, and really it cost them a lot of time because whenever you're slowing down your strategy, that means that all of a sudden your cooldowns are up in different times, you have different kind of pulls, and that's just, even if it looks easier to us, it might not be easier for them because they're just used to doing these big pulls and they have everything perfectly assigned for it. So there we go, Echo is gearing up for that huge pull on this platform, double Goliath with the rest of the Praetors and the Aether Divers. Some of the Praetors not perfectly stacked here, but there we go, the Dark Seekers into the pull, and we also do the Ring of Peace to interrupt one of the Dark Seekers here. And one of the inspired Aether Divers is still CC'd in the corner. They're gonna get it in just a second whenever they don't need to interrupt anything anymore.
Yep, they can let the Rebellious Fists go off here if they really need to. They have the healing. One of those is not going to kill your team on its own. If two of them go off, however, then we're talking about a scary scenario. But they should be able to kill both of those off before they cast that ability again, and looks like that's going to be the case. Perfect allocation of AoE damage coming out from Echo. Aster Y not out of it just yet. There's still easily over 12 minutes of dungeon left for them to play cleanly and force Echo to have a super fast, super clean dungeon. Doing a pretty good job of it so far. Good AoE on this pack, making sure everything stayed stacked up, not having it get out of control and spread out like we were talking about earlier today with some of our other teams. Doing a good job using that Ring of Peace to keep everything stacked too as Anuo kites around the corner, but Xingqian goes down. Doesn't have the pot available. He had the Alter Time active, but didn't quite proc it before taking damage. Really unfortunate. Another 5 seconds of death on the board for them. Just not what you want to see when you're already behind.
But look at Echo, they did not manage to gather up this pull into the spear. You can see one of the Praetors is not even inside the spear, just throwing Dark Seekers onto now, and some of the mobs still high HP. One of the Dark Inquisitors here, they have to kill the Inspired mob to be able to interrupt the Dark Flashes, but it's not that yet. You can see the Dark Flash is not interruptible. There we go. Now the Inspired mob is that, and they can finish off this pull. But yeah, a little bit of a sloppy pull here because the patrol was in like a bad timing with the patrol. Now they're going to be skipping the squad leader and they're moving on to that platform with the second boss. We do know that they're actually pulling that squad leader on that platform and then pull the rest of the trash into the boss. That is one thing that I could say they could do cleaner or like safer, right? They could theoretically finish off the squad leader and then finish the trash, then do the boss after. Because that is also a boss where they had deaths before. The first time they played Spires, they had 2 deaths on this boss, on this pull. So if they decide to do something safer and cleaner, then it should be this one, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they could. They won't, but they could.
Yeah,
I mean,
they won't.
You know these guys too well. They're just going to go with their strat. They're not going to change anything just because they know they're 2 minutes ahead. They're not. These guys are so good at playing the game. They wouldn't do anything that would just disrespect their opponents. These guys are going to play it to the best of their ability every single time, just never going down with the strats. Aster Y is doing a good job of keeping it close after that major mistake, but it's just going to be so hard for them to come back, doing a much better job than Echo did of keeping those mobs. There is an Inquisitor outside of the spear this time around. Excuse me, but it looks like it's going to be fine. The Ring of Peace didn't get it in, unfortunately, but the damage is still there for them.
Yeah, they killed off the Inspired mob though, so they are able to interrupt the Goliath, and they are able to interrupt the Inquisitor as well. But yeah, not 100% clean here on their side. Echo still dealing with Ventinex and that last Inquisitor that they have alive here from that trash pack that they did actually riskily pull into the boss, not pulling safe at all, as I mentioned. And then keep an eye on Gingy. Gingy is the one who takes all of the bleeds here from the boss. He still has an Ice Block available, he still has the Dwarf Rachel available. Not sure if there's a buff also on Thalia, but yeah, looking pretty safe so far.
Exactly. These guys are here to take it. I mean, and again, we talked about this early on. The fact that they were confident enough in their map pool to ban out something that wasn't Halls of Atonement, that was something that they knew was in Aster Y's wheelhouse, to essentially start this series from an almost guaranteed 0-1 position, knowing that they were confident enough in their strategies to come back and take this in the last 4 maps. I mean, these guys are on another level. Aster Y still sticking close behind, though. They are still an insane team. They're still a better team than every other team in the tournament, and they're here for a reason. They are close behind on Echo's heels. This is one of the qualities of the top-end MDI teams in all of the years of the MDI. Playing your opponent close even when you're behind, so that if your opponent makes a mistake, you are right there to capitalize.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see Echo now out of those defensives to get rid of those bleed stacks on Gingy. So now the bleeds just have to be out-healed by Thalia, making sure that he doesn't go down to that one. Aster Y, of course, now also on Ventinex. They do a little bit of a different route. They did not deal with that pack in front of this boss, so they're gonna have to do another pull after this one, where they pull Baruth with the double Helion. But the last time they did that, it was so clean for Aster Y. Let's hope they can execute it one more time, as Echo is already done though, and they are moving on to do their Orifrion pull, the very interesting pull where they pull a bunch of trash on top of the boss and a Tormentor too.
All right, this is it. I think this is one. There are 2 major pay points left in the dungeon for Echo's route. Number 1 is the pull that they are about to do, like you mentioned, pulling Execution of Aruth, plus a trash pack, plus the Usurpers onto Orifrion, the 3rd boss of the dungeon. This is where they commit their 2nd Kyrian Spear. If they're able to pull this pull off, as well as the Triple Angel pull, all they have to deal with is just the 2 single target bosses. It is a Tyrannical 22, which can be a little bit scary, but these are not the pain points that we're used to. The bosses are generally way easier than just the massive trash pulls that you add on to them.
Yeah, and now we can take a look at Echo as they're stealthing past this trash. You can see the Shroud being used by Fragments here. Well, now did pick up that Kyrian Spear, being the only Kyrian in that group, and now they're waiting for now to come there. Also, now you can see the debuff on the party frame. That means now it did engage Baruth, while the rest of the team is waiting here. Baruth or the Tormentors in general are not aggroing any other trash packs, so this is why they can do this pull, because Baruth is actually pretty far away. And the only downside of this pull, I would say, is the travel time, right? Because Baruth does take quite a while to get here, and you can see the team is just waiting around for the pull together so they can engage the boss.
Here it is. Everything's on top of each other. The Kyrian Spear is down. Perfect execution so far. The spin to win is coming out from Clicks. Check the damage meters. Over 100k. Up to 130k. Do we have another dance at GG Proc? Do we, Clicks? Do you have it in you? Doesn't look like it, but it doesn't matter as Execution of Aruth goes down to 10%. They get 1 Carnage off, so that's going to be 1 bleed they have to worry about. Looks like they committed the bot for it, though. Use that on Gingy. You don't have to worry about that bleed. Because remember, he still doesn't have the blocks available from that previous boss where he had to use all his immunities to get rid of bleeds. So great usage of cooldowns here. They're pretty much through the worst of it. All they have to do now is pull that last pack of Usurpers on top of the boss here, get the last couple of trash percentage they need. They're probably going to wait until they get to the damage amp phase of the boss to do that, but Echo are looking good here.
Yeah, let's take one look at Aster Y's Helion pull here. They did commit the Spear, they have the Ashen as well, but they have to finish up Baruth faster, because that 50% healing reduction aura is really costly whenever you have those 2 Helian AoE pulses on the whole group. You can see how much damage everyone is taking. But there we go, Varuth is that the Helian stat as well, really clean by Aster Y. So even though they did have this one very costly mistake on that first boss, they're still playing the rest of this dungeon so cleanly. And when you think about it, the amount of time that another team might have lost from whatever happened to Aster Y there at the start, they are still just so close to Echo considering, right? So it's crazy how well they're playing here, as Echo is obviously ahead though. They're already down to 46% on the Rifrian, going through that extra damage phase, and now they're trying to basically finish off the boss before the next damage phase is happening.
Right. I mean, it's just going to be so difficult for Aster Y to actually make up all of this difference. Look at the timers at the bottom there. After the boss 1 died, Aster Y was 1.5 minutes behind. They made up 15 seconds or so on the second boss, which was good, but they still have to make up over 1.5 minutes, and that's not counting the death timers either, Nagura. They just have so much that they have to chew through. They need, in order for them to take this game and force a Game 5 to decide the series, they need Echo to make some major mistake. And there's really only one place left for Echo to make that mistake, and that's going to be on the triple Angel pull coming up. Echo's been perfect on it this entire tournament. This would be a very uncanny time for Echo to make a mistake that they've never made before, but that's what Aster needs. Honestly, I don't think it's going to happen to Echo, but if you're an Aster fan, that's what you're hoping for here, because there's no way you're pulling out that much single target damage out of nowhere.
Yeah, they're also doing the risky pull, the risky triple angel pull though, without the spear, right? Because they already have used both of those Kyrian spears, so they will have other cooldowns available, just not that stun and the extra damage. And if you look at the cooldown, the Ashen cooldown for Salia is actually not up for another 1 minute and 20. If I were them, I might actually be waiting a little bit for the cooldowns to come back up to make sure they are safe, because as you said, that really is the last thing that can cost them this game. So waiting a couple of seconds to maybe get that cooldown back up might be a good idea. We'll see what they do, because they also don't have a lot of other cooldowns. If you look at the Rogue and Monk cooldowns, they're lacking quite a bit. So maybe waiting a couple of seconds might be the play here for Echo, because Aster Y is still, dealing with the Rifrian for quite a while.
I mean, a quick breather for Echo as they ride these Angels to the top. Only 2 things stand between Echo and their 4th MDI title in a row. It's this batch of Angels and the boss that happens right after it. They had a nice 40 seconds there to gather their composure, sit there, get ready for this pull. The Ashen is up in 25 seconds. Do you think they're going to wait on it here? It looks like they're sitting around for a little extra time. Yeah, they're actually just straight up waiting for the Ashen to make sure nothing can go wrong. This is the smart play here. Waiting for that Ashen. It's going to be up in 10 seconds. It'll be up for all of the major damage events that happen once that debuff starts stacking up. You can see it's at 2 stacks now. Once that gets into the double digits, they'll probably start committing their immunities to remove it as well, which they have all across the board. Every single Dwarf ratio is there to reset those cooldowns, so they're ready for that across the board. Here we go, Echo. Bloodlust is popped. The Ashen Wings combo is procced. It's all going to come down to whether or not they're going to be able to cleave these 3 Angels efficiently.
Yeah, there we go, all eyes on Echo. See if they can execute this. Fragment's actually dropping incredibly low, using that Cloak of Shadows to get rid of those stacks, but that was a really early Cloak of Shadows actually. This pull is still going to take some time, and you can see the damage is pretty equal, but Clota is actually still pretty high and also just jumped out of the pack. So they need to make sure they're evening out the damage here. They also need to make sure they use the Touch of Death if they need it, but yeah, perfect execution by Echo. No problem for them, as the only thing between them and winning that global final is going to be that last boss, Devils. There we go, immediately engage as soon as they spawn.
The Angels are gone. The only thing now between Echo and their title is this boss, a single target boss. Look across the board at what they have available. None of the DPS cooldowns are available. The Dwarf racials are available if they need to remove those dots that go out on players in the boss. They might want to do that, but keep an eye on the Monk here. If the Monk is able to get one of those debuffs, you can diffuse it off onto the boss for more damage. The Karma is used as well for pure damage. Nothing is being held back from these guys. They are going all in on the single target damage on Tevos here.
Yeah, Aster Y now also on that Triple Angel pull, they also do not have a spear available for them, so they have to do this without any extra damage from that spear. They do have the Ashen and the Bloodlust and all the other cooldowns as well. They also have that Fire Mage, so the Combustion helping them a little bit at the start, but it doesn't really help them later on when they're finishing off the Angels. I would say that Frost Mage is better at the very end, while Fire Mage might be a bit better at the start to burst them down quicker. But now Aster Y looking to clean off those Angels too. And yeah, I mean, it is heartbreaking for Aster Y because they are just so incredibly good. I mean, they really showed this Globals that they are a hell of a team, and they can compete with teams like Echo. And I mean, they are the second best team. They beat so many other teams to even get here, and then just making a mistake here. And also that mistake at the very end of Necrotic Wake was just so heartbreaking. They definitely would have won that too. But yeah, Echo, I mean, time and time again, they're showing how great they can play whenever it matters.
I mean, these guys somehow always find a way to bring out the best of themselves when it matters the most. I mean, remember, they were knocked out in their group stages. They got second seed in their group match. Incarnation beat them twice, but they're still able to pull it together, practice enough to be the team that we know them to be, and come to this global finals and play this way. It's just so insane to watch a team do this again and again.
Yeah, definitely unbelievable, as they're pushing Davos to 30% in just a second to get that second intermission phase starting. You can see there's still a lot of damage coming out on this boss, on a 22 Tyrannical, also having that 50% slow and the 50% physical damage increase, but they have all the tools available to them in case something does go wrong. They have the 2 battle rests, they have all of the defenses as well, the last resort ready too for now in case something does happen. There we go, second intermission phase starts, while Aster Y is in that first intermission phase. So Echo, there we go. In just a second, they're gonna be, yeah, there we go. Second intermission now starting for Echo.
Here we go. The second and final intermission of Davos has been engaged for Echo. All they have to do now is get all 5 of these orbs, which have been nice and efficiently placed all on one side for them, bring them to the middle, pull up the mantle of that spear of the bulwark. I think Jack would like to
Don't
say.
miss the spear.
Don't miss the spear, exactly. They've got the spear. Davos is down, the boss is at 15%, and oh man, Echo, you can run, you can hide, you can knock them out of their group stages early on, you can ratio them on Twitter, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. When we get to the global finals, one team consistently plays better than everyone else in the WoW PvE scene, and Echo is going to be taking down their 4th straight MDI Global Finals victory over Aster Y.
Last bit of percent, and there it is. Echo, no deaths whatsoever, and even after multiple little breaks, make sure they have all the cooldowns, couple little stops here and there for safety. They have an absolutely flawless run through Spires of Ascension. They are going to be our Season 2 MDI Global Champions, overcoming the best that every region has to offer. Congratulations here, Dranos, to Echo.
Very, very well played as well throughout this entire series. You know, we were talking about it, but their ability to just make sure that they're always playing every dungeon, no matter what happens. You know, even in that Necrotic Wake, where there was a time on that last boss in the Necrotic Wake where I thought they were at, 1% or less chance to win that game, but they kept it going. They kept focused, and they ended up being able to capitalize on the mistakes of Aster. And Aster, to their credit, have played a great season of MDI, getting to this point, dropping no series except against Echo. In fact, I think dropping no maps except against Echo, if I'm not mistaken, although maybe one down in the lower bracket too. I don't know. I mean, just an incredible performance from both teams. Echo, though, a well-deserved crown.
It really was, and there have been some questions, and it's happened time and time again, Nagura, where Echo might drop a map, or they might get overtaken in a cup tournament or anything like that. But man, when it comes to the global finals, when it comes to the most crucial moments out there, Echo delivers.
Yeah, I mean, they did make us doubt them a little bit in this season, right? Because of their group stage where they got second, and then they dropped some games here and there in this global final as well. But yeah, when it matters, in that grand final, they are just delivering, and they just show how good they are. And yeah, winning their 4th MDI, crazy.
Yeah, and let's not forget, Aster, of course, making a lot of history for the Chinese region. This has been the best possible performance we've seen out of the Chinese region. This is by far the strongest team to come out of the region, especially in a year, Zyro, where we've had the absolute best teams overall. We've never had so many strong teams in a global finals.
I mean, as the casters, we always have to talk about which teams are good, and I feel like sometimes we try to play up the upsides of team just to minimize their downsides, but really, every single one of the 8 teams at this tournament could have taken games off of any of the other teams. That's how close it was. They were all insanely good. And to see a team come out of the Chinese region, have all that hype behind them, and finally deliver on the hype, it just feels so good to see them finally play that well and finally just compete with the top-end teams. Second place for Aster Y. Yeah, they're going to feel bad about losing that Necrotic Wiki. Yeah, they're going to feel bad about not making it more competitive, but still, it's an accomplishment to be proud of.
It really is here. Go for it,
I think that they're going to come back as well. Like, there's 2 different ways that you can lose to Echo, right? There's that way where, like, you do your route and you think it's good, and then Echo is 3 minutes faster than you, right? And you're just like, what are we supposed to do about this, right? That's not how Aster lost this series, though, right? Aster lost in these maps where things went wrong for them. So I think that that should be something they can use to push themselves back harder, because here's just a perfect example of, I mean, exactly where this game was lost, right? In this very first pull, healer goes down, and there's really not much you can do here. You need to get that battle res out instantly on the healer. You can see everybody's just rotting, but they're not able to go and land that res because he's right in the middle of that pool. No Cloak of Shadows available either. If that was up, it would be enough, but unfortunately not able to land it. And then both players that go and try and land the res end up actually taking so much damage from needing to stand in that fire puddle, end up wiping there. Meanwhile, Echo are just having a great run this entire way through. The way that they're setting up these pulls, grouping them, dropping their cooldowns, using just everything that they want to. There's that Ring of Peace to knock the Ether Diver just a little bit away from where they're AoEing, and potentially to bump any Praetors that choose to charge that way. And then right once they're done, right once they know there's not going to be any kicks for a while, and those Goliaths are going to go into that recharge anima for a while, they actually just bring this Ether Diver in and they cleave it down. This is a scary thing to do, because if any of those Goliaths get back to their fist cast, you're going to die. But they're able to just do this, kill that Ether Diver right before the next cast. Beautiful maneuver there. Meanwhile, Disaster follows further for Aster there, as a Quake actually ends up taking out Qingshin in combination with just the difficulty of grouping up this pull in such a tight space. Echo up against Ventanax here. Ventanax, surprisingly, one of the bosses that actually took the most wipes and deaths out of our teams, including some from Echo. Echo having a couple different deaths against this boss throughout this weekend, but look at the way that they're just dancing, beautifully avoiding those projectiles, except for now, who is a tank? One of the upsides of being a tank, you don't have to do the mechanic sometimes. Sometimes you just get to tank it and say lol. And then look at the way that they handle this Varuth onto boss pool. This is by far the best we've ever seen them do this. When it is the global finals, Echo just get like another 10% damage buff right at the end of the day, right in the series where it matters the most. Look at just what they're doing here. Look at Clicks pressing skillfully that spinning crane kick every time the button lights up on his keyboard, destroying this entire pull there. And I mean, just making such short work of every single mob in there, basically all dead in that spear cooldown. Once they did that, it was just about the triple angels, right? You get to this spot, teams have looked so good in this dungeon. They get to these 3 angels, and sometimes teams have lost 5 or 10 minutes to these, right? If you kill one of them and there's 2 left and they're buffed, you're in this sort of checkmate position where you can't actually pull those 2 together. They have all those buffs, but Echo not interested in having that happen at all. The Ashen Hallow, the Time Warp, the Shifting Power, every single cooldown that they have. Shadowblade's not for a little bit, but basically everything else, right? You can see deploying here, doing huge damage, carefully managing their position relative to those spear lines. Frag getting hit a little bit there, but just using it to shadow step back for some style points. No big deal there. And then watch as they have right after this charge, they then group the mobs up for the final burn, right? Now the mobs all need to die at the same time, and they have it at this time where none of them aren't going to do any mechanics for a little bit, right? So they come out for this Quake, and now everything is just dead right at the same time. All in the same animation. Don't even need that touch of death. That touch of death was dramatically more than they needed to get that done. Incredible performance from Echo. Huge congratulations to them.
They really deserve it too. I mean, we have talked time and time again about how they always have the target on their back. They're always the team that everybody wants to overcome and wants to beat and wants to take down. And right here, you know, we saw like a different schedule for the regular season that we were used to, Naguro, where we're not seeing Echo every single week, right? We're seeing them for one cup weekend, they qualify, and then it's kind of quiet on their front. So we're kind of looking at, what are they going to be able to bring to this tournament? And like, let's just take a look. They dominated through and through.
Yeah, and I think that's why some people thought that, you know, maybe this time Echo is not actually going to win. And I mean, I just wish Tattles was here so he'd talk to us about how big of an upset it was that Echo, the Dark Horse, won this tournament. So,
that's right. Our cast predictions: Dark Horse Tettles choosing Echo as the unknown team, quote unquote. I don't even know how we allowed that to get through. We're going to see if we're going to have a conversation, of course, with Echo and have a nice little interview with them. We're going to be checking with them, seeing if they're not too busy celebrating just yet. But this season has just been such a crazy look at the skill that so many have brought and the talents that they've all brought to the MDI. I mean, just look at this bracket as well, Zyro. We've had great global finals in the past, but to have this much competition, that you're having such amazing teams like Perplexed getting knocked out early, followed by Complexity, some of the most veteran teams that we have, having some of the new blood coming in. Of course, they have, you know, Incarnate and Ambition have some veterans and everything, of course, on their team, but largely a lot more new blood than we're seeing previously.
I mean, the level of competition all throughout the tournament was so good. But check out those matches from today alone. Not a single 2-0 today. All three matches coming up to the grand finals were 2-1s going to all three games. And then we had, well, unfortunately, we didn't have a 5-game last series. We could have maybe, but 3-1, not a 3-0. I mean, just such a competitive day of games. And this is the most competitive tournament we've ever had. And if this is the kind of style we're going to get of the MDI going forward, I'm all for it. This was insane.
It really was, and it is so much cooler this season, I think, as well, Dranos, to be able to look at such the wide breadth with which we've been seeing classes and covenants and different combinations and new metas as well sprouting up for particular dungeons, like we saw with like Halls and Warlocks and the Prot Warriors and Theater of Pain, just all over.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of innovation we've seen throughout this MDI season has been absurd. From basically every team as well, breaking out things that, you know, when they do it, it just looks so good. Opportunities where everybody else is playing Fire Mage, nobody else playing, you know, or everybody else playing Frost Mage. Some teams choosing to play Fire, like Aster in several dungeons. Breaking out
even
stuff
Arcane.
like that. Arcane Mage. That was a really awesome thing to see. Incarnation in particular, shout out to them for their constant innovation every single weekend. Feels like they're always a step ahead with some idea that they have that looks so cool. And I mean, Echo, of course, just always able to play everything. No matter what the comp is, no matter what the specs are, they have somebody on that spec that is going to play it at a world-class level. Possibly better than the you know, you're just out there, you got your one spec you play, and it's just like Frag's 24th best spec, and he'll just show up on it, top of the meters, you know, playing it like the back of his hand. It's crazy what that group of players is able to accomplish.
It really is. And of course, speaking of Echo, we're going to see if we can get an interview with them. But first, we'll take a quick break, let them prepare. But when we return, let's talk to the champions of our Mythic Dungeon International Season 2. Just give us a couple minutes. We'll be right back and talk to Echo. Hello, hello, welcome back. I'm joined right now by the 4-time MDI champion, Gingy of Echo. Welcome and congratulations on the big win.
Thank you, and that's a pretty crazy title, isn't it? 4 times, I can't even believe it myself. Like, unreal.
Yeah, I mean, look behind you, though. I mean, you have your medals behind you. You have your BlizzCon trophy behind you. You're going to add another one as well to the table. I mean, it's got to just feel so insane for your team when you're constantly the ones who have the targets on your back that everybody wants to beat.
That's true. I mean, I love my trophies, and it's amazing that I can add one to the collection. But like you said, it's crazy. I think the loss that we had in our cup, because we didn't come in very good seeding, and this tournament was kind of crazy in terms of like the
Medals called you an underdog.
What?
Medals was calling you the dark horse.
I mean, based on our performance in that cup, I would probably call us an underdog or a dark horse ourselves, because we're not happy with our performance in the last cup. But I think it was a very good time to lose, because everyone got, like, from the team, we kind of got a slap in the face. Because what I see in our team usually is that if we win too much, then we kind of all of a sudden get a little bit too overconfident. It happened back in the day when we lost our first global finals in Sydney. But we had a really good season, flawless season. We pretty much won every single cup, and we steamrolled through the global finals as well, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and then the grand finals, we got absolutely slapped 3-0 in the final. And you know that can happen, especially in the MDI. One slip up, one mistake, one off day, and then you're out. But the tournament this season, I think the competition level has never been higher. So I'm super proud of my team. They just played out of their minds, super consistent, very, very few mistakes across the whole board. I don't think we had that many deaths at all. Of course, there's always some pulls you can go back and, miss the stun there, or a skirmish disengaged out or whatever, and the pull is not as clean as it used to be. But it was very few mistakes across the whole team. So I'm super happy with how we performed.
Yeah, and I remember in Sydney, the day of the finals, you were talking about, oh, we just had like a terrible practice day. We weren't feeling great. But now you have a 6th man on the team. You've got Miraz, who's acting as that 6th man for your squad. Is that changing around any of your practice or making things easier for you?
Yes. I mean, Miraz is, of course, is a super great player. But one of Miraz's really, really good skill sets is how much game knowledge he has, how good he is at analyzing, coming up with strategies, very similar to Scribe in that regard, a raid leader. And he has, I mean, it's very hard to find a coach who has really, really in-depth information and knowledge in MDI that can come in and coach a team for us, right? That has the same experience as us and wants to do it. So it was super helpful to have Miraz do it. Clicks is a great mechanical player. He came in, he took the DPS roles that Miraz usually has, blasting on the Monk, the Shadow Priest, even some Warlock in the halls that unfortunately didn't go so well. We lost that twice. But it was super good to have Miraz outside, 100%. We just had way more efficient practice. We made changes to the routes, like, having someone on the outside, being able to analyze logs, being able to analyze timestamps, between like different comps that we try out, different routes that we try out, optimizing cooldown timings throughout the keys, things like that. You need to take a break as a player if you're a 5-man team in order to do that. But having some being able to look at those things from the outside as we're playing just speeds up the efficiency of our practice, so we can get really, really good quality practice in when we're preparing for the tournaments.
Yeah, we had the player cam, of course, from Miraz as he was talking and commentating to you guys during your play. Now, Nagura and Zyro were specifically looking at that smile on Miraz's face when he said, hey, guys, Aster wiped. What was it exactly that he was saying to you guys, and what did you do? What did you respond with?
He said, guys, they wiped on the first boss. We got this. Don't do anything weird. Just do as we practiced. But we got this, so it was like a relief kind of thing. But like always, we just do what we practice. We don't really like the idea of like going and do a different route or a different poll. Like we've done these polls so many times when we prepare for globals, so we're pretty confident in them. Otherwise, we wouldn't go into a cup play with them. But in this case, we took a little bit extra seconds. For example, we were a little bit fast on the third boss Inspires, for example. We just took the extra 5 to 10 seconds because Ashen and Suin was a little bit delayed, so that we had them earlier on the 3 angels upstairs, for example. Things like that, we can take a little breather. But besides that, we just do what we've practiced always.
And now with this season, it's been a really weird experience that you're not playing every single week in regular cup play to lead up to the global finals. And coming in second place, you're kind of talking about having, the bit of that overconfidence coming into it. What was it about that cup that you maybe were surprised by not coming in first place?
Well, I think we were just a little bit slacking in terms of our practice, I would say. And then we didn't really meet up and we didn't play our best, right? We had some devs who had some sloppy mistakes. Of course, I would say the Sanguine Depths final there where we missed the count. That was a very unfortunate one, as you might have seen on my reaction. I was not very happy.
Yeah.
That's for sure. It's not a funny way to lose, that's for sure. But I would also say that that cup, we had one of our players, he was on vacation, so we kind of lost 3 days of practice. I wouldn't say that's why, but we weren't as, we were looking at the cup and we kind of like had a little bit too easy mindset. Yeah, it's going to work out. We're just going to blast it. And that slapped us in the face, that mindset straight away. You can't just take it easy at all because, like you said yourself, there's tons of amazing teams and the competition gets better and better every single season. And then they're always there breathing on our, behind our necks. And the one mistake and you can lose to any team. So I think it was a good timed loss that we had it there because it could easily have happened in the global finals.
It could have, yeah. And let's talk about like some of the emotional toll. I mean, you're no stranger to it, and none of your teammates are when you're rating in the world first and you're just clumped in a room with 20, 25 people and you have to work together constantly. How did it feel seeing your reaction as well on player cams to your loss in cup play? And now you're just vindicated. You're just redeemed as you take that victory today.
Well, I'm a very emotional player. I think in order to be good at anything, whether it's gaming or whatever other passion you have, if you don't have emotion with it, if you don't care about it, well, then you're most likely not gonna become good at it. And of course, I'm very invested in this game, like a lot of us out there. Yeah. I've been playing it for many, many years, and I'm a very competitive person. So I take loss very, very badly, I would say. But that also gives me that drive and urge to win that much more. So that's kind of how I feel.
Yeah. Now, last one I'm going to throw at you. Who on your team is the worst about getting up in the morning for practice? I know the NA teams are constantly saying they have to call each other and everything to wake them up. Who's the worst on Echo?
Well, we have two, actually. They kind of rotate. And there's the Swedish duo. It's Now and Fragnance. Like, I think 2 times, Fragnance during practice, he took his, the alarm was ringing, and then he pressed it on snooze, and then, he was 1 hour late for practice, and he did that 2 times. Now it's not like super late, but he's consistently late, 15 to 20 minutes every single day. So it's like
every time.
What do you dislike most? It came to the point that we actually set up practice time 30 minutes before we actually want to play, just to account for them being late.
Oh my goodness! You just got to be able to outsmart them. And who's the one who usually calls it? Is it Mirez? Who gives them the phone call?
I call them usually.
Okay.
and sometimes
any
it's
last...
not enough. Yeah, I said sometimes it's not enough with a WhatsApp. Sometimes I had to call them, I call them on Messenger, call them on WhatsApp, call them on their phone line, I call them on Snapchat. I tried to call them on 4 or 5 different apps just to hope that they pick up. And for some reason, Fragnance always picks up on Snapchat. I don't know what the hell. He's like, maybe that the ringtone that comes from Snapchat, that triggers his brain to wake up, maybe. I don't know why.
Something like that. Any last shout outs for you before we close?
Yeah, of course. I want to give a huge shout out to my team, of course, for always being so amazing. I mean, it's a team effort, and I'm just so proud to be a part of a team like that plays so awesome every single time. Of course, I also want to give a shout out to everyone who's been watching the MDIs, everyone who supported us. Thank you so much. It really means a lot. And thank you for Blizzard for hosting the tournament. And it's always great to be a part of it. So thank you.
Yeah. It's not the same without you guys, so thank you so much, and congratulations. Enjoy your win. Those guys, Jinji from Echo, are 4-time MDI champions. Man, that feels good to say.
Yeah, let's go!
There we go! Yep, have a great rest of your night.
Thank you so much. You too. Bye, guys.
Oof. There we go. Back again with the rest of the crew. That's right. Yep. Very big congratulations to them. And I mean, like you mentioned, I love that talk that he had, Nagura, about how emotional it was for their team and how much of an emotional player that he can be, because we see it every time. We're like, all right, here's the trailer for the MDI, and you just see that chair smash and how much it means to him, right? But now there's the vindication as they do take the crown for the 4th time.
Yeah, it's actually pretty funny to hear him say that the loss in the group stage motivated them even more to practice more for the global finals. Because that is something that I even said. I was like, maybe it helped them. And then it ends up actually being true. Because they are, as you said, such an emotional team. And they're so competitive. And whenever something happens where they lose, or they even just losing one map against another team, it really just motivates them to be a better team. And that is such a good thing to have.
It is. It really is. And, you know, they have a nice time to enjoy their victory, enjoy their win. But in about a month or so, we're going to get back with some more MDI action to finish out 2021. It's going to be the Great Push Season 2, which will be featuring Legion Dungeon, including Court of Stars and Eye of Ashara. And let's not forget, for everybody who participates in Proving Grounds, who is timing their Keystone dungeons starting at level 15. If you time those dungeons, Dratnos, you are going to be getting that banner that you see, the Tormented Banner of the Opportune in-game.
Yeah, everybody really, if that banner looks cool to you and it has a nice little animation when you plop it down as well, absolutely worth going and grabbing. There's that link right there at the bottom of the little slide here. Get your 4 best friends, go and do some keys. Probably only a couple keys, probably only have to do them at level 15. Get that banner, and hey, if you realize you're enjoying it, maybe it's time to start trying to do the Great Push. The winners of the last Great Push were also the winners of this MDI season. That could be you. Just maybe that'll work out as well this time too.
That's right, and Tettles could put you as a proper dark horse, and we'll be teaching him how that's going to be going. Unfortunately, Tettles is out trick-or-treating right now. We had to let him get a little bit of time to enjoy, but that is going to be wrapping up our Season 2 of the regular MDI. Like I said, next month we'll be back with the Great Push, or I guess a month and a week or so. We'll be back with the Great Push, so be sure to make sure you get your signups going for that. But I wanted to take the time. Thank you all for tuning in throughout this season. We've been going through all kinds of format changes and growth for the scene, and we really want to thank each and every one of you for taking part and joining us for all the action. Huge thank you, of course, to our production, the WoW devs, the esports team, for putting on the show, continuing to support the scene, and continuing to support the game that we all love. The Great Push is going to take place Friday, December 10th, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific time, and noon Yeehaw time. Thank you so much for joining us for Season 2 of the MDI. I'm Jack, joined by Nagura, Zyro, Dratnos. We got Tettles. Big thank you to our guest casters as well that we saw in the regular season. We'll see you all in December for the Great Push.